down the folding steps. On the ground, she gulped wordlessly at the cold air and allowed her son to settle her into the seat of the waiting sedan car, grateful beyond words to enter a vehicle that was not about to leave the earth behind. Sunny, when she reached the ground, turned a circle, hands clapped together, oohing at the setting. Goodhart, filled with cool insouciance, gave a glance to the high circle of white mountains before turning his attention to our host. I waited, intending to thank the Maharaja, but he was moving off with Goodhart in the direction of the sleek little racing car, while we ladies were placed in the roomier, more sedate roles. The two men got into the small car and tore away at high speed without a backwards glance. Our bags were placed in the back of the rolls, and the driver, wearing a uniform of red and silver, his red and white turban microscopically perfect, got in and turned us in the great man's wake. As we left, one of the men sitting next to the building tossed his cigarette to the ground and sauntered over to the plane, his skin and features European, his very posture proclaiming him an RAF man. I looked back to see him climb into the plane, and I wondered what a one-time fighter pilot thought of fetching baggage for Maharaja. The forts, 2 miles south of the airfield and 5 miles north of Cawnpore city, were aptly named, a pair of high fortified walls crowning a pair of sharp hills bisected by the north-south road. The two halves Nesbitt had called Old Fort and New Fort were clearly from different eras. That on the east, an early Pathan Hill fortification with walls ancient enough to appear fragile, whereas the larger western and well-maintained New Fort was pure Mughal, its small tower-flanked gate reached by a narrow road that climbed from the hillock's southern end to its eastern, every inch of it nicely exposed for the purposes of defence. Round towers surmounted by flanged caps like German helmets jutted out from the red, age-streaked stone walls every 100 feet or so, each one large enough to shelter a dozen archers. The big sedan car passed through the dividing chasm, turned sharply right to climb the narrow drive, and finally eased through the gate where raw patches betrayed the passage of many incautious drivers. With the name of the place and its master's passion for hunting, I had expected it to be a cross between a hill fort and an all-male hunting lodge, with a veneer of comfort over a utilitarian base. Instead, we drove into an earthly paradise. As the mountains encircled Cawnpore itself, so high, warm red walls built for military purpose now gave shelter to a garden, several acres of closely planned and maintained lawn, flower and tree. Its centre was half an acre of lotus pond, with playing fountain and water birds. A trio of tame gazelles in jewelled harnesses tiptoed across the close-trimmed lawn, sloping up from the water. Bright birds sang in the trees that rose half as high as the 3-story walls. In places, the pillars of the ground-floor arcade were overgrown with a riot of crimson bougainvillea that reached the open-air passageways of the 2nd and even 3rd levels. The great building inside which we stood followed the outline of the hill, forming a skewed circle, but for the flat eastern side, which contained the gates and faced the old fort across the road. Late afternoon sunlight glittered off fresh gilding around the east wing's deep-set windows. Before us to the north, a wide terrace spilled flowers from pots the size of a man, and the arcade behind it gleamed with mosaics of lapis blue and gold. To my left, the western wing was more or less obscured by trees, and a glance behind me at the south walls gave the only indication that the conversion of the forts was not yet complete, for flaking paint and stained stone peeped from between branches of bamboo as thick as my forearm. There was no sign of the Maharaja, although his motor-car stood open-doored on the gravel drive. In his place, we were met by a man as grand as the uniform he wore, its snug trousers spotless white, the heavy silk brocade of his tunic dropping past his knees, the ends of his greying moustaches trained flawlessly upwards. To one side stood 2 men with leashed cheetahs, the cats' collars flashing with rubies. Both animals eyed the delicate gazelles with feline interest, the very ends of their tails twitching. Up on the terrace, half a dozen musicians had begun to play the moment we came through the gates. Behind these ceremonial figures, a platoon of lesser chaprassis stood waiting to retrieve us and our bags, to show us to our rooms, to draw us scented baths and tea trays, and finally to take up positions outside of our doors, awaiting our least wishes. I was given a suite of 2 rooms with its own small bathroom, the bath's square footage more than compensated for by the ornateness of its walls. It had enough mirror and gilt to send Bindra into 1,000 ecstasies. I, on the other hand, was overjoyed to find that it had running water, both hot and cold. Someone in Cawnpur's past had been remarkably progressive when it came to the comfort of guests. I couldn't imagine what it must have cost to install 19th century plumbing in a 16th century building. When I had been shown the glories of the water closet, and had illustrated for me the geyser controls over my bath and the resultant spouts of furiously hot water, the 2 men who had accompanied me to my rooms left me in peace, one of them pausing only to adjust with ostentatious ceremony the ornately worked album resting on the writing table beneath the window. When they had left, I went to see what the album's significance might be, and found it to contain a magnificently calligraphed document with the day's date at the top. 5th of February, 1924. Welcome, friend, to Cawnpur. While the riches of Cawnpur are many, the demands on its guests should be few. For however long you may grace us with your presence, please feel completely at home here, free to participate in our many activities, or free to remain in your quarters in quiet meditation or with a book from our library. Bells will be rung at the following times, but if you wish not to join us at table, please merely turn your nameplate outside your door to face inwards, and we shall know not to make a setting for you. And again, if there is anything we might do to serve you, you need only ask. There followed a list of times, most of them for meals. Tea, I saw, was being served now on the upper terrace, wherever that might be. The next bell that came would indicate drinks, followed an hour later by dinner, which was followed by the notation dress, casual. I turned the page and found a description of the palace, with the interesting sights in the vicinity and suggestions of places to go in the town, all written in an ornate English that had me smiling. There was even a map. It was an odd document, I thought, one more suited to a hotel than to a private estate, and it said a great deal about the mind of the man behind it. Clearly the Maharaja was accustomed to entertaining large numbers of guests with highly disparate interests, and found it more convenient to present each with this cool, almost commercial document, rather than convey the information in some more personal manner. Well, it suited me nicely. I left my name tag facing outwards, and took myself to the marble and gold bath to explore the intricacies of the Victorian hot water system. The bell that rang the summons for the programme's drinks before dinner event was no gong, but a small silvery voice that approached, paused outside of my door, and continued on to the next guest. I finished arranging my hair, thrust my revolver into hiding beneath the feather bed, and checked the palace plan in the album. Map reading proved unnecessary, for a uniformed chaprassi was squatting patiently in the hallway outside. He stood instantly to guide me to the room where the guests were gathering. I stopped dead, brought up short as much by the intense beauty of the room as by the crowd it held. There had to be 30 people in the room already, drinks and cigarettes in their hands, the inevitable empty talk of the cocktail party on their tongues. 3 flighty German girls nearby chattered madly about the lake birds they had seen. 2 American men debated the relative merits of 2 makes of shotgun. A mixed trio of Italians seemed to be trying to sell a racehorse to another American. And that was the mixture within earshot. Only a handful of the guests appeared Indian, and none of those wore traditional dress. I was glad I hadn't put on the lovely garment the Simla Durzi had made for me. I'd have been as out of place as a caparisoned camel. Sonny stood across the room, her face flushed with excitement, and, I thought, with the drink she held. She spotted me an instant later and began to wave furiously, so that half the people in the room turned in amusement to watch me come in. "Ooh!" she burst out. "Isn't this just the superest thing? Isn't my brother just the darlingest?" I looked up and around the jewel box of a room, its walls and ceiling of creamy white marble, inlaid with semi-precious stones, predominantly jade and lapis lazuli with spots of coral. The upper level was obscured by carved marble screens, designed for the use of the women in Purda, I supposed, and the colours made it feel as if one stood in a tropical sea, blue-green waters sparkling with the bright colours of the fish. It certainly is impressive. "What are you drinking?" "It's something called a white lady," she said, peering doubtfully into the glass. On the boat, I'd never seen her permitted drink stronger than a single glass of wine. "Perhaps you should stick to the lemonade," I suggested. "If you take it in a champagne glass, nobody'll know." She giggled, and I decided it was probably too late to worry about her sobriety. "Where is your mother?" "Feeling a bit under the weather," she confided. "Mama went on a barnstorming ride once at a fair, and the aeroplane landed sort of hard. Well, crashed, really. So she's not too keen on them anymore." "That's understandable." "Thank you," I said to the uniformed entity who appeared at my side with a tray of champagne and gin fizzes. I took the wine. "Your brother, though? He seemed more experienced." "Oh, yes. Tommy's flown a lot." Sonny giggled at nothing much, then leant forward to whisper, "Have you talked with His Highness yet?" "No, I've been in my rooms." "Neither have I. Isn't he dreamy?" "He seemed very nice," I agreed, somewhat non-committally. Actually, I thought his brisk abandonment of his lady guests at the airfield and his absence at our arrival in the forts rather unusual. "Do you know, are all these people house guests too?" "I haven't a clue. There are rather a lot, aren't there?" "I'll never keep them straight," she moaned. Although, having seen her in action on the boat, I thought they'd be eating out of her hand by evening's end. She turned to the young man at her side, while my eyes strayed to the gathering. They were a remarkably attractive collection of individuals, the majority of them male, most of them between the ages of 25 and 35, although a handful had grey heads. Now that I was actually among them, I saw that there were a greater number of Indians than I had originally thought. I had moved among the country's rural inhabitants for too long for my eyes immediately to interpret as Indians the man in Oxford bags and tennis sweater, or the young woman with crisply shingled hair and knee-length skirt, who was smoking a cigarette in a long enamelled holder. Such was the young lady Sonny was now talking with, and to whom she introduced me more or less. "Mary, this is my new friend. She's from the Punjab." Sonny sounded infinitely happy that she could bring us together. I held out my hand. "Mary Russell, how do you do?" "Gayatri Kaur. Call me Gay." Her perfect upper-class English drawl was betrayed only by the faintest lilt of accent. "What part of the Punjab?" I asked politely. Why on earth had I come here to make inane conversation that I'd never have put up with in England? Damn Geoffrey Nesbitt, anyway. Faradhkot, along the southern border of Patiala State. You know it? Unfortunately, I've only seen the western portions of Uttar Pradesh, and Simla, of course. That's where I stumbled on Sonny here. If you have nothing to do, let me know. My uncle's the Rajah. He'd be happy to put you up for a while. Oh, well, thank you. He adores Englishwomen. Nothing improper, you understand. None of his wives are English, not even his concubines. He just enjoys their company. A dear, really. I'm sure, I murmured, and drained my wine and looked around. When faced with Sikh flappers, I felt a sudden need for a full glass. My search for strong drink was interrupted by a ripple that travelled through the room, set off by the arrival of our host. Perversely, the dress casual notice had passed him by, for he was resplendent in a gold brocade Khan coat, high of neck and snugly buttoned to the waist with amethysts, its tunic skirts flaring to the knees of his white trouser leggings. He didn't look like an undergraduate now, not even one in fancy dress. No European could wear that exquisitely wrapped white turban with such aplomb. No mere scholar would possess those dark and captivating eyes. In a word, dreamy. The room surged gently towards him, leaving me with Gay cower beneath an archway. I asked her where she'd gone to school and listened with half an ear while I watched the Maharaja work his way through the guests, shaking hands, gracing one after another with his flashing smile, laughing aloud at a remark made by Thomas Goodhart. The prince had a habit of speaking to taller men with his head slightly turned away, I saw, which forced the other to bend to his height. He also seemed to disconcert some of the people, particularly those most eager to put themselves close to him, and I watched him fix those seductive eyes on Sunny, take her eager hand, and lean close to whisper something into her ear. He turned away to the next person just as Sunny stepped back sharply, looking badly startled. What on earth had he said to her? Just then his eyes scanned the wide room to where Gay and I stood, and the frown on my face seemed to catch his attention. Either that or my height and the straw-coloured hair piled on my head. He shook off his admirers and stalked across the floor to us. His dark eyes were on me the whole way, unreadable in a face arranged for polite greeting, but once in front of me, he continued on for another step and seized my companion's face in both his hands to kiss her full on the mouth, taking his eyes from me only at the last instant. A shock ran through the room, but it was nothing to Gay's reaction. She dropped her glass and her cigarette to push against his shoulders, squirming back from the embrace that went on for about 3 seconds too long for friendly greeting. I had just reached the reluctant decision to intervene when he let her go, laughing heartily. Gay's face darkened with fury as she bent to snatch cigarette and holder from the floor. "Jimmy, you're such a bastard," she hissed, jabbing the end of the cigarette back into the ivory, all of us ignoring the servant's quick gathering up of glass from around our feet. "Cousin, aren't you glad to see me?" he asked, and without waiting for her answer turned at last to me, fortunately with his hand, not his lips. I hesitated. Had I not been here for a purpose, I would have turned my back on the Maharaja of Cawnpore, but the impulse ran up against the thought of explaining to Geoffrey Nesbit why I had departed the state so hastily. I looked at his outstretched hand just long enough to make my feelings clear, then without enthusiasm allowed him my fingers. "Mrs. Russell, I trust you found your rooms to your satisfaction." His grin was boyish. His eyes danced with amusement, but there was something altogether too calculating behind the charm. "It's Miss Russell," I corrected him coolly, "and yes, Your Highness, they're quite nice, thank you." "Ah, Tommy told me you were married," he said, his voice rising to a question. "I am." Let him figure it out. The element of puzzle allowed the calculation to edge further into his expression, and then it was gone, and his firm and welcoming handshake was over. "Very well, Miss Russell. Welcome to Cawnpore." "Thank you." "Do you ride?" he asked, as at a sudden thought. "I do." "Some of us are going out in the morning," he said, "if you don't object to blood sport. You too, Gay? You used to be one for the spear." I could not tell if I was imagining the air of double entendre to his last comment, but Gay seemed in no doubt. She put up her chin and gave him a regal glare. "I've grown up some since then, Jimmy. I'm a little more choosy about my sport." He laughed and said to me, "7 o'clock if you like, Miss Russell. Just ring for a riding outfit." And then he was gone back to his other guests, leaving me wondering at the peculiar tremors that followed in his wake. Gay was working to get the knocked-off end of her cigarette alight, her hands not altogether steady. I watched her, thinking that it would take a good deal to shake an aristocrat like this from her self-confidence. "He's your cousin?" I asked. She finally had the thing going and drew deeply on it, closing her eyes briefly against the smoke. "Distant cousin, of a sort. My mother's mother was married to Jimmy's father's sister's brother-in-law. And people say the European monarchy is confusing." She did not seem to register my remark. "We went to school together for a couple of months, when my parents got the emancipation bug and decided I should go with my brothers, and the school took a while to figure how to get rid of me. And later Jimmy came home with my brothers a couple of holidays." She shot a dark look across the hall to where he stood, his back to us. "If that girl is your friend, her mother should be told not to leave the child alone with him." "I'll keep an eye on her," I promised. "It's just that he's persuasive." "I see." Gay glanced down at the end of her holder, where the stub was nearly burnt out, and plucked it out with her long fingernails, allowing it to fall onto the ornate tiles. "Suddenly, I'm not hungry. I think I'll go back to my rooms. Have a nice ride in the morning." Shortly thereafter, we were ushered into dinner. Casual dress extended to the procession as well, which was more of a general drift in the direction of a doorway than an arm-in-arm procession. But the place we were taken belied any informality. This had been, I thought, Newfort's Durbar Hall, where traditionally the king met with visiting dignitaries whom he wished not only to entertain but to intimidate. The fort's was immense, and if the adjoining room had felt like an underwater grotto, this was like standing inside the world's largest emerald. Flashes of green and blue quivered in the air, the mosaic so lush the hand wanted to brush the walls, the tongue to taste it. Where the stone was not inlaid, it was covered either with gold leaf or high mirrors, tossing back the colours and the light of 24 elephant-sized crystal chandeliers that hung from a golden ceiling 40 feet above our heads. The floors were thick with silken carpets, and an orchestra, half hidden behind the inlaid marble purdah screens of the upper level, began a Mozart concerto as we rinsed our hands in rose-scented water poured from long-necked silver jars. The meal itself was extreme, a bizarrely overdone ordeal by food, the kind of meal forced on unwelcome courtiers for the bitter amusement of bored kings. Dish after dish, each richer than the last, European alternating with Indian to the benefit of neither, all ornately arranged on the heavy gold plates, half of them giving offence to one guest or another. Beef appeared twice in this Hindu land, and slips of prosciutto ham, so the Muslims, or in my case Jew, wouldn't feel neglected. Lobster flaked with silver leaf, and whole grilled songbirds served on platters made of their brilliant feathers, saffron-infused snake's eggs and curried peacock's tongues, roast kid stuffed with raisins and pistachios, and a score of other dishes beat upon our senses. Whatever wasn't swimming in honey or ghee was drenched with cream, and long before the final courses, all my neighbours had been reduced to picking at their plates, and most of them looked somewhat green, particularly when the dizzying odour of sandalwood wafted in clouds from the upper levels. When at long last the final glistening blancmange had passed from our plates and the music that had accompanied the banquet ceased, we staggered from our places like so many pardoned criminals, only to have the announcement come that there would be dancing on the terrace. The man at my side, an English popular novelist, groaned and muttered something about the Maharaja having given up sleep. Sunny, the peacock tongues clearly wreaking havoc with her sense of well-being, tried to summon her customary enthusiasm. "It might be nice to work off some of that food," she said gamely. I suspected that the Maharaja's rather sadistic sense of humour would not permit a gentle glide across the floor, and indeed the band instantly set off on one of the more vigorous modern dance steps. I shook my head. "Perhaps we'd best go and see how your mother is," I suggested in a firm voice. The relief with which Sonny seized on this escape would have been funny if the very idea of laughter hadn't been so physically repugnant. We found a servant to lead us to the Goodhart rooms, where Sonny did not argue overmuch with her mother's prescription of early bed. I, too, escaped the dance terrace, despite the opportunity for asking questions of half-stunned individuals ripe for indiscretion. With the amount of sleep my distended abdomen would be allowing me this night, the 7 o'clock ride would come all too soon. Chapter 16. A set of riding clothes awaited me in the morning, although all I took from the laden tray that accompanied them was a single cup of tea. I moistened my long, mistreated hair with some almond oil that I had bought in the Simla market, and bound the plaits closely to my head. The jodhpur trousers I had asked for fit well, and the boots, although somewhat loose around the calves, were long enough not to cramp my toes. I stretched my arms and shoulders against the shirt and jacket, finding the fit just loose enough for free movement, and put on the gloves, snug but long enough, but left the spurs where they lay. I then picked up the hat sent for the purpose, a sort of fabric-wrapped topi, and presented myself to the waiting Chuprasi. The servant led me into the gardens, where more servants and a motor car stood waiting. "How far is it to the stables?" I asked. I'd seen the map and didn't think it far. "Can't we walk?" "Certainly, Mem Sahib." The man closed the motor car door obediently. "It takes 15 minutes only." We went out of the gate and into the morning sun, where I stopped to raise my face to the welcome warmth. Directly across from me, separated by the chasm of cliffs and road, were the gates of the old fort. The doors themselves stood open, although there was no sign of life there. Weeds sprouted from the walls and from potholes in the narrow track climbing from the road. The drive that circled New Forts Hill, on the other hand, was surfaced with closely fitting paving stones. At the bottom, where the drive turned back on itself to join the main road, my red pugreed guide went right, following a wide path that circled the hill. Halfway around, I was startled by a sudden jungle shrieking and the sight of dozens of monkeys of various shapes and sizes leaping frantically around inside an enormous cage. The servant glanced at me with mingled apology and reassurance, and I went on, even when the roar of a lion came up nearly under my feet. The zoo, I realized. I wasn't about to be fed to the carnivores. A lake appeared in the distance, decorated with white birds. Beyond it stretched a great field punctuated with large grey shapes. I squinted, then smiled in delight as they became moving creatures. Elephants, 30 or more of them, their attention centred around bright heaps of greenery. There were even babies among the herd, indistinct, but magical even from afar. Belatedly, I realised that my guide had stopped to wait for me, and I hurried to catch him up. As the path continued, rooftops came into view, a lot of rooftops, long, low buildings arranged around 6 immense courtyards. This could only be the Maharaja's stables, but the complex was lavish, larger than any racetrack facilities I'd seen. "How many horses does the Maharaja own?" I asked my guide. "I believe His Highness pleasures in 225, although I am not completely certain as to the numbers. Does Mem Sahib wish me to make precise inquiries?" "No," I assured him weakly. "That's fine." We walked down a wide stairway and through a magnificent archway into the yard furthest from the lake. There we found 9 horses saddled, 5 of them claimed already by their riders, all men. The Maharaja saw me approaching and dropped his conversation with a young Indian army officer named Simon Greaves, whom I had met the night before, to come and meet me. "Miss Russell, how good you could join us." "I wouldn't have missed it for the world," I told him easily. "I didn't ask what kind of rider you were, so you'll have to let me know if you'd like something less flighty." He had gestured to one of the servants, who tugged the reins of a glossy chestnut gelding, and led him over, carrying an ornate little stool in his free hand. The horse was the tallest animal there, although I thought it scarcely 15½ hands, with muscle in its hind quarters that suggested it could jump anything I might care to point it at. I ran my hands down its legs and along its back, pleased that it didn't twitch or move away. "Does it have any bad habits?" I asked the syce, who looked at his master before answering me. "Oh, no, Memsahib. His manners are good. His mouth is hard, but he will not run under a branch or drop a shoulder to have you off. Oh, no." The affection with which the old man patted the animal's neck more than the words reassured me that my host wasn't out to amuse himself at the expense of my bones. I let the beast snuff on my hand and checked the girths before using the stool to boost myself to the saddle. The Maharaja watched me as I took the reins and got the feel of the gelding's mouth, which did indeed require a firm hand. Then he went over to a beautiful, pure white Arab stallion and mounted up. He and Captain Greaves had spurs on their boots, but none of the others did. The 4 strangers were introduced as a polo-playing cousin of the captain's from Kent, on a world tour, an American recently retired from the army, and a pair of Bombay industrialists. As we exchanged greetings, I had to wonder if such iconoclastic relationships were common amongst India's nobility. Cawnpur's prince seemed determined to deny his orthodoxy on all kinds of levels, from the consumption of alcohol and meat to the company of foreign women and businessmen. Mere box swallows were almost as below the salt here as manual workers. The men went on with their various conversations as the syce and I made adjustments to the stirrups, and after a few minutes the motor car from the fort drove into the yard and gave forth our 2 missing riders, the Goodharts, brother and sister. Although he was taller than I, Thomas was given the marginally shorter twin of the chestnut I was on, while Sonny was mounted on a placid mare little larger than a pony that probably wouldn't have jumped a branch if it was lying flat on the ground, but then again, probably wouldn't spook and dump its rider. With all the saddles full, and our host in the lead, we continued around the new fort hill until we met the main road again. Before I turned my mount's head north, I glanced up at the hillside of the eastern old fort across the road. There, with the morning sun streaming through the gap, I could see the marks of fire clear on the stones of the cliff face, where the mutineers and their hostage had been set to flame by the old Maharaja in 1857. We jogged along for nearly an hour, past the polo grounds and the elephant pens, with their Brobdingnagian stables, then skirting the airfield, which showed no sign of life this morning, not even around that tantalizing cluster of go-downs at the northern end. My cheeks tingled with the brisk air, and I did not need the sight of the surrounding peaks to be reminded of Cawnpur's altitude. An eagle rode the breeze above our heads. The air rang with the pleasing sounds of bridle and hoof, and I listened with half an ear to the conversations wafting to and fro. Thomas Goodhart was even less responsive than usual, being either hung-over or just uninterested in scenery and small talk, or both. 2 of the others began to grumble interestingly about their losses the previous night at cards, speculating on just how it was the Maharaja had been cheating, but revelations were cut short by their belated awareness of an audience, and they talked about the Delhi races instead. Sonny commented on every form of wildlife we passed and half the domesticated stock, topics that did not distract me much from my own appreciation of the day. Once past the airfield, we entered a land of cane and corn. Men working their fields paused to honour our passing. A whiff of gur came to me from a nearby factory, followed by the rhythmic creaks of a water wheel whose design was older than India herself. I mused over the range of technology represented in such a short space, from Persian wheel to modern air design, and made a mental note to talk about it with Holmes when I next saw him. Whenever that might be. 4 or 5 miles past the airfield, at a spot on the road marked by a small wayside shrine, we turned into an area of terai, open scrubland dotted by trees. Half a dozen shikaris, hunt attendants, squatted near a smoky little fire, standing up as we came into sight. One of them walked out into the road, waving his arms in some unintelligible signal directed not at us, but at another figure on a nearby hilltop. Signals exchanged, he then came forward to speak with the prince, who, after a few minutes' consultation, wheeled his Arab and joined us. "The beaters have found Pig. They're driving the sounder, the herd, towards us up the next hill. I would suggest that you ladies rest here, or if you'd like to continue on to the tank, the lake, you'll find tea set up there." "You're going pig-sticking?" I asked. "We are." Was that a challenge in his eyes, or did I imagine it? I had no real desire to murder pigs with a sharpened stick. On the other hand, what was I here for if not to work myself close to the Maharaja? If that weedy flapper cousin of his could stick pigs, so could I. "Do you mind if I join you? Sounds great fun." "Mary," objected Sonny. "Not you," I hastened to add. "It doesn't look to me like your horse would be much use on rough ground." Unlike my mount, whose pricked ears indicated that he knew precisely what was over that hill, and knew what he was supposed to do about it. "Just don't let me fall off with a pig staring me in the face," I prayed, and committed myself. My host seemed pleased, although his male companions looked as if they'd bitten into a bad apple. The shikaris came up carrying an armload of wicked-looking spears and handed us each one. Mine had a bamboo shaft 2 feet taller than I was, strong and flexible, and packed with lead in the butt, the tip mounted with a slim steel head the length of a child's hand, sharp as a well-honed razor, and with grooves running down both sides. I held the spear in my hand, feeling its heft and balance, trying to visualize how far a person could lean out of the saddle at a gallop without tumbling off, and trying to imagine how much practice it would take to be able to harpoon a pig in full flight. In truth, the shaft did not seem nearly long enough to me. If even half of what Holmes had told me about wild boar was correct, the farther from the pig, the better. As I held the weapon, a shikari noticed my awkwardness and took pity on me. "You have not done this before, I think, Memsahib. Very well. You are left-handed. Then the spear is held thus," he began, shifting my fingers around the long bamboo shaft. "And you must ride with the point well forward, always. When the boar breaks from cover, and only a boar, no female pigs, you pursue it. Fast, fast. Hold yourself 20, 30 feet in back, and when the beast begins to tire, speed up and aim just behind its shoulder blade." He eyed the uncertain waver of my spearhead and modified his instructions. "Or you can jab where you wish. First blood is considered an honor, and the animal will weaken and die," he explained. "But, Memsahib, you must watch for a flare of the eye or the chewing of its tusks, for that tells you that he is about to turn and come for you. This is called jinking, and it is very dangerous. You must watch for that at every instant. If by great bad fortune you lose your spear—" I thought all in all this was highly likely. "You must not dismount to retrieve it, unless you can be completely and absolutely certain that the pig is gone." The shikari stood watching me try to find the spear's balance, and to work out a way of carrying the thing so it didn't slice the gelding's legs to ribbons. With an almost imperceptible sigh and shrug of his shoulders, he went back to his work. The Maharaja divided us into pairs, which I supposed was to lessen the severity of a collision or a stray spear. I thought he would put me with another inexperienced rider and thus dismiss the incompetence from his mind, but to my surprise he chose me for his partner. After the first flush of pleasure, it occurred to me that he was all but guaranteeing that he had the day to himself. I firmed my grip on the shaft, and determined at least to remain in the saddle. We made our way down the road towards some hills. As we rode, I began to get a feel for the spear's movements. I could even see the reason for allowing the pig so close. Were the shaft any longer, it would be impossible to maneuver it with any precision at all. In the end, I decided it must be like jousting. Given the chance, I'd simply count on the horse to run me over the pig, bracing the spear like an 8-foot-long skewer. With my eyes closed, praying fervently. As the road cleared the top of the hill, we left it to set out into an open plain, several miles of rough terrain with patches of waist-high sugar-cane, dotted by thickets of weedy trees and some rocky outcrops. We distributed ourselves, pair by pair, in a long string of riders, and there we stood, listening to the beaters working their way down, half a mile or more away. They sounded very different from the beaters used to drive game birds in England, but their purpose was the same, raising just enough noise to make their target edgy, representing in their numbers enough of a threat to encourage the animals to move away, not to panic, or in the case of pigs, turn and attack. It was a lovely morning, clear and still cool, and the horse beneath me was promising, needing little attention from its rider to avoid obstacles, responding easily to my suggestions. I relaxed, and decided that, in spite of the vicious weapon in my hand, the true purpose of pig-sticking was the same as that of fox-hunting, namely, an excuse for a pleasant day's vigorous exercise in the open, and, no doubt, for the sumptuous hunt lunch that would await us at the tank. I fingered the silver charm I wore for reassurance, and wondered where Holmes was. Then, without warning, two things happened simultaneously. When the first of the beaters came into sight, I was astonished to see not simply men on foot, but with them mounted elephants, ears waving and trunks up. And no sooner had I focused on those amazing and glorious beasts, when the corner of my eye caught a number of fast, dark objects shooting out of a patch of thick green cane to rocket across the grassland at an angle from me, aiming for a thick stand of trees a mile or so away. Without pausing to consult me, my horse gathered its hindquarters and lunged after the pigs, with the other riders stretched out right and left, the white Arab in the fore. In 3 seconds flat, we were pounding at a full gallop across dry grassland, while the smaller members of the herd, sows and piglets, started peeling away from our path, ducking under bushes and doubling back for safety, leaving 3, then 2, and finally a solitary black creature that flew along the ground on its stumpy legs, an angular, hairy slab of muscle and bone that showed no sign of lagging. I did not know where the others were, but the white Arab was in front and 50 yards to my left, its rider up in his stirrups, his spear as steady as if it were mounted to a track. My own weapon bounced and wove with each beat of the body beneath me, giving all too vivid illustration to Nesbitt's casual remark about ending up with a spear through his arm. I wouldn't have imagined that a pig would be fast, but this one maintained its distance from both horses for half a mile. The trees were fast approaching, but either the pig was tiring or the horses had their stride, because my mount was coming up on the pig's right side. Afterwards, I decided the experienced bay had done it deliberately, cutting the boar off from the trees while the white Arab fell away on our left. The pig veered reluctantly away from the trees, then farther away, until it was headed into open ground. And then it jinked. Such light-hearted and adolescent words the sport used, my mind threw at me in its last instant of clarity for some time. Sticking, jinking, pig, all those short vowels lent it such a jaunty air. What happened, in fact, was that 30 feet ahead of me, the boar turned with the ease of a swallow in flight and aimed itself at the Arab's white belly. Our quarry had no intention of being driven out into open ground, and anything in its way would be ripped apart. It was as simple as that. Except that it was not simple. The jink was a feint. The Maharaja's spear was already down and waiting, but the charge at the white belly stopped as swiftly as it had begun, and the animal whirled on its hooves in the clap of a hand and shot straight at me. In an instant my fear of embarrassing myself and letting down the woman's side vanished completely, gulped up by a flood of pure mortal terror. The pig looked the size of a bear, with murderous little eyes over a cluster of curved razors. I half expected the thing to leap into the air and rip out my throat. Thank God the horse at least knew what it was doing. While my arm froze and the spear bobbled up and down like a broomstick balanced across a clothesline, the big bay gathered its muscles, paused for a moment. Only later did it occur to me that the horse was waiting for me to stick the thing, had I been either so inclined or so able, and then vaulted hugely forward out of the boar's way. As we rose, the spearhead dipped to bounce ineffectually off the pig's rock-like shoulder, a tap that jarred my shoulder down to my boots. I came within a hair of dropping my stick as the horse flew forward, tucking its feet miraculously clear of the searching tusks and coming back to earth at a dead run. It took just 6 strides and then, with absolutely no instruction from me, dug in its front hooves. Spear and topee flew over the horse's ears, nearly followed by rider as I clung hard to mane and saddle, losing one stirrup as the horse hauled itself around to face the boar again, which meant that I looked back over my gelding's neck, just in time to see a textbook illustration of how a pig is stuck. With its right side now clear, the animal was sprinting for the trees, the Maharaja riding hard to catch it first. 10 feet from safety, the spear, so steady it resembled a javelin of a bronze athlete, slid into the tough hide. The beast tumbled and regained its feet. The horse veered and came about, and spear met pig in mid-stride, the point slipping effortlessly into the fold where the thick neck began. The boar hesitated, then collapsed slowly, and was still. "Jesus Christ," I said, loud in the silence. I was trembling all over, but the Maharaja's breathing was only slightly quickened, and both horses seemed more interested in the grass than in the bloody object on the ground. I half fell out of the saddle and went in search of my dropped headgear and weapon, clinging to the reins as support, feeling as if I'd narrowly missed a fall from a high rooftop, shaking but gloriously alive. I located the spear by tripping over it, picked my topee from a bush and clapped it onto my head, and walked somewhat drunkenly back to where the Maharaja sat, still on horseback, waiting as some of his men approached at a fast trot. "You accounted well for yourself, Miss Russell," he said. I squinted at him in disbelief. "I didn't get us killed, if that's what you mean." "Not at all. In fact—" He held out his hand, gesturing for my spear. I thrust it out, and he snatched at the wavering shaft before I could disembowel him, then ran his thumb up the steel groove, showing me the thick red ooze he'd pulled from it. "First blood to you, Miss Russell. Congratulations." I took back my weapon to examine the evidence, then went to look at the animal itself, expecting a small nick where my spear had bounced off. Instead, there was a rip in his flesh the size of my hand. My shoulder still tingled with the impact. The servants came up then. They gave the Maharaja a cloth to clean his hand, gave me a glass of ice-cold lemon drink to clear my throat, and handed us each a fresh spear. The day, it seemed, was far from over. I tucked in my shirt, bathed my face, and settled my hair back under my topee. The syce with the decorated stool held my horse's reins and tucked the spear under his arm, positioning the stool near the stirrup for me. I looked from dead pig to complacent horse to clean spear and back again, then pushed my spectacles up onto my nose and climbed into the saddle. My first-timer's luck did not give me a second pig that morning, although by morning's end I had to admit that it was indeed a sport rather than a means of disposing of pests, with its own demands, skill, and even artistry. Rather like a high-speed variety of bullfighting, with the horse and rider themselves taking the place of the cape. With the sun directly overhead, the riders began to gather, handing the servants their spears and talking with varying degrees of excitement. Captain Greaves, his polo-playing cousin, and our host were old hands with the spear, and had taken 5 pigs between them, but only one of the others, the partner of Thomas Goodhart, had landed a blow. In his case, the pig had run off with the spear trailing behind him. The beaters were tracking the wounded animal through the scrub. The morning's exercise had put paid to the evening's excesses. I was famished, and hoped that our gathering together marked an impending meal, and so it proved. We rode a mile back to the lakeside that we had passed earlier, to find that in the hours since we had last seen the grassy field that stretched down to the water, a transformation had occurred. 100 guests, attended by an equal number of servants, lounged about on cushions and brocaded divans that had been arranged around a silken tent the size of a minor dormitory, from whose open sides came tantalizing odours and a glimpse of linen-draped tables. The 2 cheetahs, still wearing their ruby collars, crouched with their attendants. Golden cages filled with songbirds had been hung from the trees. More usefully, a cart carrying a tank of warm water and scented soap had been set up at the back of the tent, along with mirror, face flannels, and all the comforts of a bath, short of the actual tub. I scrubbed my hands, wound my hair back into place, and was claimed instantly by a servant as I stepped out of the enclosure. Inside the tent, I accepted a glass of champagne, and my attendant conjured up a silver tray with flatware and an empty plate, and moved along the tables at my elbow, arranging my choices on the luminous bone china. To my relief, the meal was considerably less oppressive than that of the night before, a buffet composed of English sandwiches, soups hot and cold, and several kinds of curry. My plate and tray filled to excess, I shook my head at the offer of more and walked over to where the Goodharts sat, their padded stools and divans shaded by the wide branches of a tree and protected from the ground by layers of priceless oriental carpets. My attendant arranged cushions and fiddled with the silver tray, unfolding a pair of supports that raised it a few inches from the ground. He draped my table napkin over my lap, positioned the table tray in front of me, and retreated, lingering nearby to fill my glass and fetch additional temptations. The tank, what I would call a lake, covered several acres, and had been in existence long enough that large trees lined its borders. Reeds stretched out into the water, sheltering a wide variety of birds, from tiny green things no larger than a butterfly to slow-moving storks. A princely barge shaped like a swan lay moored to one side, simply begging to be taken seriously, although it looked like a rich man's jest. To be a prince in British India must, I reflected, be an uneasy thing. The knowledge that, but for this foreign power, one would be fully a king, had to cause some degree of frustration, some sense that despite the riches and the honours, despite being, as Nesbit had put it, above British law, one's life was essentially composed of empty ritual. A proud man like the Maharaja of Cawnpore surely had to chafe at his enforced impotence, and a certain resentment against the crown could be understood. I could also begin to see the importance of a thing like pig-sticking. Where war is forbidden, sport becomes the substitute, wherein a man's conduct determines his worth, and a silver trophy represents a battle won. It was, I decided, as I speared the last delicate asparagus, a small miracle that more of India's princes did not assuage their boredom and frustration by descending into feudal ruthlessness. I permitted the servant to clear my plate and take the tray, turning down his offer of more wine, a third ice, a sliver of chocolate, and stretched out my legs into the sun, deliberately putting dark thoughts from my mind. From where I sat, I could see elephants on the other side of the water, languidly reaching for leaves. Closer to, 6 peahens pecked their way along the base of some shrubs, oblivious to the full display of their ever-hopeful male. After a couple of minutes, they were startled by the cry of a parrot, and the colourful feathers folded away as the flock slipped into the bushes. The noisy parrot was not a wild creature, but harbinger of our luncheon amusement. I personally would have been happy to sit and watch nature's entertainments, but the great enemy, boredom, was to be given no chance of a toehold in this place. 3 young men trotted up with brilliant green parrots on their shoulders and proceeded to put on a show. The birds rode miniature bicycles across diminutive tightropes, loaded and shot Lilliputian cannon, counted out the answers to elementary mathematical problems by dipping their heads, and in conclusion lay flat on their feathered bellies in salute to the Maharaja. The parrot trainers were followed by a troop of gymnasts and contortionists, children who tied themselves into knots and threw one another into the air. The third act, a voluptuous young woman who played tunes on a sea of water-filled crystal goblets, lacked the ability to sustain interest, and the warm afternoon combined with the wine made us an inattentive audience. She left after a third tune, and a gramophone was brought out and wound. Sunny gave a little sigh of happiness, and her brother stirred and sat up. "So, Jimmy," Goodhart called, "who took the morning's first blood?" "Miss Russell did, although she permitted me to finish the beast off." A startled silence fell before Sunny squealed and clapped her hands. "Oh, Mary, how super! Have you ever done this before?" "We don't have all that many wild boar in southern England," I pointed out. "I shouldn't think the domesticated variety make for quite the same challenge." "You ought to introduce them," Goodhart suggested. "Get into training for a World Cup of pig sticking." The man had been making a joke, but the Maharaja's voice cut in, an edge to his words that overrode all conversation. "The British do not need to train for sticking pig. They simply arrange the rules to their satisfaction." The green field and its tent and rugs froze into an awkward silence, until our host shrugged to indicate that he had only been making a joke, and then rose to consult with the shikaris gathered on the far side of the tent. Mrs. Goodhart made some kind of inquiring sound at her son. "Don't worry about it, Mother," he reassured her. "Jim is just a little touchy about having lost the Kadir Cup last year. Some kind of technicality. Don't much understand it myself. I suppose I shouldn't have said anything." After a while, Sunny went down to dabble in the water, and I stretched out on the silken carpet with my legs in the sun and my topi over my face, half listening to the conversations around me. The gramophone played, a few guests danced laughingly on the manicured grass, and I was nearly asleep when I heard my name, said loudly, as if not for the first time. I pulled the topi from my face and sat up, looking into the dark, unreadable eyes of the Maharaja. "I'm terribly sorry, Your Highness," I said. "What was that?" "The beaters have located the wounded pig," he said. "I don't like to leave it. Would you care to come?" I was speechless. 6 men at his disposal, 2 of whom were old hands, and he was asking me, a woman, and dangerously inexperienced at that. One of the old hands had the same thought. "I've finished here, Jimmy," Captain Greaves interposed. "I'll go with you." "Thank you, Simon, but Miss Russell and I shall have no problem." "From what Goodhart said, it's a big 'un. I'm happy to—" "No." It was said in a flat voice. No anger, but it laid another uncomfortable silence over the gathering, which I hastened to break. "Certainly. I'm glad to be of help. Shall we go now?" The servants had brought fresh horses with them. The Maharaja had another Arab, a white gelding otherwise identical to the stallion, while I was given an ill-tempered little mare whose ears went back when I approached and who tried to shy against the reins the syce held. I checked her girths with care, since this was the kind of beast who holds her breath to keep the saddle from being secured, but I found them snugly secured. I glanced at the man holding her for me and saw the humour in his eyes. Yes, she'd tried the trick on him. "Thank you," I told him, and mounted briskly. Once I was in the saddle, the worst of the mare's temper subsided, and she responded to my directions without much hesitation. We followed the road back to the tree where the shikaris still waited, and took the spears they offered us. My host conferred with them, in a language that was not Hindi, then led me into the fields in the opposite direction from that in which we had gone the first time. I had hoped to use the opportunity to question the prince, but quickly realized this was not going to be possible, not until we had dispatched the wounded pig. The Maharaja was completely focused on the task at hand, and once we had caught the beaters up, his undergraduate style dropped away completely. He studied the splintered spear shaft one of them had retrieved, and listened intently to their information, his eyes searching the landscape as if he might see the pig through the thick brush. North of us stretched scrubland, but to the south a thick stand of trees rose up, following some kind of a stream bed. At last he grunted and turned to me. "They've tracked him as far as that split tree. You see? There's a nullah down there, a stream bed, and heavy brush. He's already ripped open the leg of one bearer. They're not too keen on going in after him, and if he gets as far as those trees, he's lost." "I hope the man's all right." The Maharaja looked at me as if I'd spoken in a half-understood language that he had to translate internally, then replied, "Yes, he's sure to be. But you do understand that once we get in there, your mare won't have any clear ground where she can escape. You have to have your stick ready at every moment." "But if I can't see the boar, how do I know where to point the spear?" I asked, reasonably, I thought. "Your horse will know, and you'll feel him." "Oh, this is just grand, Russell," I berated myself. "You're about to have one of your host's animals ripped apart underneath you because you couldn't pass the opportunity to prove yourself. Clever." We rode into the 2-acre thicket from 2 angles, me at 4 o'clock and the Maharaja at 7, pressing towards the top, where at least 20 beaters stood, banging on rocks and trees, staring nervously at the ground between us and them. I suddenly noticed that the men were armed only with long sticks, not spears, and of course none of them were mounted. I hoped for their sakes they were fleet-footed and could climb trees like monkeys. A partridge exploded from the tree in front of me, nearly stopping my heart and making me laugh nervously. I was perspiring heavily, as was the mare. Contrary to the Maharaja's claim, she didn't seem to think there was anything in here at all, and the only thing I felt was growing nerves. Then, between one step and another, her ears swung forward. I made a faint whistle between my teeth to catch my companion's attention, and nodded at the direction the mare was watching, more or less straight ahead. Jimmy studied the land, then gestured for me to circle more to the right, that we might trap the animal between us. I urged the mare to the side and began to circle in on the offending scrap of shrubbery. 50 feet, 40, and at 35, I began to understand what he had said about feeling the animal. It was as if the boar gave off waves of heat, or just fury. It wouldn't have surprised me if the bush burst into flames. My mount began to twitch, picking her way delicately, and the beaters 100 yards away kept up their drumming on the ground. This time I saw the blood first, a splash of shocking red against the dusty vegetation, as a black shape, the size of a small water buffalo, shot out of his hiding place like a launched shell, the broken-off spear protruding from his left haunch, bouncing with every move as he aimed his rage at the gelding's white gut. The Maharaja was ready for him, but the horse was not, and it shifted a fraction, taking the readied spear a degree or 2 off aim. The pig hit the spear hard, but instead of sinking into his vitals, the sharp head sliced across the shoulder blade and then stuck. I had an unclear idea of pig physiology, but by the looks of it, a spear in that position was not going to prove immediately fatal. Nor did it seem all that securely planted, I noticed in alarm. As if to illustrate the matter, the pig began to push, grunting in fury, while the man on the horse tried to change the angle to one that might bite in more deeply. The pig pushed hard and the horse gave way, until they were circling around and around in the bush, held apart by a slim length of wood. I put my heels into the mare's side, trying to get close enough to use my spear without getting in the way of the partners, but I couldn't, not while mounted. Without thinking, I kicked my feet from the stirrups and dropped to the ground. The prince caught sight of me out of the corner of his eye and shouted something, and there was a sudden increase of noise from the beaters, but I could see that there would be an opening after the white hindquarters next passed, and I readied myself to dash forward. But I didn't know pigs. I didn't realize that the animal would see me as well, didn't foresee that the distraction of two enemies would make him back away, yanking the spear from its resting place. Didn't realize that once the beast was free, it would come for me. But that is precisely what it did. A quick reverse scurry, and the Maharaja's spear was swinging free while the blood-drenched creature got its legs under it and ran again, this time at me. Instinct alone lowered the point of my spear, anything to keep that furious, bristling face away from my soft skin, to keep those wicked tusks at a distance, to postpone the inevitable for a moment. The spear took him straight in the chest, and it was like slamming into a train. I flew backwards, clinging to the spear with every ounce of self-protection in my being, scarcely aware of sitting down hard onto the rocky ground. The universe narrowed down to this tiny space, my entire being focused on the fact of my straining muscles pushing one way and the huge, stinking, primeval fury shoving the other. Two opposing forces separated only by a thin and sharply arching bamboo stalk, its fibres audibly creaking with strain. The boar was so close I could count its long, feminine eyelashes. So near I memorized the smear of dried blood on its lower right tusk and the scars on its snout, knew the shape of the pebbles crunching beneath its hooves. The creature's breath was hot and intimate on my face, and we stared into each other's eyes while its legs thrust towards me, its tusks yearning for my vitals with an urge so all-consuming that it overpowered any awareness of the steel blade driving ever more deeply into its chest. It grunted and strained, then suddenly my vision went pink as the breath blowing across my face went bloody, and through the red mist on my spectacles, I saw the boar give a last convulsive push. The spear snapped, his legs buckled, and he came to rest, with his upper tusk pressing against the leather of my outstretched boots, his back legs still twitching with effort. And then he died. At some time in the past minute, hour, the Maharaja had come down from his horse and was standing at my shoulder with his spear at the ready. But he had held off using it, and now he allowed its point to rest on the ground. "Again, congratulations, Miss Russell," he said. I stared up at my host, trying to make sense of his words. I lay sprawled at the prince's feet, filthy, scraped and sore, my hair in my face and my topee nowhere to be seen. After a moment I shifted my gaze to the impaled animal against my boots, and the world abruptly rushed back in, tumbling about me in all its size and complexity. I felt like whooping with exhilaration. By God, pig-sticking was indeed a game of games. The Maharaja helped me to my feet and said in a mild voice, "It's not generally recommended that an amateur attempt spearing a pig on foot." "Yes, I can see why," I told him. "But your horse wouldn't stand still." "The pig would have bled to death soon enough. But I have to say I'm glad to have been witness to that maneuver." The beaters came up then, exclaiming, and it seemed to me abjectly apologetic, even terrified, although I was not sure if it was over the danger to me or to their master. I was not even certain why they were apologizing. Did we imagine they ought to have battered the vicious creature to death with their blunt sticks? One of them gave me a pristine linen cloth with which to clean my bloody face and spectacles. Another brought the mare, holding her firmly. A third knelt that I might use his lead to step up. I needed the help, despite the mare's lack of stature, and on the way back to the road I was glad, too, that I was not riding the hard-mouthed gelding. I felt weak as an infant. Pig-sticking, it seemed, was over for the day, although the cheetahs were being readied for coursing, and 3 large enclosed bullock-drawn carts rattled and jerked with the motion of whatever the cat's prey was to be. I apologized and told my host I preferred to return to the forts, thank you. Taking my leave, and with a pair of mounted servants at my back, I rode, slowly, back to the castle and crept upstairs to submit my bruises and bashes to the ministrations of my hot water geyser. Chapter 17. I was greatly tempted to remain chin-deep in hot water until midnight, but after an hour I forced myself to leave the comforting porcelain nest. As I dried myself with the thick towel, I discovered a number of sensitive patches and moved over to look at my exterior in the glass. Oh my! A long gouge across my collarbone recalled where a branch had snapped into me, and the butt of the spear had left an angry swelling the area of a man's hand where it had braced against the hollow of my left shoulder. There was a smaller welt on the outside of my right arm that I couldn't remember incurring, and several interesting bruises, as well as a general tenderness where my backside had met the hard earth. I pulled on long sleeves and with difficulty got my hair into place. The day's hand-lettered itinerary said that tea would be served again on the terrace. With longing glances at the soft bed, I left my rooms. The rest of the party would be away until dinner, and I badly wanted another conversation with my host's distant cousin before his return. To my disappointment, Gay Cower was not there, nor was Sunny, although her mother was, stolid and flowered and looking restored to herself as she lectured an older Indian gentleman about the spirit world and her teacher. One could hear the capital letters. Giving her wide berth, I settled with my cup near a conversational cluster made up of 4 men and 2 women, whom I had seen previously but not actually met. I nodded a greeting, but did not interrupt. Their topic was politics. One of the men was a Muslim, who had things to say about Jinnah's suitability as a prime minister, but inevitably Gandhi and his Congress party dominated the talk. It became increasingly heated, so much so that I thought it was about to become out of control, until one of the women rose to her feet. She was a small woman, but she dominated the gathering with ease. "I shall ask that you 2 be tossed into the fountain if you can't keep your heads," she said. "I propose a change of topic. You're Miss Russell, aren't you?" she asked, turning to me. "I'm Faith Hopkins. This is my friend Lynn Ford, and these argumentative gentlemen are Harry Kohler, Trevor Wilson, Vikram Reddy, and Taran Singh." Hands were shaken, and my chair incorporated more fully into their group. No less than 4 of the names had rung bells in my mind. Those of the 2 women, Wilson's and Kohler's, although of these only the face of Kohler the American seemed familiar as well. I started with Trevor Wilson, fairly sure of myself there. "The writer, aren't you?" He was a novelist, best-selling in the years immediately after the war. Even I had read one of his books, and I read very little fiction. "I used to be." "But it couldn't be that long since you've published, could it?" 19 months and counting. I'm Maharaja's secretary. It doesn't leave me much time for my own work." Wilson sounded grim, and I began to say something vaguely encouraging, realized that pretty much any statement I produced would sound patronizing, and turned instead to the man whose face tweaked my memory. "Mr. Kohler, isn't it? I believe we've met somewhere, although I can't at the moment remember when it was." He turned rather pale and gazed into his teacup as if it might suddenly hold a shot of something harder. "Oh, no. I don't think so. I'd have remembered meeting you." I searched his features for clues, but couldn't retrieve anything more than the vague sense of having seen him in person, across some busy and crowded room. A train station, perhaps. It would come to me, I thought, then went back to the first woman. "I don't believe we've met before," I told her, "but your name is familiar." She laughed. "Not surprising. Lynn and I were all over the headlines a year or so back." "The newspapers, yes, something about the Archbishop of Canterbury, wasn't it?" "He eventually became involved, yes." The other woman, Lynn, took pity on me. Faith and I tried to marry. We registered with our parish church, banns were posted, and it wasn't until we showed up on the day that the priest figured out that Lynn wasn't a man. If you'd been wearing the morning suit I got you, would have managed it, Faith said with a rueful shake of the head, which launched them on a story in two voices, a narrative of ecclesiastical daring-do and upper-class humour. It sounded like an oft-told tale, but nonetheless amusing for its worn edges, and I remembered some of the details as she went along. The two were artists, of a sort, one a sculptor of huge, ugly bronze masses, the other the creator of bizarre canvases thick with objets trouvés. I thought they had moved to Paris, after which they'd not been heard of again. By common consent, our conversation skirted the topic of politics. Reddy, it turned out, was a playwright who had produced two critically acclaimed plays, the second of which had spent some months on Broadway in New York, before being hired to come here and produce something for the Maharaja. He had been here for 2 years, with nothing to show for it but a lot of paper and a fading presence on Broadway. I didn't find out who Taran Singh was, aside from being an opponent of Jinnah's Muslim League, before the sporting contingent arrived, fresh from their horses and smelling of sweat and gunpowder. I excused myself to go and change for dinner, but I did not go directly to my rooms. Rather, I walked, deep in thought, through the dusk-washed gardens. The mild exercise helped loose my muscles, and the distraction loosed my mind as well, because as I bent to smell a flower, I abruptly remembered where I'd seen the face of Harry Kohler. It was a trial. I'd been there by coincidence, meeting Holmes for dinner, he in a frivolous mood with a gardenia in his lapel. The memory had been freed by aroma. And as we left the courtroom where he'd been watching a trial, we'd got caught up in the press of people leaving the next room. At their centre had been Kohler, testifying for the defence in a case involving the sex lives of aristocrats and the embezzlement of a great deal of money. Holmes had pointed him out to me, with a dry comment that the man was one of the best-paid witnesses in London. So what was he doing in Cawnpore? I stirred myself from my thoughts, and was picking my way through the dark garden towards the lighted walls of the palace, when the darkness nearby suddenly moved. "Who is there?" I asked sharply. In response, a flame snapped into being, settling at the end of a cigarette being held by Gay Cower. "Oh, Miss Cower, you startled me." "Sorry. I was just enjoying the garden. Care for a smoke?" "Thanks, no, never got the habit." I felt for the edge of the bench her flame had illuminated and eased down beside her. "I hear you made a great success at the pigs," she said. "Purely by accident, and I'm black and blue all over." "Yes, it's a fairly ferocious sort of entertainment." "Your cousin is very good at it." "People like us have to be good at something." There are a number of ways to approach a statement like that, but in the end I decided to let it lie and come in at an angle, trusting to the darkness to encourage confession. "The Maharaja seems to have a variety of friends. I mean to say, men with single-minded passions often surround themselves with people of similar interests, but here I've met a novelist, a playwright, 2 avant-garde artists, and, of course, the Goodharts." "Jimmy's pets." "Pardon me?" "Jimmy likes to collect interesting people. Animals, too, of course. He'll probably show you his zoo tomorrow, although he prefers to take people there under a full moon. But he's forever bringing home some odd character from his travels and giving him a job, usually something the person is most unsuited for. I suppose it's more amusing that way." "I don't think I understand," I said, although I was beginning to catch a glimmer. Gay drew in from her cigarette, the sudden flare of light showing her pensive face, then let out a cloud of fragrant smoke. "We're spoilt children, all of us, and it can be difficult for someone in Jimmy's position to think of ways to fill the day, unless one is taken with administering roads, projects, and building schools. There's basically nothing to do. My own father drank himself to death at the age of 31. There's another uncle who reached the age of 40 and locked himself up in his palace to become what you might call a connoisseur of perversion. Jimmy himself spent a few years gambling in Monaco. Then he turned to racing cars, and, of course, you've seen his aeroplanes. I think he found danger boring after a time, if that isn't a contradiction in terms, because he threw it all over and came home. He spent a couple of years setting up elaborate practical jokes on people and getting a reputation for sorcery. The servants are still convinced he can walk through solid walls, and then got tired of those games as well. That's when he began to restore the forts, and a couple of years later he started the zoo. So far that's kept him busy. I suppose African lions and Australian birds make for a more satisfying collection than Mughal miniatures or Japanese armor, or even motor cars and fast planes. Are you saying that your cousin, collects human oddities? She snorted delicately. Those you've met, they're nothing. They're practically normal. He had a two-headed child for a while, although I think she died last year, and he found a pair of albino dancers in Berlin who can't venture into the daylight. And you won't have seen his village of imported dwarfs. It amuses him to put the smallest people he can find in charge of the lions and giraffes. The village headsman is 3 feet tall and used to be with Barnum and Bailey. Not that the circus was sorry to be rid of him. He's got the foulest mouth of any creature I've ever heard. Jimmy thinks he's hilarious. Or he used to. I think he's beginning to find it all a bit tedious. He's showing signs of looking around for something new. Oh, is that the bell already? Hell, I've got to dress. She tweaked the end of her cigarette out of its holder and tossed it into the shrubbery, tracing an arc through the night, then left without saying goodbye. Up in my rooms, I was faced with a problem. Evening wear generally exposes a fair bit of the arms and shoulders, and I did not think I had face powder enough to conceal my dramatic bruises. However, Fortune and Geoffrey Nesbitt's similar tailor had provided me with an alternative to evening dress. I tied the trouser cord around my waist and slid the cool silk camise over my head, draping the gauzy dupatta loosely across my shoulders and hair. I looked approvingly at my reflection, then noticed the silver charm, a discordant note in the elegance. I dropped it under the garment's high neck, then after a moment's thought, I fetched the amber necklace from my jewellery box and fastened it around my neck. I studied my reflection in the heavy cheval glass. Much better. Bruises decently covered, exotically festive, and I couldn't help it if I looked like a candidate for the Maharaja's harem. Perhaps I should paint a vermilion mark on my forehead to remind everyone that I was already married. I laughed to myself at the fancy and let the shawl fall away from my hair to rest on my shoulders. To my surprise, the Maharaja claimed me as his dinner companion, so that I was seated at his right hand. A second surprise came with the meal itself, which for the first time was of strictly Oriental fare, and almost Spartan by comparison with that of the previous night. Mutton pilaf, without an eyeball in view, and brinjal curry, tangy curds, spoonfuls of hot red, cool green and sweet and sour brown relishes, and many unidentifiable small dishes offered all the contrasts of salty and sweet, soft and crisp, and even cold with a tangy sweet-sour frozen sherbet, with piles of buttery stuffed paratha bread to chew on. A few of the guests ate with their fingers, most with fork and knife, and the general atmosphere was one of calm satisfaction. During the meal, our host offered genial conversation. The cheetah coursing had gone well, the injured beater would recover. I thought the Maharaja had made inquiries especially for me, and a bag of 6 pigs made for a decent morning's work, particularly our last, which he said was the biggest he'd seen that year, 35 inches at the shoulder and nearly 250 pounds. Good heavens, I said. No wonder I'm sore. I shall send my masseuse, he said. I ought to have done so immediately. How thoughtless of me. Oh, no. A hot bath set it aright, I assured him, and hastened to insert some general question about his zoo, which he was happy to answer, and we were off. The Maharaja was skilled at the art of dinner conversation when it suited his fancy. Before long I found myself telling him about Oxford degrees and the education of women, and he asked some intelligent questions and seemed even to think about what I had to say, unusual enough in an Englishman. Perhaps his boredom with danger and sideshow curiosities was driving him to, how had Miss Cower put it? Administering roads, projects, and building schools, in order to assuage his ennui. We were still on the topic when the final plates were cleared. Our host gestured for the glasses to be filled again, and as that was being done, he said to me, "We shall talk further about this, Miss Russell. It is time the women of my country were taught more than forming chapatis and making ghee." Then he rose with his glass held high and declared, "I should like to propose a toast. To Miss Mary Russell, the most beautiful Oxford blue-stocking ever to take both first blood and a kill in the entire history of Cawnpore." I blushed furiously at the unexpectedness of it, and accepted the applause from my companions. Then I stood and raised my own glass to say, "And to our host, as deft with words as he is with his spear." I then sat down hastily. When the meal was over, the musicians who had been playing softly in the background filed out, leaving their violins and flutes on their chairs. It appeared as if we were to follow them, the Maharaja leading us to a room I'd not been in before, somewhat smaller than the Durbar hall he used for dining, but none the less ornate. Its floor was strewn with carpets, rich maroons and indigo colours that gleamed with silk, across which had been scattered cushions and couches, and the walls were alive with frescoes of hunts and life in palaces. The wall nearest me showed an elephant with a tiger climbing up its side, the men on the huge beast's back fighting the cat off with spears. In the background, a pair of English soldiers in red coat were riding furiously away, one of them having lost his stirrups, so that he was about to tumble off his horse. My eyes followed the paintings to the far end of the room, where the painted musicians were echoed by their living counterparts, setting up on a low stage. Now, instead of the familiar implements of chamber music, they were wielding drums and woodwinds and stringed instruments of peculiar construction and more peculiar sound. After a minute or two, I decided that they were merely tuning up, not playing some spectacularly atonal piece of music. The Maharaja led me over to a floor cushion next to Sonny Goodhart, who greeted me as a long-lost friend in a desert wasteland. "Mary! Oh, how completely great to see you! Oh, you're wearing the necklace, how sweet! Tell me, was it thrilling to spear that great beast? Are you going to have its head mounted for your wall?" "No," I said, "thank you." I had absolutely no wish to keep the nightmare object as a souvenir, and I could just imagine what Mrs. Hudson would say if I walked into the house with that tucked under my arm. "Oh, but you should," she urged. "It would be quite impressive," the Maharaja said. "Generally speaking, the tusks go to the man who took first blood off a beast. But in this case, you've earned them." "If you want the head for your war back in Chicago, Sonny, it's all yours, unless the Maharaja has other plans for it." "Call me Jimmy, please," he told me. "And although the unique circumstances of this particular animal make it tempting, I think I have about as many boars' heads as the walls will take. Let me know if you change your mind, Miss Russell. Now, will you be comfortable here? Yes? Then enjoy your evening." Sonny watched the Maharaja's retreat to what appeared to be the men's side of the room. A jungle of hubble-bubbles rose up there, the graceful bodies wound around with their flexible tubes that held the mouthpieces, although the women's quarters had a pair of them as well for those who cared to indulge. Gay Cower, I noticed, had claimed a place near one of the instruments, as had the two Parisian artists, Faith and Lynn. "Mr. Wilson told me it was dangerous to go after a wounded pig." Sonny's face was screwed up in worry. I'd have to agree. "The word he used was foolish." I couldn't agree with that, but if the child was waiting for some promise that I wouldn't do it again, she would not get one. After a minute she sighed and moved on. "Mary, what are those things?" she asked. I followed the direction of her eyes, back to the jungle of burbling tubes. "Those are hubble bubbles. Hookers, they call them." "Oh, yes! The caterpillar in Alice smokes one." Right." She lowered her voice and her gaze. "Tell me, is it drugs?" "Sometimes. Often it's just another way to smoke tobacco." I thought, all in all, that most of these in the room held nothing more intoxicating than pipe tobacco, although as the evening went on I did catch the occasional whiff of something stronger. "Sonny, are you enjoying your stay in Cawnpore?" "Oh, yes," she replied, although her tone was not one of unrelieved ecstasy. "What's the matter?" "Nothing really. Mama's wanting to go, and I have to say, although this has been the most fantastic thing ever, it's also a little, well, strange." The entertainments were a bit too grown up for her, I thought. I could only hope that what was to come did not shock her bone-deep innocence further. But in the end, the gyrations of the Nautch girls were more athletic than erotic, and the three impossibly flexible Chinese contortionists who came onto the floor afterwards gave no reason to cover the child's eyes. Sonny imbibed more champagne than she would have if her mother had been watching, but the fizzy wine brought no more harm than high spirits and the promise of a headache on the morrow, so I did not interfere. She laughed at the antics of the swirling-skirted women with the heavy coal on their eyes and the chorus of bells on their ankles, sat up astonished at the three slim figures tying themselves into knots, and clapped like a child half her age when a boy with a black-and-white monkey came to do tricks. Then the Nautch girls returned, to the somewhat raucous approval from the other side of the room. Sonny glanced over at the burst of male laughter, old enough to know what they were reacting to, too inexperienced to know precisely why. Suddenly, I had to know the answer to a question. "Sonny, what did the Maharaja say to you that first night that embarrassed you?" It embarrassed her still as a flush beyond that of wine crept down her neck. "It was just a silly joke. The kind of thing Daddy says to my girlfriends when he's had too much to drink." "What was it?" "Just a comment on my skin. Something about he wondered if it was as soft all the way down." I glanced involuntarily over at where the Maharaja was reclining, the mouthpiece of a hookah in his hand, his head bent to hear something Harry Kohler was saying. "How much longer are you stopping here?" I asked her. "I think Mama needs to go in a couple of days. Kumaraswamy is expecting her by the end of the week. Tommy wants to stay on, but I'll go with her. I don't like to think of her traveling by herself," she added virtuously, although I thought she would be glad to see the last of this place with its uncomfortable nuances and scarcely comprehended activities. I had to agree with Gay Cower that Cawnpore was no place for the child, and when the evening's entertainment came to an end, I made certain that Sonny did not give in to her temptation to linger with the adults by standing myself and patting down a yawn. "Time for us girls to get some beauty sleep," I told her. She looked around the beautiful room as the noise level rose sharply, the guests chattering as noisily as a flock of bright birds in a palm tree. "Maybe in a bit," she said. Her eyes swept over the exotic crowd, but then her anticipation faded, and she took a little step back. I looked to see what had caused her to shy away. The Maharaja himself, his eyes on us, working his way through the crowd. When he reached us, I found that I was between him and the girl, although I couldn't say whether she had moved to seek shelter or I to provide it. "I hope you'll join us. We have any number of games set up in the hall," Billiards, darts, cards. We were just saying that we felt tired, but thank you. His eyes smiled at Sonny past my shoulder. I hope you enjoyed today, he said. Oh, yes, she said, a polite child again. Very much, thank you. Tomorrow you must see my zoo. And you, Miss Russell, have I made a convert of you to the art of pig-sticking? It was extraordinary, I admitted. All evening, in the bath, sipping my wine, watching the twirling dancers, I had found myself reliving that moment when, on the ground with the pig's tusk touching my boot, the world had come rushing back in on me. I met his gaze and said, I've never felt anything quite like it. His eyes held mine, and a look of, what? Understanding, memory, came into them. The exhilaration of survival. He said it so softly I didn't think it was meant for me to hear. It was as if I had reminded him of something long forgotten. And then he blinked and the moment passed. So I take it to mean that you will join us again? I don't know about that, I told him. I should think the sensation becomes less astonishing with repetition. It may be a thing that should be done once, and treasured for its uniqueness. I wished him a good night and steered Sonny through the crowd of guests and servants to the door. She paused to look back in, half wistful, and we both saw the Maharaja watching us. On the stairway she said to me, He doesn't seem entirely happy. The Maharaja? No, he doesn't, does he? But you'd think, with all this... She gestured at the stones, the garden beyond, the world created for this one man's pleasure. I didn't answer. I thought the Maharaja had, in fact, looked at me with envy. And how else if a man had arranged his entire life with the goal of excitement? He had conquered every danger he had set himself against. Racing cars, aeroplanes, casino tables, dangerous game animals fought with sparse weapons. What thrills were there left to seek?
The Game, Disc 2.
Chapter 18. The morning found me aching from scalp to soles, and I nearly asked the Chuprasi who brought the tea tray to fetch me strong drink, or a nice dose of morphia. But then I noticed the thick white envelope tucked under the saucer, which proved to be a note written by the same elegant hand that produced the daily schedule. His Highness will see you at 9 o'clock for a tour of Cawnpore Zoo. Please meet him in the toy room. Under those circumstances, intoxication did not seem a good idea, so I waved the servant away and tottered into the bathroom to switch on the geyser. At least with a gentle walking tour of the Maharaja's zoo, I might avoid too much sitting on my black and blue posterior. The bath loosened me enough to dress and take a gentle turn through the gardens, where the combination of motion and crisp fresh air had me moving almost normally as I turned for the dining room. Half a dozen of my fellow guests were there, distributed among 3 tables. I waved to Faith and Lynn, but chose a seat near the novelist Trevor Wilson, whose presence in Cawnpore interested me. I eased myself onto the chair, murmured a greeting, and opened his discarded copy of the previous day's Pioneer. When he'd had a few minutes to become accustomed to my presence, I pushed the paper away as if weary of the world's problems. Mr. Wilson, pardon me, but you've been here for quite a while, I believe you said. It's just that I was thinking of taking a walk into the city this afternoon, and wondered if there was anything you could suggest that I see there. I'm not much of one for sightseeing, he answered, then proceeded to list for me a dozen sights that should not be missed, encompassing, as he did so, a fairly comprehensive history of Cawnpore. I kept my gaze on him as he spoke, nodding and exclaiming occasionally to keep him going. We spoke of Mogul ruins and inheritance rights for a while as I slowly worked the conversation around to what I was really interested in. So, how long have you actually been here? 18 months, more or less. I imagine you'll have enough material for half a dozen books by the time you leave. He couldn't hide a wince, although whether at the idea of leaving or of writing I couldn't be certain. "Oh, exotic adventure stories aren't exactly my bailiwick." The book of his that I had read comprised 200 pages of hallucination, internal monologue, and sexual reminiscences on the part of a young man who lay in hospital after having been sent down from Cambridge, joined the Communist Party, and been knocked unconscious by a police baton during a violent march in Trafalgar Square. "No," I said, "of course not. But your writing seems to be concerned with people and their struggle for—" I nearly said integrity, but changed it at the last moment. "Independence. It occurred to me that the context of an Indian native state would give a writer of your caliber considerable scope, the political world in microcosm." He stared at me, either because he hadn't thought of such a topic or because he hadn't thought anyone else would. Finally he pulled himself together enough to say, "Microcosm, yes. I mean to say, the Maharaja seems a benevolent enough dictator, but still, one has to ask oneself about the people living under him. Take the poor coolies yesterday. One of them was rather badly hurt by a Boer, and all because we—" But Trevor Wilson was not listening. His gaze had gone inward, and he abruptly stood and dropped his table napkin on his plate. He took 2 steps away before his manners recalled him enough to turn back and say, "Excuse me, Mr—" Then he was gone, leaving me staring open-mouthed at his retreating back. So much for my idea of picking the brain of the Maharaja's secretary for his master's inner thoughts. Faith and Lynn had finished their meal and paused by my table on their way to the terrace. "More pigs today?" Faith asked, a sparkle in her eye. I laughed. I don't think I could even look at a horse for another couple of days. His Highness is showing me the zoo this morning, but I thought maybe this afternoon I might walk into the city and have a look at the bazaar. "Would you like some company?" "I'd love it. Shall I send word when I've returned from admiring the bison and orangutans?" "That would be fine." "I won't be joining you," Lynn said. "I have a date with a novel." Not, I noted, with a piece of sculpture. I finished my coffee, glancing through a copy of the Times that was only 3 days old. A few minutes before 9 o'clock, I presented myself to the chaprassi outside my door for guidance to the toy room. We set off as if going to the main block with the Durbar Hall and ballroom, but continued on to the western wing, mostly hidden from the gardens by large trees. Its shaded arcade was chilly, the marble floor damp enough to require caution in places. The electrical lights that brightened the guest quarters, it appeared, had not extended here, and a faint odour of lamp oil betrayed the means of illumination. We travelled for nearly 10 minutes around the great inner garden and down the twisting passages before the chaprassi stopped at a door that had been painted a startling blue. He held it open, then closed it behind me. I was alone. "Hello?" I said. There was no answer, although the back of my neck prickled as if I were being watched. The room's only light came from a shaft of sun through a high window. It shone onto more purdah screens. They seemed to be a feature of the fort architecture, although this Maharaja's ladies lived in town. By the dim, reflected light, I peered around me, trying to make out the room's contents. That it contained a great deal was immediately clear, but it seemed more the clutter of a storage room than a used living space, and I looked in vain for an electric switch to throw light on the matter. Toy room, the note had said, and hadn't Nesbitt's brief biography of the family mentioned that the previous ruler, the current Maharaja's grandfather, was an enthusiastic collector of mechanical oddities? With that hint, my eyes began to adjust to the gloom and pick out its contents. The first figure to come into focus appeared to explain the sensation of being watched. A full-size suit of armour parked at the other side of the door. So strong had the feeling been that, half embarrassed, I flipped up the visor to be certain, but there was no face behind it, only cobwebs. The overall texture to my left proved to be an entire wall of open shelves, laden from floor to the ceiling 15 feet above with metal wind-up toys, of all makes, conditions, and vintages. White-painted Indian cows and German birds in nests, tigers and horse-drawn carriages, clowns and Victorian gentlemen. A lady in the dress of the 90s sat at an elaborately painted tea table, one hand frozen halfway between table and lip, although on closer examination the hand held not a teacup, but a cigarette. Shocking. Next to this iconoclastic figure, a roughly clad and bearded man awaited a turn of the key to resume his chopping of firewood. And here was one that brought back my childhood with a thump. A tin boy on a penny-farthing bicycle, identical, if in better condition, to my father's childhood toy, given to me when I was 5. Life in a myriad of forms, all with keys in their backs, or on the shelves beside them, all frozen and awaiting the animation of tension on their mainsprings. When I returned the penny-farthing boy to his place, I was surprised to feel dust on my fingers, although the air smelt faintly of machine oil. The room was maintained, but not tidied. My eyes had adjusted sufficiently to trust myself not to bump into something, so I pressed on into the room. Scattered across the floor, looking as if they had been unloaded there rather than arranged, were display cases, some of which contained larger machines such as those in fun fairs near the sea. As I threaded my way across the room, I saw at least 6 fortune-tellers, 2 of them old gypsy women, the others turbaned swamis, all set to different coinages. In 2 machines, the customers' coins seemed to produce nothing more thrilling than a circuit of a train through a painted landscape, with a duck-laced pond here, a mountain tunnel there. No doubt the whistle blew several times during the circuit. Behind the smaller display cases rose 4 enormous constructions of mahogany and plate glass, their contents more diorama than mechanism. At first, the figures within appeared to be dolls about 6 inches in height, but on closer examination, underneath their costumes they proved to be specimens of taxidermy art. Most of the creatures were furry, blunt-faced rodents, with no tails to speak of, and short ears, a variety of guinea pig, perhaps. One case held perhaps 30 of the things, posed on their hind legs and dressed for a formal ball, half of them in white tie, the others wearing silk or velvet, with diamonds on their hairy throats and diminutive champagne glasses clasped in their upraised paws. The second case represented, I assumed, a box at the Ascot races. A dozen of the creatures clutched tiny binoculars and wore elaborate spring hats. The third was a nightclub with dancers on a stage, their furry bodies graced with strips of costume and feathers perkily jutting from their heads. The fourth case held 8 infant piglets, of the pale, domesticated kind, gathered in a Victorian conservatory around a laden tea table. Something about their attitudes made it seem a cruel parody of society at the time. English society, that is. As elaborate pieces of humour, they were most emphatically not to my taste. I thought it more than a little perverse, in fact, to raise 100 small creatures just for the purpose of being transformed into facsimile human beings. Along the back wall of the room, a trace of gravel on the floor gave further evidence of the paucity of attentive servants in this place. And as for their master, I thought, where was the Maharaja anyway? I'd been well after 9 o'clock getting here, thanks to the unexpected distance between my rooms and this place. Farther along, nearly in the corner, I came across the collection's more, well, esoteric contraptions. The first startled me by appearing to be a man. This, on closer examination, proved to be what he was, a life-sized waxwork Englishman in the uniform of the Crimean War, complete with musket. I supposed he fired it when animated. He'd been placed, possibly by accident, as if to stand guard over a cluster of glass-cased boxes, although these had neither gypsies nor swamis, and one glance made me glad I did not have the requisite tokens for putting them in motion. The women had skin that was uniformly pink and pearly. The men ranged from white to a darker shade of English pink, and all of them were comprehensively nude. I shook my head and turned to retrace my steps to the door, and nearly shrieked at the silent and unpainted figure 10 feet away. "Heavens!" I said, my heart pounding. "Your Highness, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in."
"My grandfather's collection, and I do wish you'd call me Jimmy."
"They're extraordinary."
"Do you want to see them work?"
"Oh, no," I said, more hastily than I had intended. He laughed.
"Not those, no. He was a dirty old man, my grandfather. Here, let me show you one I rather like."
He slipped through a part of the room I hadn't got to yet, ending up not far from the door. Before him stood a particularly magnificent carved wooden plinth about waist height, on which stood a foot-tall mechanical contraption and a perfect little celadon bowl holding 6 old-fashioned coins. The Maharaja took one of them and pushed it through a slot on the wooden base. With a creak that I at first thought was the protest of disuse, the machine began to move. But it was not a creak. It was a mechanical simulation of a roar, because the creature was a tiger. Its tail wagged, and its legs began to carry it forward to where a man in red uniform lay. It stopped. A marvellously complex piece of clockwork, this, considering its obvious great age, and bent to the man, seizing him in its great jaws. The man kicked, the tiger's tail wagged, the geriatric roaring went on. The Maharaja was watching me watch his tiger, and although it was too dim in there to be sure, I thought the man smiled. "This is magnificent," I told him, my voice rather louder than it needed be. "I've seen something of the sort in London."
"Tipu's tiger in your Victoria and Albert Museum. A smaller, less sophisticated version. My grandfather saw it, liked it, and had this made. 2 years after the mutiny, in fact."
That took me aback. A man who had made a clear gesture of loyalty to the British, and had been lavishly rewarded for his brutal but effective actions, less than 2 years later commissions a piece showing a British soldier chewed to bits by an Indian tiger. "Did your grandfather show this to many of his English visitors?" I asked. The man at my side laughed, pleased that I had understood the underlying jest.
"Not many, no. Come, it is too nice a day to be closed in this stuffy room."
Stuffy, I thought as I followed him out the door. It was not. Uncanny, perhaps, even macabre. The sun was a welcome antidote. 4 others waited for us in the gardens, watching as a servant scattered food over the lotus pond to bring a school of exotic white and golden carp to the surface. It was not until I saw my fellow guests that it struck me how odd the means of my retrieval had been. Why have me go first to the room of mechanical toys, when the others had clearly been told to gather near the pond? And beyond that, why had a servant not fetched me back here instead of the prince himself? I could only assume that my host had wanted me to see his grandfather's machines, and me alone, and moreover, he'd wanted to see my reaction to them. I did not know what this meant. Perhaps, I told myself, it was just that he'd wanted to keep Sonny Goodhart's innocent eyes from the erotic devices and the small furry creatures, for Sonny was one of those at the pond. Or maybe it was something about me that promoted me above the others. As an honorary member of the pig-sticking fraternity, were my sensibilities hardened beyond those of most women? I decided to prod, gently. "Your Highness, why—"
"Please, call me Jimmy."
"Jimmy, then. Why not display the machines more openly? It's an extraordinary collection." He continued walking until I thought he was not going to answer. Then, just out of earshot of the others, he said, "I am a public figure. I like to keep some things to myself and a few chosen friends." Then the others were with us. Sonny, her brother, the Kentish polo player, whose name was, I thought, Robbins, and a tall, silent woman I had seen but hadn't realised was his wife. We walked across the courtyard to the gate, where we were joined by 3 merry Salukis, and a pair of armed guards fell in behind us. The dogs raced ahead down the road that circled Newfort, their plumed tails adding a touch of gaiety, although the Maharaja ignored their antics entirely. At the base of the hill we continued around, as I had done the first day, although instead of going on to the stables, the Salukis flashed down a tree-lined set of steps leading to the left, in the direction of a growing chorus of jungle noises. In moments, a great uproar was heard from the tall monkey house. "The monkeys don't seem to care for the dogs," I noted.
"Oh, they don't mind them so much, but the dogs signal my arrival, which always causes excitement."
Then the steps gave way to a pathway of crisp white gravel, and we were in the Kanpur Zoological Gardens. It was indeed a zoo with cages and paths, but considerable aesthetic attention had been paid, and the areas behind the bars resembled landscape rather than merely concrete and iron boxes to hold the specimens. The lions watched us from a little piece of Africa, a cunningly constructed rock wall with ledges and caves wrapped around by heavy bars. On the other side of their enclosure, 6 varieties of African herbivore ran free, zebras and wildebeests, and even, hiding in a far corner, a pair of wan-looking giraffes. The monkey cage was the height of a 3-story building, and although the trees inside had long since been stripped to dead trunk, a natural-looking waterfall welled up from a pile of rocks in the centre of the cage, and the tall trees outside of the cage provided shelter to the inhabitants. Sonny was nearly speechless with pleasure, exclaiming over the glimpse of a baby monkey, and clapping her hands together at the lemurs, who looked disgruntled at being prodded from their rest by a servant. The most startling thing at first glance was the collection of servants tending the animals. They bore the skin tones and facial characteristics of peoples from across the world, Asia, Africa, Scandinavia, but not one of them was taller than 4 feet. These were the inhabitants of the dwarf village Gay Cower had referred to, and sure enough, between the cages and the sprawling plain filled with African wildlife, lay a pseudo-African village, whose proportions were at first disconcerting, the height of its grass huts and the size of its residents making it appear farther away than reason permitted. I thought it somewhat tasteless to house this particular group of servants alongside the zoo they tended, as if they were a part of it, but I supposed it was no stranger than the archaic European fashion of importing Nubian boys as decorative pages and footmen. Certainly the small people seemed pleased enough with their lot, bustling officiously along the white paths and giving brisk orders to chaprasis twice their size. I tore my eyes from the shrunken village and joined the others at the lion cage. I often think that caged predators are kept alive by their deep inner fantasies of ripping apart the 2-legged creatures outside their bars. It would explain their habit of watching our movements from beneath half-lowered eyelids, as if tempting us to venture too near. These, no less than their brothers in Regent's Park, seemed to be salivating at the proximity of their small attendants, and I had no doubt that they would be even happier to make a fuller meal should, say, a royal personage stray close. The Maharaja, however, kept his distance, although he did take us into the building behind the cage, so that we could look through thick, smeary windows at the great dun carnivores lying in the shade 2 feet away. I could practically feel the heat rising off them, when one of the females stretched luxuriously, and her claws scraped on the stone floor. More than one of us shivered. The dogs were snuffling in the bushes behind the building, but the Maharaja called them sharply back, and indeed this white path ended at the door to the lion building. Instead, we retraced our steps into the central area, past the cages of hippopotamus and warthog, finally going into a low stone building with pens behind it. The inside was light, and despite the smell of animals, well kept. The Maharaja led us over to a small glass-fronted cage built at chest height into one wall. I, being taller than most of them, had no problem in seeing what he was doing. The cage contained a single slim, short-haired creature resembling a cross between a cat and a ferret, with clever hand-like paws and a wise-looking face. More of the creatures could be seen in the open-air pen attached to the outside of the building. Many perched upright on their hind legs, watching their trapped comrade through the intervening glass with worried expressions. They were clearly perturbed, making quick forays in and out of their burrows, sitting up, chattering to one another. But the one inside was nearly frantic, for the Maharaja had inserted his arm into the cage through a small trap-door, on his hand a glove-like puppet the shape and colour of a dove. "You see," he was saying, "they have an instinctive fear of birds, even harmless ones such as this. And I have been trying to overcome this instinct by invariably feeding them with a hand concealed inside a dove. But time and again they panic and need to be hungry to the brink of starvation in order to overcome their fear of a thing with wings." As he lectured, he glanced at Sunny, whose reflection in the glass showed her face twisted with an agitation nearly as great as that of the animals imprisoned outside. "Oh, don't tease it," she pleaded. "The poor thing, it's—" Her interruption had caused the Maharaja's attention to shift, with the result that his hand dipped inside the cage. The small creature, wild with the terror of this perceived attack, leapt to defend itself. In a tan blur, the thin body flew up and attached itself to the dove, biting down furiously. With a bellow of pain, our host shook his hand hard. Puppet and creature slapped into the side of the cage, and the animal lay there stunned, unable to defend itself from the bare, blood-smeared hand that snatched it up by the scruff of the neck and hauled it from the cage. The creatures outside had vanished, the holes in the ground looking empty and bereft. The Maharaja held up the creature, studying its faint struggles, and then he snapped its neck. Sunny fled outside. Thomas and Mrs. Robbins moved to comfort her, while Mr. Robbins protested, "I say, was that really necessary?" But the Maharaja's eyes followed Sunny, as they had been on Sunny since the moment he drew the creature from its cage. He had done it deliberately, I realized incredulously, just as he had showed me the Englishman eating tiger and the obscene mechanicals. He had forced the captive to bite his hand precisely in order to demonstrate cruelty to this girl, little more than a child, who thought him dreamy and romantic. Tossing the limp body into the cage, he strode out into the sunlight in pursuit of the girl and her comforters. There he apologized, he explained, he charmed, until poor Sunny found herself agreeing reluctantly that an animal that bit couldn't be permitted to live, too confused by the varying faces of our host to remember that he himself had tormented the poor creature into attacking. He was most solicitous the rest of the tour, allowing her to feed a baby elephant, giving her a Mrs. Robbins wide hat so they might walk through the aviary with its flashing tumble of colours and screeches, and finally making her the present of a sleek infant mongoose, an endearing slip of a creature that snuffled into the girl's neck and hands before curling up in her pocket to sleep. By the time we retraced our steps around the fort and through the gates, even Sunny's protective older brother appeared to have forgotten, or forgiven, the dull crack of the spine within the Maharaja's fingers. After the morning's unsettling events, I was tempted to remain in my rooms thinking. However, the idea of a long walk and of being free of the forts for several hours was too appealing. So with the sun high in the sky, Faith and I swung out happily from the gates. I paused to lean over the waist-high stone wall that separated the upper section of the drive from the precipitous hill. There was, I noticed, a vestigial sort of path leading straight down to the main road, duplicated on the other side by an almost imperceptible smooth line leading up the other side to the gate of the eastern fort. Worn by guards too hurried to follow the winding road, I thought. Certainly no threat to the security of New Fort itself. When we had doubled back to the main road, A movement behind us caused me to look back. "Hell," I said. "There's someone coming after us." Faith glanced over her shoulder and kept walking. "Just one of the guards. Don't worry about him." "But I don't want a guard." "You don't have a choice. If you're Jimmy's guest, he has you looked after." The man, red-turbaned and uniformed, complete with a sidearm and a belt holster, had stopped dead when I came to a halt and looked back at him. When I reluctantly started up again, he followed at the same distance. "Maybe we'll lose him in the bazaar," I told Faith. "You'd better hope for his sake we don't," she answered. "The Maharaja takes guarding his guests seriously, then?" "Oh, yes." "All right. I wouldn't want the fellow to lose his job." "Or his head," she added. She was joking, of course. I turned my back on the man physically and mentally and determined to enjoy the outing. Snow-capped peaks lay on 3 sides of the valley that was Cawnpore, brisk contrast to the near-tropical crops that grew alongside the road, the sugar-cane and new-planted melons. Men worked the fields. Women swayed beneath loads of copper water jugs and cloth-wrapped bundles. Children wielding cane switches urged goats and cattle from the cultivated land. And Faith and I strode alone talking, our armed escort an unvarying 200 yards to the rear. Faith had been here for a little more than 3 months, she and Lynn having met the Maharaja in Paris the previous September. He had seen Lynn's work at a gallery and showed up one day at their door, toured their studio, and commissioned them to do some projects for him in Cawnpore. The only problem was, once they got here, one hindrance after another had fallen across their path. The Maharaja had not been here when they arrived. Then he'd returned, but been too busy to consult with them. And when he'd finally been able to bend his attention to their projects, it turned out that what he had in mind was some sort of collaboration between what they were accustomed to doing and a traditional Indian style. And Faith had to admit, learning Indian techniques of painting and sculpture was fascinating, and no doubt valuable for the future, and the Maharaja was extremely generous with his hospitality and advance payments for works not even begun. She shouldn't complain, and she wasn't, exactly. But she could wish she didn't get the feeling that she and Lynn would sink up to their knees here and grow old eating lotus and sleeping beneath silk bed-sheets. Listening to her, I wondered if all native princes were surrounded with as many hangers-on as Cawnpores seemed to be, stray novelists and feckless wanderers caught in the honey trap of palace life. Thank goodness, I said to myself, I should soon be on my way. The capital of Cawnpore was a walled and dusty town of perhaps 6,000 souls, fields nearly to its gates, blessedly free of the stench of human waste. As Geoffrey Nesbit had said, the country was noted for the advanced state of its sanitation. The buildings were the usual jumble of Mughal masterpieces and tacked-on petrol tin shanties, but the dogs, wandering its crowded streets, had a modicum of flesh over their ribs, and few of the children were completely naked. As 2 Englishwomen, we were the immediate target of every salesman in the town, and offers for carpets and jewellery came fast and heavy. The beggars more or less left us alone, perhaps because of the red-turbaned figure who, once inside the gates, had moved up until he was close to our heels. We did our best to ignore his presence. Faith led me to the palace proper, where the Maharaja's womenfolk lived, his 2 wives, 12 concubines, and 8 or 9 children, according to Nesbit. We could see little but high walls, and, in glimpses through the iron gate, trees and the occasional patch of brilliant white marble. So we kept moving through the upper city, into ever narrower alleys, more or less following our noses until we came to the bazaar itself. Because Cawnpore was well away from the tourist routes, the bazaar offered little beyond the wants of its inhabitants, its luxury goods running more along the lines of astrakhan caps and golden brocades than carvings of Shiva and mass-produced bronze Ganeshas. Faith paused at a silk merchant's to finger a length of iridescent green fabric, My attention was caught by an ash-smeared holy man seated nearby. I myself had only been in Cawnpore little more than 48 hours, and it was unreasonable to expect Holmes this soon. Still, I examined him closely. "I loved the garment you wore yesterday night," Faith said, as oblivious of the shopkeeper's lively attentions as she was of my inattention. "I was thinking of having one made for Lynn. What do you think of this colour?" "Sorry?" The near-naked Sardu had a matted beard and wore his hair gathered into a snake's nest atop his head. He sat motionless on a scrap of what had once been a leopard's skin, a brass begging bowl next to one of his folded knees. No, it was not Holmes in disguise. I turned back to Faith, retrieving her words from the back of my mind. "That colour would be beautiful, and the maroon over there would do wonders for you." In the end, she bought lengths of both, arranging that they be sent to Newfort. "Jimmy has a tailor who can sew pretty much whatever a person wants," she told me. "I've seen him produce an evening gown from a pencil sketch." We bought a bangle here, a handful of dried mulberries there, following the curving streets down towards the river, Faith talking while I studied every passing veiled woman over 5.5 feet tall, but again none of them were Holmes. Eventually the buildings fell away, revealing an open square of pavement with a few weedy trees. A shrine occupied one corner, its deity unidentifiable under the heaps of wilting marigolds and the smears of blood-red dye. In the opposite corner, a silent circle of men stared down at a cow, which lay panting in a manner that did not bode well. I was wondering what city-dwelling Hindus did with cows that died, whether they just stood back and let the vultures in, or if they found someone to drag it away, when my speculations were interrupted by Faith. "Oh, look," she said. "A magician. Shall we go see?" I looked. Dramatic black garments, shiny fat donkey, a magnificently painted and mirrored little wagon that had once pulled English children, a great eye now gracing its front. Sherlock Holmes had arrived in Cawnpore. Chapter 19. Holmes was just coming to the end of the preliminary part of the act, the flashy tricks and joking patter designed to capture an audience. He drew glittering balls from the air, made others vanish from sight, and caused one to burst into flame, its ashes floating upwards on the breeze. Young Bindra was nowhere in sight, and Holmes' face looked tired to gauntness beneath the dye. When he had brought together a sufficient number, he turned to the mind-reading portion. Faith's Hindi was limited to "How much is it?" and "Get away from me," but the magician's gestures and the reaction of his impromptu partners was entertainment enough. After he had astonished by perceiving a number of unknowable things about 5 or 6 of the men, the process of deductive reasoning working as well in this setting as it did in London, he caused a deck of playing cards to appear and proceeded to guess which was in a person's hand, as if Sherlock Holmes would stoop to guessing. In the smaller villages he had used coins, but in a large town playing cards would be common enough to be used for the trick. Again, Faith could not understand what either he or his partners were saying, but there was no mistaking their declarations of astonishment. When the man in the black garments had magically transformed the entire deck into black aces, then flung it into the air to float down as 52 ebony feathers, he came around with a small bronze bowl. Faith and I dropped silver rupees on top of the anise. I held the grey eyes for a moment, warning him not to speak, but he had already seen the armed guard, and he merely salaamed us and passed on. We left him there and headed back into the bazaar. At the narrowest spot, when Faith stopped to take a closer look at a necklace she had been fingering earlier, I spoke into her ear. "I just want to check something. I'll meet you at the main gates in 10 minutes. And before she could object, I ducked my head down so our escort couldn't see me, stepped behind a water cellar and scurried away. At the next corner I craned to see, but Faith was talking to the shopkeeper about the necklace, and the guard had not yet realized that I was no longer with her. Holmes was seated on the ground in the shade of the wagon, counting his money, when I slid in beside him. He'd changed his muslin cap for a black puggree, tied elaborately with its starched ends sticking up, and the thin moustache he'd grown since we parted in Simla added a rakish touch to his exoticism. "Greetings, Mem Saab," he told me. "Holmes, you certainly got here quickly. Where's Bindra?" "It would seem that the same Delhi astrologer who instructed the boy to go with the two Mussulman gentlemen also warned him against entering Cawnpore. Our young apprentice remained at the border, swearing to all the gods that he would wait there for me." "Wait there? So you've been doing all the work yourself, the donkey and everything?" The magician shrugged, and I muttered, "I'll take off my shoe and give the brat tharpad." "What do you make of the Maharaja?" he asked, and he was right. We had time only for urgent business. "Holmes, I don't know. He's an enigma. It may simply be the circumstances of his upbringing, but he's thoughtful one minute and horribly cruel the next. An honest sportsman who apparently cheats at cards. A man who surrounds himself with artists and then keeps them from working. Who is hugely generous with his hospitality, but won't let his guests out without watchdogs. I have to get back," I added, "before mine panics. And there's a strange assortment of people at the forts. He hired a best-selling novelist for a secretary. Has two lesbian artists so avant-garde they make Epstein look staid, whom he's commissioned to do works better done by an Indian. There are a couple of criminal types doing heaven knows what. Remember the man Harry Kohler? He's lived there for a year. The odd communist like Thomas Goodhart, and me, whom he's trying to convince to take on a project involving the education of Cawnpore women. Pets for his amusement, his cousin calls them, and a collection of individuals poached from sideshows, dwarfs and albinos. The dwarfs live down at the zoo, which I saw this morning. His treatment of the animals there is troubling." "Cruelty?" he asked, coming alert. He knew better than I that a man who mistreats dumb beasts is apt to do the same to his human subjects, and I would have told him all about the zoo if we hadn't been so short of time. I'm sure I would have told him if it wasn't that I needed to think about it myself first, and if I didn't know that if I described the Maharaja's act of cruelty, Holmes would become very nervous and would try to convince me that I shouldn't return to the forts. One thing I did not need at the moment was a nervous husband. Nothing extreme. It's more that he's experimenting to see if he can reshape their natures." "The lion lying down with the lamb?" "No, more along the lines of convincing the lamb to become a lion." He thought about this for a moment, then to my relief pushed it away for further consideration. "No sign of a horror?" "If he's here, he's in the old fort. Have you seen the way the forts are laid out?" "I have." "The western half is where all the guests live. There's a huge courtyard garden, the Maharaja's quarters, but the eastern part isn't deserted. One occasionally sees guards on the walls. If the Maharaja had a dungeon, it would probably be there, where the guests wouldn't stumble on it." "Is there any way you can get in?" "New fort is locked up at night, although a circumspect individual might come and go. I don't know about the other side, but it too looks the sort of place that might be invaded by one or two." "How much longer do you wish to stay?" "Honestly, I can't see that I'm going to uncover much more than I have. Another day or two, perhaps. And if you can arrange it, a telegram recalling me to the outside world might be helpful. My host seems reluctant to permit his guests to leave." "Very well. If I'm not here, I'll be half a mile down the Hijarkor road. There's a caravanserai there. You'd better go, or your watchdog will come looking for you." I threaded my fingers through his, and we sat for a moment, eye to eye and hands joined, before I separated myself from his presence to dart from the shade of the wagon and into the nearest alleyway. I reached the city gates before Faith. Our sweating guard was greatly relieved to see me. We strolled demurely back to the palace and allowed ourselves to be shut in again. The telegram came the following morning, Friday, and said merely, Mary Russell, presents required, Monday morning, Delhi. It was brought while I was at breakfast. I took it from the golden salver and opened it publicly, arranging a look of intense irritation on my face before wadding the flimsy and dropping it beside my fork. I left it there when I went to watch the morning's entertainment, which proved to be a doubles tennis match between dwarfs. Some of the guests seemed to think it uproariously funny, although I found that once my eyes had adjusted to the diminutive size of the players, it was just another amateur game. Perhaps the afternoon's ostrich race would be more amusing, I thought, and closed my eyes in the sun. My doze was interrupted by a cleared throat, and I opened my eyes to find a chaprassi clutching a note. It read, "Miss Russell, would you join me in the gun room?" Its signature was the letter K, with a stamp that I thought might be the crest of Cawnpore. I stood up and said, "Could you tell me how to find the gun room?" The chaprassi conducted me to New Fort's East Wing, where the Maharaja's private quarters lay. We entered through a brightly gilded archway just to the left of the gates, and within half a dozen steps my jaw dropped. I had grown accustomed to the grand opulence of the central wing, but the corridor we walked down, the rooms whose open doors we passed, were another thing altogether. Here were unlocked display cabinets of exquisite miniatures, ivory and gold, beside paintings that any museum in Europe would covet. In one room, I saw Louis XIV furniture, clearly in daily use. In another room stood a display of trophies and photographs, including the one for the 1922 Kadir Cup that I had seen in Nesbitt's house. I tried not to gawp as we walked past, but my head swiveled unceasingly. It was a revelation. These paintings, those trophies, had been placed here for the sole pleasure of one man, not as a way of impressing his guests. These fragile carpets took no concern of the wear of many feet, and the rooms had been arranged for his privacy and comfort, not for the appreciation of groups. The Maharaja clearly enjoyed, even gloated over, his possessions, but he kept the true treasures to himself. At the very end of the long corridor, the chaprassi opened a door and bowed me through. Once inside, I stopped dead. I do not know what was more disconcerting, the completely muffled sound in the room or its dim light, but one's immediate response on entering the room was a frisson of alertness up the spine. Perhaps it was some trace aroma of the predator all around that made one go still, not even breathing, until the only motion to defy the room's smothering atmosphere was the hair creeping upright on one's skin. In any case, it wasn't until one's eyes became used to the light that the sensation of entering a lair became strong, and perhaps a full minute had to pass before the eyes told one why. The walls, floor to ceiling, were covered in tiger fur, black and orange stripes running first in this direction, then that, fitted together like a jigsaw puzzle, seamless but for a faint rectangular shape in the back wall. In the upper corners of the room, clustered and snarling, were mounted the heads. I shuddered in reaction, and someone chuckled, the sound damped and muffled. I whirled, and there was the Maharaja, sitting in a chair of unrelieved black. Panther, my mind informed me, and the fluffy black and gold rug on which his boots were resting was made of the tails of the tigers on the wall. I swallowed convulsively. Whether to repress fear or visceral disgust, I was not sure. The Maharaja rose from his panther-skinned chair and walked over to a table that appeared made of grey-painted wood, and, on closer look, proved to have a texture. It was covered in elephant hide, I realized, and somehow that final outrage tipped me over the edge, and I was suddenly icy calm. "I have something for you," he said. "Since you did not wish the boar's head for your wall, I had this small souvenir made. A memento,
of your first pig hunt."
I looked apprehensively at the velvet-covered box he was holding out to me and kept my hands at my sides. "That's really not necessary." So he opened it himself and turned it for me to see. Since Wednesday's hunt, he had somehow contrived to have all 4 tusks of the boar removed and handed over to a goldsmith for mounting. The object before me had a central shaft as long as a hand, made of heavy, deep red gold that had been intricately worked with a design I recognized from the stamp on the note that had brought me here, the crest of Cawnpore. From the gleaming metal protruded the tusks, the shorter pair curving up from the bottom, the longer upper tusks rising from the shaft above them to curl together, nearly forming a circle above the gold. The tusks themselves had not been touched, aside from their removal, and looked as they had when they came to rest on the ground near my foot. The ivory as yellowed as a smoker's teeth, the tip of the upper left one snapped off and worn blunt. Even the dried spatter of blood that had been burned into my memory when the beast had been struggling to eviscerate me. The art of the goldsmith had been linked to these brutal tools for digging and killing. Man's most intricate craftsmanship used to set off all the nicks, grime, and blood that nature had provided. It was quite the ugliest thing I had ever seen in my life. Beyond its mere appearance, the ornament was repugnant on any number of levels. Aesthetically, yes, but also emotionally, in its attempt to create beauty from what was essentially a grisly extermination, theologically, in its glorification of the uncleanest of animals, even politically, that in a poor land so much gold should be used for a frivolity. The Maharaja of Cawnpore held the box out to me, willing me to take it. I did so, reluctantly, then laid it immediately upon the elephant-hide table. Satisfied, he went around the desk and sat down behind it, gesturing me to the chair on the other side. Since this appeared to be merely wood, not bison's leg bones or stiffened cobras, I sat down in it. He crossed his legs and said, "I wanted to have a further conversation with you about your proposal for women's education." I had made no such proposal, but there seemed little point in arguing with him. Instead, I said, "Yes, I'm sorry about that, but it appears as if I'll have to abandon it for the moment. I've been called back to Delhi. I'll need to leave tomorrow." His eyes narrowed, but I could see that the news came as no surprise. Indeed, I should have been amazed if it had.
"Oh, Miss Russell, Mary, you must stay. We're going after tiger on Sunday. You can't possibly miss that."
The firmness in his voice left no room for contradiction, yet contradict I did. "That is a disappointment," I replied, although it was all I could do to keep from looking at the walls and asking him if enough damage had not been done to the state's feline population. "But my husband is expecting me, and truth to tell, he's quite capable of sending someone after me if I don't show up. You'll just have to take the tiger for me."
"But you did promise to look at the schools here,"
he said, which again I most emphatically had not. He kept his voice even, reasonable, although it seemed something of an effort. The Maharaja was not accustomed to being crossed. "Yes, I suppose I did. Perhaps I can return when we're finished in Delhi. It's just, well, my husband can't do this particular piece of business without my presence." His eyes darkened, and he rose to come around the desk, standing over me in a clear attempt to force me into obedience. Another woman might have been cowed, but another woman was not Mary Russell. Another woman had not spent 9 years in the company of Sherlock Holmes. I set myself against the waves of domination and anger coming from him, bracing to repulse him if he decided to hit me. He managed to keep control, though, and merely said, in a rather strangled voice, "I'm afraid the aeroplane is not available until the end of the week." "What a pity. Well, perhaps I can find a motor to take me to Hijarkor." From the sudden hot anger in his face, a free car anywhere in the country would be no more forthcoming than the aeroplane. I stood up, forcing him to retreat a step. In any case, I thank you for your hospitality. I've had a most interesting time here and appreciate it hugely. His voice stopped me at the door, saying my name. I looked back. He had the velvet box in his hand. "There is an interesting fact about pigs," he observed, his voice gone silky soft. "The killing tusks are not the prominent upper ones, but the smaller, more hidden pair beneath." I looked from his expressionless face to the box, and in the end I took the thing, walking back across the tiger-lined lair to do so. I took it because to refuse would have forced the issue of my rebellion into the open with unforeseen consequences. Perhaps I took it because the smell of predator was strong in my nostrils, and I was afraid. I am not sure precisely why I allowed my fingers to close around the box containing that freakish object, but of one thing I was absolutely certain. I would not hold on to it any longer than I had to. I closed the gunroom door and stood for a moment in the hallway, breathing hard, feeling the dampness on my palms and scalp, unable to say why I felt as if I had just put a door between me and a live tiger. I had 2 visitors during the afternoon. First came Faith, whose gentle knock I missed at first, busy as I was with folding away my clothes. When it came a second time, I realized what it was and went to open the door. "Hello," I said. "Do come in." Why is it one's things never seem to go back into the same space they originally occupied? "Mary, please don't go," she said, without preamble, sounding upset. I sat down beside my pile of folded blouses. "Faith, I've been away for a week. I have a life to return to." She laughed, a sound with little humour in it. "Yes, don't we all?" "Faith," I asked slowly, "are you being kept here, against your will?" It sounded too melodramatic for words, especially considering the woman I was talking to, and she reacted as I might have done. "Don't be ridiculous. Although I suppose you could say... Oh, it's too complicated to explain." "No," she asserted, suddenly firm. "Nobody's being kept against their will. This is the 20th century, not some feudal state. But Jimmy's touchy sometimes, and one thing he hates is to think his generosity is unappreciated. You're an honoured guest, and for you to just shake his hand and take off, well, it seems gauche to him." "Faith, I have business to attend to." "Can't it wait?" The repercussions would be considerable. "They will be here, too." "Such as what?" I demanded, suddenly a little touchy myself. "Will he put the rest of you in chains, torture a few coolies in a fit of pique, come after me with a pig spear?" What repercussions are we describing precisely? But she either couldn't or wouldn't say what he might do, and left shortly afterwards, glum at her inability to convince me to stay within the golden bars. Then an hour later, while I was sitting with a book in the shade of the garden, Gay found me and asked me to stay as well. I closed the book with a snap. "Gay, this concerted effort to keep me here is becoming a bit worrying. What is going on here?" "Nothing at all. It's only that Jimmy had plans for Sunday, and is very disappointed to find them slipping away. He's fond of you." "Fond or not, most people would be glad enough to see the back of an uninvited guest. I don't wish to overstay my welcome." "But you're here, and you interest him, and he'd like you to stay for a few days longer." I leant forward to look the woman in the eye. "Gay, I'm not one of Jimmy's pets. I need to leave." And so saying, I stood up and left the garden. But before I was quite out of earshot, I thought I heard her say, "Good luck." Chapter 20. Dinner was a tense affair, ill-attended, and again composed of great numbers of greasy and overcooked dishes. Our host drank heavily, although it did not affect him other than making him ever more morose, and Faith and Gay on either side of him worked hard at keeping him distracted. I made empty conversation with the people on either side of me while I pushed the food back and forth on my plate, until over the 7th or 17th course, I overheard Faith telling him about the magician we'd seen in the town. So tall and mysterious-looking, all in black, with this incongruously cute little donkey standing in the background. He did the usual things, pulling coins out of the air and changing mice into sparrows, but then he called people from the audience to read their minds. I couldn't understand most of what they were saying, of course, but they seemed mighty impressed. For the first time all evening, the Maharaja's eyes rose from his glass as he snarled, "If you couldn't understand what they were saying, how do you know what he was doing?" Faith hesitated at the accusation, then rallied. "One could tell from the sequence of events. The magician would invite the audience to ask him something, and then one of them would come forward, and he would talk for a few minutes, and then hold his hand up in front of the other's face with his eyes closed and sort of hum for a bit, and then he'd say something, and everyone would sort of ooh and ah. Then he took a deck of cards and had the person choose one and tell him which it was he had in his hand. That sort of thing." "Not an astrologer?" He didn't have any charts or anything." "What else could he do?" "Juggle fire, pull coins from the turbans of Sikh boys, levitate his assistant," I thought. "He made a stone hang in mid-air above his hand, and he took a turban from the head of one of the audience and cut it in half, then restored it." From her tone of voice, Faith assumed these were tricks, although she couldn't have said how. The Maharaja, however, took them at face value. "This magician, he is in the town?" "He was yesterday." Abruptly he stood up, his chair saved from crashing to the floor by the servant at his back. "We will go to see this man." "What, now?" Faith said. "Why not? Gay, Thomas, you come with us." "May I come too?" Sonny asked. "I adore magicians." "But of course," the Maharaja declared, and swept out of the room, servants and guests alike scurrying to catch him up. The rest of us stood or sat where we had been abandoned, looking at one another quizzically. Mrs. Goodhart was the first to move, folding her table napkin and rising ponderously to declare, "I believe I've had enough dinner. I'll wish you all good night." The spell broken, men hastily swallowed the contents of their glasses and rose to allow the ladies to depart. Most of them would make for the billiards room, along with a number of the women, but I followed Mrs. Goodhart up the stairs. My light went out early, and silence fell. I did not hear when the servant came, turning his key in the well-oiled lock and padding on bare feet across stone and carpet to glance briefly through the bedroom door at my sleeping figure, then padding back out to the corridor to sabotage my door lock and make my rooms a prison. I did not hear the Maharaja and his gold-plated Hispano Suiza, filled with high-spirited guests, drive back through the gates, bashing the stones of the narrow opening and spewing gravel across the carefully swept lawn. I did not hear the Maharaja ask his servant if the deed had been done, nor did I see the two of them go to make ready quarters for me in a quieter portion of the forts. I did, on the other hand, hear the motor car fly past me on its passage back from town, when the violent drop of one fast-spinning tire into a pothole resulted in shouts and shrieks of laughter. I witnessed none of these events within New Fort for the simple reason that I was not there. I left my rooms less than 5 minutes after entering them, having stopped there only long enough to pull on black trousers and a long dark pullover. I wrapped a dressing gown over the clothes and handed a note to the servant who lurked at my door, asking him to take it to Sonny Goodhart. When he had gone, I dropped the gown and grabbed my soft Simla boots, pausing only to dip my hands into the lamp's soot and wipe it across my face. Then I slipped, unseen, down the stairs and into the dark gardens. With my boots on my feet and a handful of tiny pebbles in my pocket, I took up a position near the gates, crouching there for a few moments until the guards went to investigate the rattle of tiny stones in the shadows. I eased out of the gates and over the waist-high stone wall onto the rocky hillside, easing down the faint, near-vertical path that I felt more than saw. Inching on all fours from rock to shrub, the back of my neck crawled with awareness of the mysterious eastern half of the fortress looming behind me in the darkness. As I moved with infinite care down the slippery slope, I fancied I could hear the ghostly echoes of screaming mutineers, trapped and burning 67 years before. I reached the road at last, leg muscles quivering, 2 fingers ripped and bleeding from a rock, but undiscovered. I gazed south, where lay the town of Cawnpore, then turned resolutely north. This was the first time that I'd been out unobserved, and I was not about to waste the opportunity. I strode briskly north, towards those beguiling go-downs that had been calling to me since I had first laid eyes on them from the window of the Maharaja's aeroplane. Little more than an hour later, I was hunkered behind the lip of a drainage ditch halfway between the forts and Cawnpore city, while the Maharaja's laden Hispano-Suiza flew raucously past. I rose to watch the great headlamps illuminate the stone drive, its driver blithely unaware that the disapproving eye of the crown was about to turn upon his little kingdom. I watched the car stagger its way through the gates, then turned, finally, towards Holmes. The city gates were shut for the night, so I went on to the Sarai south of town, and there in the dying firelight I found the outlines of a familiar mirrored wagon. As I laid my hand on the flap of the tent, a faint slipping noise came from within, and I stopped to say, "It is I." When I heard the blade slide back into its sheath, I continued in. "I had word that men were seeking me in the town," said Holmes in Hindi, to explain his haste in drawing steel. "The Maharaja and his friends, in search of entertainment." "Ah, and you?" "The time has come for Mary Russell to return to her husband." "And time for her to disappear as well, do I take it?" "It would be best. The Maharaja dislikes—" I did not know the Hindi word, so I used the English. "Ingratitude." "Interesting. Fortunately, I have a good supply of walnut dye." "Holmes, it is best if we depart the city. Its prince might think to look again tomorrow, and it would be easier if he were to find you gone." "And O'Hara?" "I have a few ideas on that," I said. "However, it's complicated, and I think we should get on with doing my skin. Oh, but Holmes, remember when Nesbit made mention of a report that the Maharaja had been buying large quantities of cotton? I found it. Say one thing for Holmes. He always appreciated the little gifts I brought him, and this no less than any. He even permitted me to tell the story properly, creeping past the inhabited buildings at the airfield and to the silent go-downs, the makeshift picklocks I had fashioned from hairpins, the discovery of no fewer than 3 of the big triple-engine Junkers planes awaiting assembly, a disconcerting number of machine guns and light artillery, and, best for last, the biggest go-down with its store of cotton bales floor to ceiling, and neatly arranged beside them drums of the other materials one would need for making explosives. Oh yes, Nesbit was going to love this. The more perhaps if we could find him Kimball O'Hara as well. We slipped away from the Sarai during the night, again disguised as a pair of itinerant Muslim magicians, and headed west into the broad plateau that formed the centre of the state, a rich source of pulse and cane, wheat and vegetables. I had been, I thought, remarkably patient. No more. Holmes, it is your turn. What happened after you left Simla? Remarkably little,
he replied. Quite odd, really. As a narrative, Holmes, the statement is by no means sufficient. No, I suppose not. Very well. Binder and I left the hotel early. I had decided that the train out of Simla being unlikely to provide a rich source of information concerning that itinerant monk O'Hara, we should walk out of the hills. Walk? That must have taken days. What was Binder's reaction to that? He was not pleased. I did offer to provide him with a ticket back to Kalka, but for some reason the boy decided he would rather stay with me. So we walked and caught rides on bullock carts and tongas, and stopped regularly to thaw ourselves out in wayside hostelries, drinking tea with the locals and gossiping about this and that. Monks particularly, I suggested. By all means, especially considering the way a certain scoundrel of a red-hat Buddhist monk had just made off with my purse and train ticket, leaving me to trudge through the snow and survive on cups of tea bought with the few coins that remained in my pocket. And did any of them recall another such monk? Oh, say about 3 years before? Surprisingly few. And both of those who did, the sweeper of one inn and the cook in another, remembered him as going uphill towards Simla, not away. So he took the train out? I said, disappointed. Or went overland to the north. In the summer months the passes there would be reasonable, for a man who loves the hills at any rate. One thing did come to light. A band of dacoits, robbers, was working in the area north of Simla during that time. Do you think? I think it highly unlikely that Kimball O'Hara was the victim of casual dacoitry. Still, it gave me thought as I walked along. A while later, another question came to mind. What did Binder make of your tale of woe? I asked. The boy seemed unsurprised. In fact, he tended to embellish my stories rather more than was necessary. And that, too, was thought-provoking. The child was shrewder than he appeared, and without doubt unscrupulous, but I could not bring myself to picture him as a spy planted in our midst, by Nesbit or anyone else. For one thing, the child was too young for that sort of sustained purpose of mind. Holmes had habitually used youthful irregulars in his Baker Street days, but only for specific and limited missions. But if the child was not there under orders, why did he stay? And more to the point, why did he not question the oddities of Holmes' behaviour? The mysteries kept me occupied all that day, but they remained mysteries. We set up that night in a village of perhaps 90 souls, earning a handful of copper for our pains, but with the coins supplemented by a generosity of food and fodder. The village got a bargain, because in my absence Holmes had cobbled together the equipment for a new act, which, together with the levitation frame, my bottomless muslin cap, and the conversions to the blue cart effected by blacksmith and carpenter back in Kalka, were spectacular enough to make even the least superstitious folk uneasy. Not until we were in our bedrolls that night could we speak freely, murmuring into each other's ears in English, the sound inaudible from outside the walls of the tent. Holmes had been thinking about what I had said. "You say Old Fort appears deserted, but is not," he said. "There are no lights, but when one watches with care, one sees the occasional splash of lamp and gleam of a sentry's gun atop the walls, and twice a guard's careless cigarette." "What of its gates?" "They are generally open. I presume they're guarded, although if the men are anything like those on the main gates, it should be no great task to get past them." "You wish to see inside Old Fort?" "Why else should we be here?" he asked. Why else, indeed? I merely thought that perhaps we ought to send word to Nesbit first, in case something happens. Report or no, Nesbit knows where we are. Our disappearance alone would tell him all he need know. Slim comfort. We moved on the next day, our path a wide circle leading back to the forts. Here the ground was less fertile, with fewer people working the fields. We strolled the dusty road, the unnaturally amiable donkey following along behind, and as we went,
I tried to describe the Maharaja and his coterie. He is, as Nesbit said, a fine sportsman. Having ridden after Pig myself now, I understand Nesbit's praise of the man. Of course, he's completely insensible to damage inflicted on horses or coolies. But he does play the game by the rules, and was unwilling to leave a wounded boar to die in the bushes. Which may merely be because were the boar to recover, it would be both ill-tempered and experienced when it came to men. True, and it wouldn't do to have a berserker pig come after, say, a visiting Prince of Wales. But you already told me that the hearty sportsman is not the only side to his personality. His cousin said it. He collects grotesques. In his zoo, but also the people living under his... Ugh, the sun is so hot today. I broke off to say as a farmer reclining in the shade of a tree stirred and sat up at our approach. Holmes asked the man about the next village, and learned that it was tiny, but that a few miles farther on was a larger village, with 2 wells and many clay-brick houses. We thanked him, shared a beedi with him, and returned to the road. You were saying, Russell? His pet grotesques. He collects them. But I would have to say he also creates them. In the zoo, he plays God with animals, seeing how far he can drive them before they go mad. And in the palace, he does a similar thing with his guests, finding their weaknesses and twisting his blade in an inch at a time. It's a game to him, baiting and teasing his hangers-on, undermining their skills, seeing if he can drive them nuts. Then I told him about the zoo, the casual extermination of the thin creature, and my impression that he was using the act deliberately to disturb Sonny Goodhart. And for the sake of completeness, but feeling somewhat embarrassed, I went on to describe the toy room, its taxidermied inhabitants, and my profound distaste for that as well. Holmes walked for a while, staring sightless at the bright wagon, deep in thought. I was braced for his disapproval, that I had not told him this part of it earlier, when I first saw him in Cawnpore City. I had my refutations all in a line, that simply failing to reappear in the forts would have stirred up all kinds of uproar, that not being a small furry animal nor a servant, I was hardly in any danger, and so on. But he just kept walking, and eventually sighed to himself, as if he'd gone through all my arguments in his head and had to admit my position. Sometimes the speed of Holmes' wit could be disconcerting. An unbalanced man, was, in the end, all he said. But you, Holmes, you've been in Cawnpore nearly as long as I have. What impression of the prince have you got from his subjects? The people are extremely wary of their ruler. They acknowledge that he has improved their lot in any number of ways, appreciate that their sons are learning to read and that their villages have clean water. But they accept these things with the caution that an experienced fox will use in retrieving bait from a trap. And twice I have heard rumours of men vanished into the night. Men, not women. Strong, middle-aged men. Not the sort of target one would expect for perversions. No, and as evidence, it would be dismissed by the most forgiving of judges. Men disappear for any number of reasons, in Cawnpore as in London. So tell me, Russell, having spent 5 days in his company, if the Maharaja of Cawnpore did lay hands on Kimball O'Hara 3 years ago, would he have killed him, or kept him? Kept him, I answered instantly, then thought about it. Assuming he knew who the man was, and unless O'Hara drove him to murder. For what purpose? What Holmes was asking me to do might, to the uninitiated, sound like guesswork, but was in fact a form of reasoning that extended the path of known data into the regions of the unknown. Unfortunately, this sort of reasoning worked best with the motivations and goals of career criminals and other simple people. The Maharaja of Cawnpore was not a simple man. I can envision 2 reasons, although they would not be exclusive. One is, for lack of a better term, political. The Maharaja knows O'Hara is in fact a spy, and he wishes to extract from him all possible information about the workings of the British intelligence system. Although after 3 years I can't imagine there would be much he had not got out of the man.
You see political power as the Maharaja's goal?
I found myself fiddling with the silver and enamel charm around my neck. Nesbit indicated something of the sort, that a native prince might be a compromise between the Congress Party and the Muslim League.
Even if he does not come into power through the ballot box?
You think the Maharaja is setting up a revolution of his own? He could hardly expect to take over the country as a whole.
Even a small blow at the right place might be enough to shatter the British hold on the country, given the current political climate.
By surprise where it hurts? I murmured. Goodhart's drunken cry at the costume ball had stayed with me.
Precisely. And the provocative elements in this drama are mounting.
His friendship with a self-avowed communist who, according to his sister, has considerable experience with aeroplanes, perhaps to the extent of piloting them himself, I said. The capture, possible capture, I corrected myself before he could, of one of the lead spies of the occupying power.
His superior airfield with stockpiled arms and explosives,
Holmes added.
Its proximity to the border, a trip to Moscow, 2 British spies found dead in the vicinity of Cawnpore.
The remarkable number and variety of guests who come through this rather remote kingdom.
The Maharaja of Cawnpore is a Lenin of the subcontinent,
Holmes mused.
We are reasoning in advance of our data, but it is an hypothesis worthy of consideration. What was your other reason?
My other... Oh, yes, for keeping O'Hara in custody. Because the Maharaja wants to gloat over him. Not openly, but secretly. What was it he said to me? I like to keep some things to myself. His private rooms show it, that the things that are really important to him he guards close to his chest, and, I said more slowly, trying to envision the complete picture, maybe he even regards it as a sport, trying to get inside the man and twist him. Holmes did not respond, and I glanced to see his reaction. His face was stony, his eyes far away. Holmes, I've heard a great deal about Kimball O'Hara from you and from Nesbit. And I suppose you could say from Kipling's story before that. So what is O'Hara's weakness? How would the Maharaja turn him? We had covered half a mile before Holmes answered me.
O'Hara's greatest weakness when I knew him was his unwillingness to lie. Oh, he was superb at playing the game, turning the truth until it went outside in, creating stories for himself. Those small deceits of history and character that are part of a good disguise. But when it came to direct questions, and particularly when dealing with a person who knew him, telling a lie was almost physically painful for the lad. He had an almost superstitious aversion to breaking his word.
I thought about this the remainder of the afternoon, asking myself how a person might use a man's honesty against him. Offhand, I couldn't come up with anything terribly likely, but I had no doubt that if it were possible, the Maharaja of Cawnpore would be the man to do it. Well before dusk, we came to the village the farmer had described to us, a small but prosperous collection of walls and trees, fields stretching out in all directions. I waited with the donkey and cart, surrounded by the excited twitter of the village children, while Holmes came to an agreement with the headman. We set up camp beneath the assigned tree, then hobbled the donkey and gave it food. Dusk settled in. The men came in from their labours. The odours of dung fire and spices rose up in the soft air. I missed Bindra more than I would have thought, and hoped the urchin had found safe haven on the other side of the border. And then I caught myself and chuckled aloud. That boy would survive in a pit of angry cobras. The sky shed the sun's light, giving way to half a moon, and Holmes and I readied ourselves for the evening performance. It was a dramatic setting for a human sacrifice, give my murderer credit. He had drawn together the entire populace, crones to infants, in a dusty space between buildings that in England would be the village green, and all were agog at the sight. A circle of freshly lit torches cracked and flared in the slight evening breeze, their dashing light rendering the mud houses in stark contrast of pale wall and blackest shadow. The bowl of the sky I was forced to gaze up at was moonless, the stars, far, far from the electrical intrusions of civilization, pinpricks in the velvet expanse. The evening air was rich with odours, the oily reek of the rag torches in counterpoint to the dusky cow-dung cook fires, and the curry and garlic that permeated the audience, along with the not unpleasant smell of unsoaped bodies and the savour of dust which had been dampened for the show. I lay, bound with chains on what could only be called an altar, waist height to the man who held the gleaming knife. My sacrifice was to be the climax of the evening's events, and he had worked the crowd into a near frenzy, playing on their rustic gullibility as on a fine instrument. It had been a long night, but it seemed that things were drawing to a finish. The knife was equally theatrical, 13 inches of flashing steel wielded with artistry in order to catch the torchlight. For nearly 20 minutes it had flickered and dipped over my supine body, brushing my skin like a lover, leaving behind thin threads of scarlet as it lifted. My eyes ached with following it about. Still, I couldn't very well shut them. The mind wishes to see death descend, however futile the struggle. But it would not be long now. I did not understand most of the words so dramatically pelting the crowd, but I knew they had something to do with evil spirits and the cleansing effects of bloodshed. I watched the motions of the knife closely, saw the slight change in how it rested in my attacker's hand, the shift from loose showmanship to the grip of intent. It paused, and the man's voice with it, so that all the village heard was the sough and sigh of the torches, the cry of a baby from a nearby hut, and the bark of a pie dog in the field. The blade now pointed directly down at my heart, its needle point rock steady as the doubled fist held its hilt without hesitation. I saw the twitch of the muscles in his arms, and struggled against the chains in futility. The knife flashed down, and I grimaced and turned away, my eyes tight closed. This was going to hurt. But as the knife began its downward descent, as the mechanical device now built into the bottom of the upturned cart clicked open and gave way, as the lit pyrotechnic sputtered in my ear, my eyes flew open again, for in that brief instant a stray splash of light had illuminated a pair of figures at the back of the crowd. But I was too late. By the time my eyes came open again to seek them out, the trick knife had collapsed against my body, and I was dropping to the rocky ground beneath the cart, artificial blood flying all over and the flash blinding everyone but Holmes. Cursing furiously under my breath, I shook free of the chains, fighting to turn over in the restricted space without overturning the cart and giving myself away, while Holmes raised his voice above the sudden clamour that the flash always stimulated, telling the villagers that the sacrifice had been taken up by the gods. I pressed my bare eye to the side of the cart, where a small crack let in the torchlight, searching for the figures. Even without my spectacles, the turbans caught my eye, red and high, with a gleaming white device over the forehead, and beside them, a smaller, bare-headed man, his features indistinct, but I didn't need to see them. The Maharaja of Cawnpore had caught us up. There were more guards, I saw, closing in on our rustic stage as the villagers faded quickly back behind the protection of their walls. I lay helpless, waiting for strong hands to lift the cart and drag me away. But to my surprise, the Maharaja seemed more interested in Holmes than in me. "How did you do that?" he asked, speaking Hindi. "Oh, my lord, it is the arts," Holmes replied. "It is trickery." "My lord, no trickery. I am a follower of the Prophet, but my skill is in the hands of Vishnu and Shiv. I wish to see it again."
I will happily come to your court and—" "Good," the Maharaja said, and turned away. I let out the first breath in what seemed like several minutes, but too soon. The prince's hand came up in command, and through my thin crack I saw figures in red pugrees closing in on the cart, or rather on the cart's owner. Holmes had only time enough to bend over where I lay and speak what sounded like an incantation, but which was actually a command in German. "Stay there, then go for aid." There was a scuffle, and Holmes' querulous voice demanding explanation, followed a minute later by the sound of a motor car starting up. Then, awfully, silence. Chapter 21. I crawled out from beneath the shiny wagon, rubbing unconsciously at my wrists and at the bruise on my hip that came with every fall through the trapdoor. What the hell was I supposed to do now? I asked myself. We'd avoided the Maharaja because we feared he might recognize me. We hadn't even considered that he might go to the effort of hunting down a magician to add to his collection, however temporarily. I pulled my spectacles from my pocket, but clarity of vision had little effect on clarity of thought. Holmes had said go for aid, which meant that he didn't think I should wait around for him to be returned. Aid could only mean Geoffrey Nesbit, but even if the man was at home in Delhi, it could take him days to get here, and I couldn't see that walking openly into a telegraphist to send a message would be the most sensible action. Clearly the Maharaja had ears throughout his country, or he'd never have found the magician Faith had seen in Cawnpore City. Think, Russell. I had, it seemed, 3 choices. I could wait here, I could go after Holmes by myself, or I could ask Nesbit for help. And if I forced myself to overlook the alarming method by which the prince had laid hands on the magician, not an easy thing to do, to ignore my body's nearly overwhelming impulse to race down the road in the wake of the car, I had to admit that Holmes was very probably in no great danger. Yes, he had been abducted in an alarmingly similar fashion once before, and yes, that time the results had been nearly catastrophic, but I had no reason, no rational reason, to feel that anything of the sort was going to happen here. Potential Lenin or no, there was no indication that the Maharaja was arresting Holmes for a spy. His words had said merely that the Prince of Cawnpore wanted to see a magician do his tricks. Annoyed he might be by having to search for the magician, and granted he was in the habit of inviting his guests to stay on and on, but once my heart had ceased to pump in buckets of adrenaline, my mind's voice could be heard, saying that it would not be much harder to retrieve Holmes in 4 or 5 days than it would be if I stormed the palace tonight. And, my brain at last beginning to function with clarity, it was quite possible that Holmes might find traces of Kimball O'Hara where I had failed, particularly if, as I thought possible, the spy was quartered in Old Fort rather than among the European guests. Still, I did not think that sitting in this mud-walled village would help anyone, so I wiped away the artificial blood from the slashes on my arms and legs, doused the guttering flares, and went to look for the headman. It took some doing to convince the man that I was neither dead nor spirit. In the end, the solidity of the rupees I put in his hand decided the matter. He would guard the wagon and feed the donkey, and although he had no horse himself to sell me, he could send for a man who did. By midnight, I was jogging north out of the village on a sturdy pony that had a bone-jarring gait but loads of stamina. I took the first road that came in from the right and pressed on for half an hour before the moonlight failed entirely, and the horse let me know that it was blind. I hobbled the creature and curled up in a blanket for a short time, rising and setting off again as soon as the road became visible. We travelled all day, passing Cawnpore City with the end of my puggree drawn across my face against the dust, without spectacles most of the time, trusting to my anonymity and the pony's sureness of foot.
In the afternoon I began to watch the telegraph lines that dipped and rose on poles beside the main road to Hijarkor, but I found no telegraph office until the road gave birth to a caravanserai, its air already heavy with a dozen smoky cook fires, clusters of men sitting around eating, coughing heartily, and spitting red splashes into the dust. I might have gone another hour or two before dark, and certainly would have continued had I wished merely for sleep, but instead I hired a string charpoy from the same establishment that stabled my pony, and bought a large plate of rice and dal, so hot it brought tears to my eyes. The smoke rose and then died away in the serai. The horses and camels complained and quieted. The lights were turned out in the telegraph office, and eventually the charpoys around me subsided into a nighttime chorus of snores and mumbles. I lay without moving, to all appearances asleep. In fact, my brain whirred, dredging up images of Holmes in chains or tortured or fed to the lions, one pointless speculation after another. I dragged my thoughts from him and placed them instead on Kimball O'Hara, this phantom of the survey who had brought us thousands of miles and occupied us for weeks now, a world-famous Irish Indian lad who was also an unknown middle-aged intelligence agent, a born trickster who found it painful to lie, a man who might be dead or farming in Tibet, or sleeping on the next charpoy, or who might be in chains, or tortured, or fed to the lions, or... I wrenched my mind from these futile images and decided I'd waited long enough. I had chosen my bed at the far reaches of the free air dormitory, so it was an easy matter to slip from my bedroll, and avoiding the watchman, who like all chowkidars spent the night warning villains off with his coughs, circle around to the stout mud-brick building that held the telegraph office. At its door, I pulled back the lining of my spectacles case to reveal a set of picklocks, and bent over the door's lock. It was the work of no time before I was inside among the silent equipment, grateful that the Cawnpore line was not busy enough to require manning around the clock. Wishing I had a torch, or even an old-fashioned dark lantern to supplement the sparse illumination that came through the barred window, I felt my way past chairs and tables, until at last my fingers encountered the familiar shape. I was taking a risk, and not only that of some curious and sharp-eared passer-by. If the agent in Hijarkor thought it curious that this rural outpost should be sending a message at this time of night, and in English, as I couldn't trust my Hindi spelling, if he made inquiries instead of just sending it on, if the Maharaja got news of it. Well, in for a penny, I thought, and began to tap out the Morse address. I made it back to my snoring neighbours, and managed to doze away for a while myself, in between listening nervously for the approach of constabulary footsteps and royal motor cars, but hard hands did not seize me, and the disgruntled pony and I were on our way before the sun. The next caravanserai, the last before the border, came in the middle of the afternoon, but I bypassed its dubious charms, hoping to make Hijarkor that same day. However, we ran out of light well short of the border, and rather than press forward and off a cliff, I fed and hobbled my footsore companion and curled up at its side, continuing on with daylight. Unfortunately, this made me an uncharacteristically early border crosser, hours ahead of those who had stopped the night in the serai, and when dealing with officialdom, one ought never appear out of the ordinary. It is difficult to remain amiable and apologetic when every muscle in one's body is straining towards action, but to allow shortness of temper only invited reciprocity on the part of the men with the red turbans, and I had to get across that border. So I smiled and repeated my story about an aged grandmother's urgent summons to her bedside, and allowed the pony to eat the chrysanthemums growing near the guard-house door. Finally, the two border guards got tired of me and waved me through. I kept the smile plastered on my face as I rode on, although it felt more of a grimace by the time I entered the outskirts of Hijarkor. I watched for the boy Bindra, thinking that he might be sitting by the side of the road, but he was not there, and although I would have expected his absence would be a relief, In fact, it was just one more vexation to rub at my raw nerves. When a uniformed British officer appeared on his shiny big horse in front of me, angled to cut me off, I felt like pulling my knife on him. "Miss Russell," the officer said. The unexpectedness of that name in this place made me startle the pony into a panic, jibbing around in the street until I could get it under control and facing the officer again. "Good Lord, Captain Nesbit, how on earth did you get here so quickly?"
"I was in Delhi rather than Simla, so I didn't have to waste half a day in getting down from the hills. Come, let us get off the street."
We rode out of the city to a nondescript villa in the middle of broad fields of pulse and corn. A syce took the 2 horses, and Nesbit led me to a room furnished with a narrow bed, some prints of English landscapes, and a door leading to a bathroom.
"You'd probably like to bathe," he said. "If you need clothes, there are things in the drawers. When you're finished, the breakfast room is down the hall to your left. I'll be there."
As the stinking travel-grey garments on my back were the only clothing I had with me, I pored through the drawers in gratitude, coming up with an odd assortment of English and native garments that smelt deliciously of sun and the iron. I scrubbed, rinsed, and toweled vigorously until my skin was nearly its normal colour, pulled on the trousers and shirt I had found, and bound my damp hair in a turban cloth. There was even a toothbrush, which I had neglected to bring from the mirrored wagon and had missed terribly. Nesbit was sitting at a table with coffee and a sheaf of official-looking papers, which he cleared away so I could take a seat in the sun that poured through the window. Plates appeared mere moments later, softly poached eggs, toast, kippers, and tomatoes. I devoured every crumb and helped myself to more of the toast and jam, while Nesbit ate more sparingly and talked of politics and news from home. When I was replete, he gathered his papers and we went down the hall to a study, where he closed the door and pulled 2 chairs close together. I told him everything, beginning with the arrival of the aeroplane on the road outside the train station and ending with my breaking into the telegraph office. He interrupted only when my narrative passed over some detail, commented mostly with nods and raised eyebrows, although my description of the go-downs and what I had seen there brought him briefly to his feet. When I had come to an end, he gazed out the window for a bit, and then asked me for further details on the Maharaja's other guests. After that, he pulled out maps and asked me precisely where one thing or another had taken place. In all, it took the rest of the morning. After lunch, he excused himself, saying that business required him elsewhere. "Are you going to report what I've told you?" I asked him.
"I shall have to write a report, certainly, but I shan't send it, not just yet. The contents of those go-downs will prove explosive in more ways than the one." He smiled. "Get some rest. I'll be back for tea." With that domestic parting, he left. I chose a book from the shelves and carried it onto the veranda, although I was certain that I would not be able to concentrate on anything other than my agitation over Holmes. However, I woke 3 hours later to Nesbit's boots on the boards and the gentle ting and clatter of a tea tray. He sat down, waited for the khansama to go out of earshot, and said, "I've made arrangements for the both of us to be invited to the forts."
"How could I?" I started to ask, but he was still talking.
"I'm a regular guest there, or I used to be. Once or twice a year I would send Jimmy a telegram to say I had a few free days and suggest we ride after a few pigs. And every so often I'd bring a guest, so it would appear commonplace if I were to bring a friend. That's what I've done. The only question is, you're good at dressing the part of an Indian man. How are you at Englishmen?"
I considered the possibilities, then suggested, "Someone relatively new to the country, who is coming to Cawnpore primarily to look for his missing sister, Mary Russell. His twin sister, shall we say, as they look so much alike."
"That would do nicely. Would a brother fit with the story you gave in Cawnpore?"
I hadn't really given much of a story in Cawnpore, merely fact with some of the details left out. I never told anyone I had a brother, but I never told anyone I didn't either.
"Then that should be all right." I do a marvellous Oxford undergraduate. It'll have to be an officer, I'm afraid.
Why?
Couldn't it be a trader or an accountant or something? Or a student on a world tour? Any of those would be unusual to find in my company, from the Maharaja's point of view. An officer wouldn't fraternize with a box swallow. The faint scorn in Nesbit's voice echoed the general attitude towards tradesmen I had found since boarding the liner in Marseille.
Becoming an officer will take a lot of coaching.
It would take a week's practice to deceive a general, although perhaps only 24 hours for civilians. We have 19 hours. Jimmy's sending the aeroplane for us at noon tomorrow.
I set down my cup smartly. Then we'd best get to work. At precisely midday on Friday, the throb of the Maharaja's aeroplane grew in the hot air over Hijarkor, and soon the sleek red and white Junkers I had ridden before lowered itself onto the cleared road 1/2 mile from Nesbit's villa. The pilot was the RAF man I had glimpsed in the Cawnpore airstrip. He gave Nesbit the handshake of acquaintances, received my introduction, and climbed back behind the controls. The ground I had so laboriously travelled earlier that week unreeled beneath us, and in well under an hour we set down on the Cawnpore airfield. I wore civilian clothes, as befitted an officer on holiday, but I had spent most of the previous 12 hours enclosed in the uniform of the Indian Army, and my body retained its awareness of the shape and responsibility of it. I stepped out of the plane with the posture of a young captain, so absolutely sure of his position in the world that he need not assert it. I thanked the pilot, waited while the coolies put our things in the motor car, and joined my friend Nesbit in the back. The road was unchanged. The forts loomed as before, sliced in two by the shade-filled death trap of 1857. As the motor climbed the narrow road up the western side, my eyes were on the silent half of the palace, wondering if Holmes was there, wondering if he had heard the aeroplane go overhead and known that I had returned. The Maharaja was not present to greet us, having taken a party out into the hills after a panther that had mauled a villager the previous day. We were greeted by the major domo, whose tongue stuttered briefly into silence when he saw my familiar female features in their new male setting, but he was too experienced at dealing with his master's varied acquaintances to betray more than a moment's bemusement before pulling himself back into the role of professional dispenser of honours. And we were given honours beyond those that Mary Russell had received. Nesbit's quarters comprised 3 spacious rooms complete with balconies overlooking the inner gardens, while mine down the corridor were not much smaller. The pig-sticking fraternity, it seemed, was of higher rank than stray Americans brought in for amusement. When we had overseen the stowing of gear in the wardrobes and splashed the dust of the journey from our faces, and I, in the glass, checked that the adhesive was secure on my slim and excellently crafted blonde moustache, Nesbit, with the familiarity of the regular guest, took me on a tour of the forts, showing me all the nooks and corners that I had not even glimpsed as Mary Russell. Naturally, he included the zoo, a must-see for a first-time visitor to Cawnpore, and again I wandered the white gravel paths, greeting the orangutans and lions, admiring the ostriches and crocodiles. We continued our circumnavigation of Newfort, through the stables and back to the main road, where we turned south, strolling between the 2 halves and looking up at the eastern half of the fortress. "You've never been inside that?" I asked Nesbit in a quiet voice. "No, although this past week I tracked down an 18th century description of it written by a Frenchman. It wasn't terribly detailed. He was more concerned with the inlay and gilding in the Durbar Hall, but it seems to be laid out along the lines of a keep built around an inner courtyard. He says there are windows within, but as you've seen, none on the exterior walls." "A ready-made prison?" "Or simply a place so inhospitable it isn't worth keeping up." "Holmes has to be somewhere." "There are acres of possibilities in the new fort alone." That was true. I had to admit, although it made my heart sink to consider the task of sneaking through the fortress's endless and well-attended corridors in search of one itinerant magician. We emerged into the sunshine again, and, as if our reappearance had been a signal, there came a shout from behind us. Turning, we saw a body of horses trailing down the road from the north. Even at a distance, the heaviness of their stance and movement spoke clearly of having been ridden hard. Nonetheless, the distinctive Arab at their head was kicked into a trot, then a canter, and in a moment the Maharaja's voice rang out from the depths of the defile. "Nesbit! So glad you could come. We've been holding the pigs for you. I got news of a giant among beasts up where you lost the horse last year. Rumour has it that the thing measures 38 inches. Not that the peasants know anything, but still." He had been shouting happily all the way down the pass, and the moment he came into the sunlight he allowed the horse to slow. It came to a halt within half a dozen paces, so tired was it, but its rider seemed unaware of its distress, merely dropped to the ground to greet his fellow enthusiast. "Had any good rides lately?" he asked, pumping my companion's hand. "Been saving it for the cup," Nesbit replied, slipping into the easy banter of old companions, revealing nothing of the strain he had to feel at suspecting this long-trusted comrade capable of acts ranging from kidnapping to treason. "I'll take it from you again this year. I can feel it. And this is... Ah!" His astonishment was so great his English fled. He peered under the brim of my topi, his eyes telling him that he was looking at the young woman who had escaped his hospitality the week before, his brain insisting that this was someone else. The shadow from my topi obscured the upper half of my face. The wax I had stuck along my back teeth made my face squarer and more masculine. The thickened eyebrows, steel-rimmed spectacles I wore, hastily manufactured in Hijarkor, and a moustache said, "Man." Blessedly, the marks from the pig hunt had faded, and the bruised fingernails on my left hand, ripped on my downhill climb from the gate, had been done since he'd seen me last. "Martin Russell," Nesbit offered, into the silence. I thrust out my hand, its palm roughened overnight with sand, and greeted the Maharaja with an officer's drawl pitched lower than my usual voice. "Even if I didn't know she'd been here, Your Highness, I'd have guessed from your reaction that you've met my sister." The vigorous shake of my hand loosed the prince's voice. "The resemblance is truly extraordinary." "Yes, Sebastian and Viola. I know. They say Shakespeare got it wrong, that identical twins have to be, well, identical. But as you can see, it sometimes happens that a brother and a sister come pretty close to being cut from the same mould. We're even both short-sighted and left-handed. However, I assure you that I'm half an inch taller, have a better sense of humour, a superior seat in the saddle, and can beat her at darts any day of the week. I'm also not nearly half the trouble she can be. I don't suppose she's still here? Her husband's having the devil of a time finding her. He's peppering me with telegrams, sending me chasing all over the country." The dark face was busy re-evaluating the person in front of him, trying to shape me into this new form. I left an amiable look on my face and prayed that my moustache would stay in place. "No," he said at last. "She left here a week ago precisely. Vanished during the night, taking a few articles and leaving a note to ask that we forward the rest of her things to an hotel in Delhi, which I believe we did." "Oh, you did all right. That's what set a burr under the old man's tail. Mary's bag's showing up without her. Not that it's the first time she's pulled a disappearing act. Last time it was Mexico. She spent the better part of a month with the wife of Pancho Villa, or girlfriend or sister, some damned thing. She only does it to annoy because she knows it teases. Nesbit invited me here more to escape the telegrams than because I thought she'd be here. You have any luck with your panther?" "Panther? Oh, yes. We got him, although we had to use a gun to do it, unfortunately. He came for me out of some rocks, and I was ready for him, but he had one taste of the spear and decided he didn't like it much. He turned tail, swiped a chunk out of one of the beaters,
then took to a tree and wouldn't come down. We'd have set fire to it to bring him out, but the field was too dry, would have burnt the village with it." During the telling, his attention had shifted from me to Nesbit, the one who might appreciate the tale. I was glad to see the shift, because it indicated a degree of acceptance that, unlikely as it seemed, Martin Russell might be who he appeared. I didn't ask after the wounded beater. Mary would. Martin wouldn't. The others began to catch us up, their horses plodding and stained with sweat, and we went through the same shock of introductions with the 4 of them who had met Mary. With the Maharaja's acceptance, however, the lead was down for them to follow, and I slipped into the role of visiting male friend without great difficulty. One of the young women, a newly arrived friend of the novelist Trevor Wilson, even batted her eyelashes at me. We met for drinks on the terrace, with the sun slanting low over the rooftops behind us, and the talk circling about the panther, its ferocity and speed, the bravery of the men approaching it with nothing but sharp sticks. At one point the animal itself was paraded through on a sort of decorated stretcher for our approval. Its sleek hide had been sponged to remove the gore, but I thought that, while the pair of gashes in its shoulders should prove easy for a taxidermist to stitch into invisibility, the great hole in its chest might prove more of a problem, particularly if, as the Maharaja clearly did, one regarded a bullet as somewhat shameful. Perhaps damaged skins were set aside to upholster more furniture. The sun retreated up the walls, and 1,000 small oil lamps were lit for our festivities, tiny earthenware saucers with floating wicks that added an incongruous touch of romance and tradition to the evening. A passing servant asked if I would like another gin and tonic, but I turned down his offer, knowing that we would shortly be off to our rooms to dress for dinner. However, the Maharaja had a surprise up his sleeve. With a flourish, not of trumpets, but of his arm, he raised his voice and called us to attention. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have for you a small entertainment, a performance for your amusement and your mystification." That was all the warning I had before the tall, black-clad figure of my husband was escorted in from an unlit corner. Holmes had kept his own clothes, I saw, although he wore a Muslim cap instead of the starched turban, and his boots had been replaced by soft native shoes, which meant, damn it, that the knife and picklocks in his heels were no longer a part of his equipment. I saw with relief that he had not been mistreated. His motions with the mirrored balls were fluid, his posture dignified, the broken English of his patter word perfect. Whatever the Maharaja was doing with him, Holmes seemed happy enough to go along with it for the moment. He ran through most of the one-man stunts, and if the audience was vastly more sophisticated than the rustic villagers he normally performed for, even the English guests were caught up in the mystery of where objects went when they left his hands, and why they might reappear in unlikely places. After 20 minutes, the mirrored juggling balls sparkling into nothingness for the last time, he bowed first to the Maharaja, then to us, and made as if to leave. But the Maharaja would have none of it. He called various people forward to examine the innocent hands of the magician, to pat his sleeves and marvel at the absence of hidden pockets. Holmes was a surprisingly competent tailor when the need arose. Nesbit and I hung back, but we did not go unnoticed. "Come," our host called. Nesbit stepped forward, and I reluctantly followed. The prince held up the magician's hand as if this were the foot of a horse to be examined for stones, and he patted Holmes' wrists, which showed nothing but brown skin. Not nearly brown enough, I saw in alarm. Dyestuffs are not readily available inside jail. Holmes stood impassively under the handling, his eyes meeting mine but giving no sign of recognition. Clearly, he had studied the crowd on the terrace from his dark corner and seen me talking with Nesbit. And then the Maharaja said to me, "Do remove your topi, Captain Russell. You'll be able to see better." Holmes tensed, his hand making a fist, his eyes darting to the guards as he prepared to fling himself to my protection.
But a topi is not a turban. And I have been my teacher's pupil before I became my husband's wife, learning to my bones that half a disguise is none at all. I lifted my topi, smoothed my regulation officer's haircut with my other hand, and bent forward obediently to witness the lack of tricks up the magician's sleeve. The moment my short-cropped, pomade-sleek, unquestionably masculine hair passed beneath his nose was the closest I've ever seen Holmes to fainting dead away. Chapter 22. The magician was led back into the palace, either escorted or under guard, according to the eyes that watched him go. The rest of us drifted away to dress for dinner. My clothing had been ironed and either folded away or hung in the spacious wardrobe, and the safety razor and shaving mug I had borrowed from Nesbit were laid out in the bathroom, ready to lend the verisimilitude of smooth cheeks to my appearance. I launched into the laborious process of donning a man's formal attire, fumbling with the studs and cursing under my breath at the tie, working for just the correct touch of insouciance. The indicators of quality in a human male are more subtle than those of the female, hence all the more essential to hit it right. Hair combed but not plastered, shoes of the highest quality and shined to a mirror gloss, but clearly not new, fingernails clean but not pampered. When the knock came on my door, I presented myself with all the nervousness of a debutante at her court presentation. Nesbit ran his eyes over me, coming up with approval and a trace of amusement, which made me glad that he was beginning to get past his dislike of the clandestine impetus for our invasion of Cawnpore. He did not care for spying on his friend, but he would do so at the top of his bent. "Shall we go?" I didn't hear the bell. "Time for a drink before," he suggested, and Martin Russell followed him agreeably down to the billiards room. The atmosphere of the palace had shifted in my absence, although I could not lay my finger on the how or why. Mrs. Goodhart had left off to Bombay to see her teacher, taking Sonny with her. That accounted for some of the change. And although Gay Cower was there, her hands trembling as she lit a cigarette, I saw neither Faith nor Lynn, who had seemed to me steadying forces in the Maharaja's menage. For one thing, we seemed to be heavily weighted to the masculine now. The 3 flighty German girls gone, a couple of visiting wives returned to their homes. The feminine exodus had left behind 8 rather hard-looking females, who would only by the furthest stretches of chivalry be termed ladies, 2 of whom I thought I recognised from the Nautch dancers, as well as 4 diminutive Japanese girls, 2 peculiar-looking albino women, and 3 of the Maharaja's female dwarfs, all of them wearing heavy makeup and scanty dress. We didn't actually make it as far as the billiards room, not with drinks being served on the terrace. We were standing with our glasses in our hands and a couple of flirtatious women in our faces, when Thomas Goodhart came onto the terrace, spotted me, and stopped dead. I carefully took no notice of him, bending instead to listen to the witticism of the painted lady. But he certainly took notice of my every action. After a few minutes he brought his drink over to where Nesbit and I stood. "Hello, Captain Nesbit," Goodhart said, although he was watching me as he spoke. "I didn't know you were coming to Cawnpore." "Good evening, old chap," Nesbit said, pumping the American's hand in greeting. "And I didn't realize you were still here. I don't see your charming sister, or your mother." "No. They've gone to meet Mama's friend. I stayed on to... I don't believe we've met," he said, although he didn't sound at all sure of it. "Captain Martin Russell, old friend of mine," Nesbit told him. We shook, and I arranged a somewhat tired smile on my face. "From your reaction, I take it that you too have met my twin sister. Whatever she did, I probably don't want to know." Nesbit's ease and my hearty masculinity completed what the haircut and false moustache began, and Goodhart, like the others before him, began tentatively to accept this peculiar coincidence. I felt various eyes on me during the evening, but my mask did not slip,
and by the evening's end, I was Captain Russell, not Miss. After dinner, we were again entertained by Nautch girls, and although they were the same dancers who had entertained us the other night, their performance tonight was a rather different thing from that wholesome version. When the dozen figures came into the Durbar Hall, whirling and clashing and gyrating seductively, I could not help glancing to see what Geoffrey Nesbit made of it. He seemed much taken aback, so much so that he looked over at me and then quickly away, his face going blank, if slightly pink about neck and ears. Clearly, this was not a form of entertainment commonly offered on his past visits. I kept my place, grateful that I was not on the outside and thus a target of one of the sinuous women, and it was with huge relief that I saw them leave. It would have been exceedingly awkward had the evening degenerated into a whole-scale orgy then and there. When the group rose to adjourn in the direction of billiards or cards or the smaller-scale orgy that no doubt was scheduled for elsewhere, I made my excuses and headed for the doors. Unfortunately, Nesbit was not with me. The Maharaja had claimed him early, kept him by his side, and looked to be intent on keeping him now. I met his eyes across the room as I left, an exchange that said without words that he had no idea when he might join me. I sat for a while in the fresh air of the garden, making a display of smoking a cigarette through, then went upstairs to my quarters to wait for Nesbit. As I passed, I offered a cigarette to the chaprassi positioned outside our rooms, who took it with gratitude. Inside, I changed my formal wear for something dark and tough and suited to climbing cliffs. Then I waited. I waited a very long time. When Nesbit came, there was no missing it. Scuffles, loud grumbles, and a stifled burst of laughter preceded him down the corridor. His door slammed back, and a minute later a crash came, followed by more hilarity. I pulled pyjama bottoms and a smoking jacket over my clothes and went into the hallway. 3 servants were backing out of Nesbit's door, looking amused, until they spotted me and went obsequious again. "Is the old man all right?" I asked the one assigned to squat at our door. "Oh, yes. He has merely taken much drink." "Thanks for getting him here in one piece," I said, and absently distributed cigarettes to all 4, then let myself into Nesbit's room, closing the door behind us. The man's drunkenness was not an act. Not entirely. I thought at first it was, expecting him to put it aside and go rational, but he was too far gone for that. Not that the rational portion was entirely overwhelmed. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, shoeless and wearing neither tie nor coat, when I came in. He raised his wavering head. "Ah, Russell. My old friend Martin Russell. Have to ask you to help me into the Johnny, that's a good man." He raised his arm, asking for my support, and I went to his side to haul him upright. My shoulder kept him from falling, and we made the cloakroom without mishap. "That's fine. You just leave me here for a minute." From the bedroom I listened to the sounds of gagging and retching. When the splash of the flush toilet had run its course, I took him a glass of water and helped him back to the bed. He dropped heavily down, his hands clutching his skull to keep the world from whirling. "Sorry," he said, slurring the sounds. "Sorry. He wouldn't let me stop, and there's only so much whiskey you can spill on the floor. God, this is bad." I saw his face change and hurriedly shoved the shaving bowl into his hands. A second glass of water was sipped more slowly and stayed down. "Never seen him like this. Madman," Nesbit muttered. I took the description as hyperbole and waited impatiently for him to tell me what we were going to do next. All plans of making a reconnaissance of the old fort had clearly shot out the window. By the time Nesbit was sober enough to walk, it would be light. "Saw the magician again," he said. I straightened sharply. "Where?" "In the... where were we?" he said to himself. "The gun room." "That horrible fur-lined room? Why?" "Jimmy wanted to see his tricks. Clever man." "I know," I said. "Did you say anything, accidentally?" "No." He spoke firmly with absolute assurance,
and I thought that this might be one drunk who retained a thin edge of control. "Did he give you anything?"
"Oh."
He raised his head, struggling to focus on my face.
"Jimmy?"
"No. The magician," I said, although we were speaking quietly. The green eyes narrowed exaggeratedly in thought, and Nesbit started to pat his pockets, then looked around for some place to put the glass. I took it and watched him search pockets with clumsy fingers until impatience got the better of me, and I dipped my own into breast and coat pockets until I encountered the tiny twist of paper, no bigger than an apple seed. "Got it," I told him. He blinked owlishly at the object, and I resigned myself to the fact that there would be no more help or even sense got out of the man tonight. Holmes' skin dye would have to last another day. I pulled back the bedclothes and patted the pillow. "You go to sleep. I'll see you in the morning."
"Got things to do,"
he declared, and prepared to rally his body's mutinous forces to his side. "Nesbit," I said in a firm voice. "Geoffrey, there's not a thing either of us can do tonight. Sleep it off. We'll talk in the morning." He focused on my face, inches from his, and then his eyes went soft, and after a minute he sagged sideways into the pillow and went limp. I pulled the bedclothes up to his shoulders and crossed the room, but at the door I heard his voice. "Pig sticking. In the morning. Early." Damnation. Outside, I gave the servant a third cigarette and told him, "Nesbit Saab will need aspirin and strong coffee when he wakes, and someone to help him shave," I added. "Yes, Saab," the man said merrily. "Aspirin and coffee we have much of." "I'll bet," I said to myself. In my room, with a chair braced under the door's handle, I eased open the tiny wad of thin paper Holmes had secreted in Nesbit's pocket. "First floor, southeast wing, keys in the desk box, bring rope, morphia, needle." I was accustomed to odd shopping lists from Holmes, but this gave me a moment's pause. Rope I could probably find, but the rest? As I traded my dark clothes for nightwear and climbed into bed, my mind was taken up with ways in which I might casually ask the servants for a drug addict's gear. Nesbit looked like death in the morning. The aspirin and coffee might have got him dressed and on the horse, but only time would restore the colour to his face and the flexibility to his posture. Still, he was there and mounted, albeit looking decidedly queasy. His greeting to me was a brief nod, his answer to the Maharaja's hearty greeting not much more effusive. The prince laughed and clapped his guest on the shoulders. "You're getting soft, Nesbit," he declared. "Not holding up the British side." "The day's not over yet, Jimmy," Nesbit answered, but the Maharaja only laughed the louder. I realised with a shock that this drinking partner was still half drunk. How the hell could he manage the intellectually tricky and physically demanding business of going after Pig? And I was none the happier when he chose Nesbit and myself as his partners for the run. We rode 5 miles northwest, past the airfield to where the servants were waiting. During that time Nesbit pulled himself together, his seat improving with every minute, his green eyes taking on the gleam of challenge. It was a relief to think that we weren't all going to be hopeless at the task ahead. The Maharaja, on the other hand, became increasingly peculiar. His high spirits seemed to twist as we went along, climbing and turning hard, his remarks to his guests taking on an edge of spite, even cruelty, his hand on the reins causing his lovely white Arab to fret and sidestep nervously. When we reached the servants, it had worked itself into a sweat despite the coolness of the morning, and the lead shikari eyed his master and the Arab's sweaty neck with equal apprehension. The attitude was quickly justified when the first spear handed the Maharaja proved to have some flaw in its polish. Petulance became fury, and the razor-sharp head flashed down, missing the servant's foot by a hairbreadth, and that only because the man jumped back. The substitute's spear proved more satisfactory. I exchanged a long look with Nesbit, and accepted a weapon of my own. Riding behind our host, I murmured to the blond man, "What the hell is wrong with him? He acts like he's taken some kind of drug.
Possibly. I've never seen him quite like this. Watch your back.
But before I could ask how exactly I was to do that, given the already hazardous setting of a pig hunt, the man ahead of us turned to shout us forward, and we kicked our mounts to obey. The day passed in a confusion of fury and high apprehension, until I felt as if I were dancing over a bed of planted swords with a partner courting suicide. We flushed 3 pigs, each one increasingly vicious, stronger than the last, ever more clever. It was as if nature itself was being fed by its prince's wild force, his manic laughter and cutting barbs driving his guests and servants on, welding us all into a kind of wild hunt, a pack out for blood. It was, I thought, in a brief, clear moment, only a matter of time before we turned on one of our own. Nesbit's emerald eyes glittered, and I found skills I could not have imagined, coaxing the horse into the turns of an acrobat, balancing the awkward spear like an extension of my arm. It was with the 4th pig that it all came crashing down on us. It was an old and wily creature, still enormously broad across the shoulders, but with one of its upper tusks broken down, and it came out of its thicket as ill-tempered as the prince himself. It ran and jinked, and I dropped back so the 2 men didn't ride me over, only to find the creature halting dead and reversing straight for me. Nesbit and the Maharaja had ridden well past it by the time they could pull up, and the tusks were closing in, too fast. What followed was the most furiously incomprehensible dance yet. The boar in the middle, all 3 of us jabbing and ducking away and coming back to its charges, waiting for an opening. The boar too experienced to allow us one. Around and around we went, the pig a welter of blood from a dozen minor wounds, not giving an inch, missing fetlocks and bellies by a breath, bolting and feinting and furious. And then the Maharaja came off his horse. I was looking straight at him when he did it, or I shouldn't have believed it. I saw him toss his spear to one side and kick free of the stirrups, dropping to the ground, completely defenceless and grinning like a schoolboy. The boar was facing Nesbit at that moment, but the animal heard the sound behind it and started to whirl about. Without thinking, I shouted some nonsense sounds and kicked my horse forward, waving the spear over my head. The horse quite sensibly refused to take more than a couple of steps, but that was sufficient to attract the boar's attention and turn it back to face me. It lowered its head to charge, but before it could find traction, its hind legs were jerked up from the ground, both of them, by the Maharaja. Incredulously, I watched the boar twist and scrabble to free itself, snorting and screaming its outrage. But the small man's strength somehow held it up, and then Nesbit's spear took it in the side and it dropped, dead before it hit the earth. My spearhead slumped to the ground as I fought for breath, but Nesbit had dropped off his horse and was standing over the dead pig, panting and shaking his head at his friend, who had collapsed to the ground behind the pig, still grinning. "Jimmy," Nesbit managed to gasp out, "what the hell was that about?" "I haven't done that since I was a boy," the Maharaja said when he got his breath. "Didn't know if I still could. Christ, I wish you'd warned me. Where would the fun in that be?" Nesbit stared, then gave a bark of laughter and thrust out his hand. Our host took it, allowing himself to be pulled upright, and they stood, shoulder to shoulder, admiring the dead animal until the appalled servants had brought the horses back. Both men mounted, and the Maharaja surveyed the scene. "I can't imagine we'll improve on that kill. Shall we let the day stand?" I tried not to show how abjectly grateful I was. Nesbit and I lagged behind the others on the ride back, and I told him about Holmes' note. To my surprise, he nodded at the list of requests. "Not a problem. How much rope does he mean?" I started to tell him that I thought it would be for tying prisoners, but hesitated. In that case, wouldn't Holmes have specified twine? The more I thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He had, after all, had some time to consider the contents of the note. "I shouldn't think all that much. He says he's being held on the first floor."
But if we need to come off the roof...
You're right. Where are we going to get that much strong rope?
Again, not a problem. Unless Jimmy's had the lumber room cleared out. He had a team of mountain climbers here a few years ago, bought the equipment for learning. I shouldn't think he's used it since. And the morphia? How much of that does he require, do you suppose?
Of that I felt more certain. If it had been for more than 3 or 4 people, he'd have specified. Is that also in the lumber room?
Morphia I carry with me.
He caught my look and smiled.
And skin dye, which I shall bring as well. One simply never knows what emergency may come up.
My spirits rose somewhat. We might yet pull this off.
They dipped again at dinner, when our host stormed in after keeping us all waiting for half an hour, back in the strange, unsettled state of the morning, if not worse. Nesbit worked hard to keep him entertained, and on a straight track, although it was quite a job, made no easier by the grim determination with which the Maharaja drank, and the black looks he shot at the Englishman. My heart sank when the prince abruptly dismissed most of the hangers-on, and told Nesbit to come with him to the gun-room, but Nesbit demurred. "Look, old man," Nesbit said pleasantly, "another night like the last one, and I won't be fit for the cup next month, far less whatever you've got planned for tomorrow. Thanks, but I'm for bed."
He drained his glass and stood up. The prince's dark eyes narrowed, and I braced for an eruption. But it did not come. Instead, the Maharaja seemed to have been distracted by something in what Nesbit said. He sat back in his chair, smiling as at a private joke.
"The Kadir Cup, yes. Britain's honour at stake. And it will be arranged that India will lose yet again. But tomorrow, on India's ground? Yes, Nesbit. Let's see what you can do with my entertainment tomorrow."
He waved a hand of dismissal, and we left, but as we went out of the door, I suddenly understood the traditional method of bowing oneself out of the royal presence. It was not out of respect, but for reluctance of presenting one's back to the throne. In the hallway, I murmured to the man beside me. I don't know that I cared much for the sound of that.
It had the distinct ring of a gauntlet thrown, did it not? Wouldn't be the first time, you know. Still, if he offers a round of tiger sticking, I really shouldn't volunteer if I were you.
I thought he was joking, until I looked at his face. My God, tiger sticking. In compensation for the disturbances of the night before, Newport quieted quickly. I left my lights burning until 11:30, and then wandered out again, wearing a dressing gown over dark clothing, and stood on the outside walkway smoking a cigarette. As was my habit, I offered one to the squatting servant, holding the match to him without thinking, then strolled away to gaze over the courtyard garden, comprised of mysterious shapes in the moonlight. It took less than 10 minutes for this particular cigarette to have its effect on the man. The moment I heard him slither to the side, I walked back and propped him upright, then went to Nesbit's door and put my head inside. He was there, waiting, his clothes black, face half hidden by a dark scarf. We slid through the silent hallways like wraiths, and he knew precisely where he was going. In half an hour, we were looking up at the walls of the older fort, black against the moonlit sky. I settled the decorative revolver in the back of my belt and prepared to storm Cawnpor's castle. Chapter 23. The moon rode blessedly near full in a cloudless sky, which made the task of approach far easier. Of course, had anyone been watching for us, it would have simplified their job as well, but they did not seem to be doing so, and we slunk up the road in the shadow of the wall, gaining the gates without an alarm being raised. The entrance to Old Fort was a mirror image of the other, but less well kept up. The paving stones were uneven underfoot, and where the western fort smelt of sandalwood and flowers, even from its gate, here the air was heavy with must and decay. The slovenliness extended to the guards as well. In the courtyard, 2 men had made a fire and sat warming themselves as they ate something from tin bowls, One of them had his back to us. I put my mouth to Nesbit's ear and breathed a question. Just the two. I felt him nod and followed him as he crept into the gateway, our sleeves brushing the massive wooden doors that I had never seen closed, keeping to the side of the passage lest we be outlined against the moon-bright sky behind us. He stopped where the passage opened into the inner courtyard, then slowly leant forward to peep around the corner. Over his shoulder, I could see the two men, who were arguing loudly over something in the local language. Nesbit reached back to touch my arm in warning, then stepped out, moving lightly around the wall to the arcades that began 20 feet from the gates. My heart leapt into my throat, but I followed, even though it was impossible that neither guard would spot us. We were in the open, less than 50 feet from them. Yet they didn't. They kept arguing, kept eating, and then we were behind the first column, my pulse racing furiously. My God, this Englishman was madder than the Maharaja. He led me along the arcade that circled the open yard, a smaller version of the new forts, although the only resemblance to a garden here was one lone tree growing against the walk directly across from the gates, which even in the thin light looked half dead. When we had circled 2/3 of the complex, Nesbit began to feel for a door. We were nearly to the gates again when he found one. The latch lifted easily, the door's creaks were minor, and he stepped within. After a moment, he put his head back out to breathe the word, "Stairs." The door shut, and as soon as the arguing voices had faded, I exploded at a whisper. "What on earth were you thinking? God knows why they didn't spot us." The one was looking away. The other had been staring into the fire. The only way they would have noticed us was if we shone a torch at them. And so saying, he gave the torch in his hand a brief flash, illuminating a run of worn stone steps. I touched the revolver, for the 100th time that night, and crept on his heels up the concave surfaces, pausing at the top. The hallway to the left glowed faintly as at a tiny candle. As we came up on it, the light proved to come from an oil lamp set in a wall niche. Another lamp burned 30 feet along. Halfway between the two and facing them was a ramshackle table, on which sat an equally bashed-about tin box. Unfortunately, the guard sitting behind the table looked remarkably strong and healthy, and far from slumbering at his post, he studied the walls, bored for something to do. I nearly jumped out of my skin when a loud Hindi voice rang down the stones, and even Nesbit jerked. "Oh, my brother," it called, "I hunger for your wife's good curry." My husband's voice, sounding strong and sure. I felt a thickness take over my throat. Not that I had been worried about Holmes. Not really. But my body had been. The bored guard raised his head to reply at the door nearest the first lamp. "Quiet, old man, it is too early." "And yesterday night and the night before did I eat before our master called me to work my magic before him? I did not. He called me and I laboured, and pleased him. Yet when I returned, cold and hungry, I found your good wife's food gone cold, and her chapatis dry to leather. It is not a great thing to ask, my brother, that you set my dinner before me now. It is there, to be sure. I can smell it rising from the air below." I doubted he could smell anything but the mustiness of the fort. But his suggestion got the guard thinking, and in a minute he stood up and put his face to the small barred window. "Very well, old man. I shall bring your food now, and you shall show me the trick with the coin." "It is agreed, my brother. I shall show you all manner of wonders, if my strength permits." The guard chuckled at the feeble bribery, and marched down the hallway to my relief in the opposite direction. When he came to the second wall lamp, he paused to glance briefly through the small barred window set into its door, but his look seemed a gesture of no great interest, merely habit. His feet scuffed down the hall. The moment he cleared the first curve, I was dashing for the tin box with the key. The door opened, and there was Holmes, black-clad, bareheaded, I threw myself at him, and my undemonstrative husband, disregarding our audience, responded with a reassuring vigour, his arms circling mine, muscles drawing tight as if he intended never to let me move away, his right hand pressing my head to his shoulder, fingers moving against my skull. "I'm sorry we took so long," I babbled. "It took me days to get out of the country, and then we couldn't get here yesterday night, and I was afraid that tonight too, but how did you know to send the guard away?" "The lamps shift when one of the lower doors goes open. I thought this a likely time for it to be you. Did you bring what I asked?" Reluctantly I stood away, although my hand lingered near his and his grey eyes studied my face as if it had been months, a smile playing across his mouth. "We did, but we won't need them, now that the guard's gone." "And the key?" But the key was not in the cell door, and when I looked for Nesbit, I found him at the other door, drawing it open, standing back. His face was alight with the intensity of his pleasure, and he thrust out his hand with only a degree less enthusiasm than I had embraced Holmes. The prisoner of the second cell emerged into the dim light, his hand preceding him out of the door. "Captain Nesbit," said a low voice, its English lightly accented. "I am so very pleased to see you." "Mr. O'Hara." That was all, but he might as well have dropped onto his knee and said the words, "My lord." All the love and respect of a student for his tutor welled into Nesbit's voice, relief and affection and just a hint of amusement, that they should find themselves in this place. The hand-clasp ended, and the man turned to us, curiosity enlivening the pale face. I had altogether forgotten that Kipling's lad was not a native, that both parents had been Irish. He was a clean-shaven, black-haired Irishman going grey at the temples, kept from sunlight for nearly 3 years. His skin had faded to a sickly shade of yellow, but the dark eyes danced as they sought out Holmes, and as he came up, he stopped to place both hands together and bow over them. Holmes returned the gesture, then grinned widely and grasped the smaller man's shoulders. "By God, Mr. O'Hara, it's good to lay eyes on you." "And you, my brother Holmes. The compassionate one has smiled upon you, it appears." And with that, the Irishman's gaze slid to one side and took me in, and if anything the grin widened. He moved over to look up into my face, and I studied with interest this phantom we had been following for all these long weeks. He was dressed as a monk, in dark red robes that left his arms uncovered, and now that I was standing in front of him I could see that his facial hair was not shaved, but had been laboriously kept plucked. Aside from that tiny detail, his features could have been those of a fellow passenger on a London bus. The face before me was remarkably unlined, so that he appeared younger than his 47 years, the dark wells of his eyes calm, peculiarly open and unguarded. He did not look, I thought, like a man long held prisoner. His eyes reminded me of something or someone, although before I could hunt down what or whom that was, his light, amused voice addressed me. "And you, appearances to the contrary, can only be Miss Russell." I suddenly remembered how I looked, and abruptly understood both his laughter and Holmes' fingers exploring my scalp. In the extremity of the moment, I had forgotten that I was Martin Russell, not his sister. But this middle-aged Irishman saw what the Maharaja had not, and accepted the disguise for what it was. He continued, "I am grateful to God that I have lived to see this day. I call your husband brother now, but in days gone by he was my mother and my father, and I rejoice that my eyes can see the woman who pleases him." I was so confused. All I could do was look at him, and even more confused when he turned and walked back to the door of his cell. "But now, you must be on your way before Sanji returns with the supper." Both Nesbit and I started to protest, but Holmes took over. "Russell, there's no time for discussion. The guard takes at a minimum 14 minutes to get to the kitchen and back, and we cannot count on this being one of those times he stops to gossip. Listen to me. Did you bring the drug?" "Here," I said, fishing it from my pocket, along with a small vial of skin dye Nesbit's kit had provided. The purloined climbing rope was best left around Nesbit's waist until we needed it. As Holmes secreted the bottles and needle away, he said, "The one thing you must understand and accept is that Mr. O'Hara has given his word that he will not make any attempt at escaping Cawnpore." "That's ridiculous," I started to say, but Holmes cut me off sharply. "We have no time, Russell. O'Hara has given his word, absolutely. If you want him out of here, you shall have to carry him." "What? We drag him and carry him down the stairs?" The man standing in the doorway of the adjoining cell spoke up. "Drugging shall not be necessary. My vow merely said that I should not attempt escape. There was nothing whatsoever about resisting abduction. If you choose to remove me from this place, so be it. I shall not take one voluntary step towards the border to assist you. However, neither shall I raise my voice in protest." "This is lunacy," I said. "Nonetheless," O'Hara said placidly, folding his hands and standing patiently just inside the door to his cell. "You can't mean it." "I'm afraid he does," Holmes said. "Nesbit, do something," I said. "Order him." "Would it help if I ordered you?" Nesbit asked the recalcitrant prisoner. "Not in the least," O'Hara said cheerfully. "How much do you weigh?" he asked, then said, "Oh, never mind." "I hope to God you haven't taken a vow too, Holmes," I grumbled. "No, however, in any case, I shall not be going with you, not tonight." I felt like screaming. "For God's sake, why?" "Because in 8 minutes Sanjay will be back with my food. And if he finds me missing, he will raise the others and you will not make it to the gates." "All right, then, we'll use the drug to keep him quiet." "And in 20 minutes, Holmes added, as if I had not spoken, "according to the custom we have established over the past days, 6 guards will arrive to escort me to the Maharaja's presence for a midnight entertainment. If I am not here, the alarm will be raised, after which they may think to look into the neighbouring cell and find that empty as well, and a hue and cry will be raised, and we will all be caught within a mile of the gates. If, however, I remain here and perform my act and return to my cell until morning, no one will look next door until O'Hara's breakfast tray goes unclaimed. That will give you 6 hours to make the border. An easy matter, even though you shall have to carry him every step of the way. You can return for me at another time, or wait for the Maharaja to tire of my paltry tricks and turn me loose, which I estimate will happen in another 2 or 3 days. You have 6 minutes." "Holmes, don't be ridiculous. I'm not leaving you hostage." "Russell, understand this. I am not a hostage. O'Hara is political. I am mild entertainment, a world of difference. The Maharaja only put me under key in the first place because I slipped away from him in the city and he was irked. That was a week ago. If the magician vanished overnight, they might send word out for him, but if he was not to be found, no one would bother further. Unless he took O'Hara with him. But if they find O'Hara missing, and the so-called magician still locked inside, what harm will come? They will question me as to what I heard in the night, and I will tell them I heard men speaking and men moving, and then my dinner came. Yes, the other prisoner disappeared, but what of it? I did not know him. I have never spoken to him, so far as they know. The Morse tappings through our wall were things unheard 10 feet away. 5 minutes. "Stop it!" He relented, so far as he could, stepping forward to take my head in his hands. "Russell, once only, I was taken and suffered for it. Please, my dear wife, believe me. This is not the same situation. If you want O'Hara free, you and Nesbit must take him and leave me. I will drug Sanjay tomorrow night and slip away. One man, alone and unencumbered. If I have not shown up in Hijarkor inside the week, come back. Please believe me, I shall be safe. After all, as a last resort, I need only stand up and declare myself an English citizen to be made invulnerable." I turned, reluctantly, to consult with Nesbit. The blonde head nodded. "It's true.
A public declaration like that, Jimmy'd be furious, but I can't imagine he'd dare take it further.
A weight far greater than that of Kimball O'Hara settled over me. I turned back to Holmes and hissed, "If you're wrong, I shall be extremely angry with you." Then I kissed him hard on the lips, more threat than affection, and let him step back into his cell. Before the door shut on him, he stuck his head back, his hand on the slim line of hair on his upper lip. "However, Russ, I think that all in all, given the choice, I prefer you with the hair and without the moustache." Suddenly the light in the hallway shifted as the oil flames ducked and fluttered. A lower door had opened. Aware of Nesbit apologetically slinging O'Hara across his shoulders, I made haste to lock Holmes' door, then that of the other cell, before dropping the keys back into the tin box and scurrying away on Nesbit's heels. Our nice, smooth rescue operation had turned into something out of a Gilbert and Sullivan operetta, thanks to two hugely reluctant prisoners. Why could nothing in this damnable country be simple? We had to use the distraction of small stones to make our escape through the gates, but both guards behaved as the first set had, and went to investigate the rattles, allowing us ample time to gain the road outside. Carrying our burden, however, we could not take a shortcut down the hillside, but were forced to keep to the paved surface, and made the main road seconds before the sound of marching feet rang out from the new fort gates high above us. 6 guards started down the hill to fetch the magician for his midnight rendezvous with the Maharaja. We huddled behind a heap of stones and waited for them to cross the road and go through the gates of the old fort. As he had promised, our reluctant escapee made not a sound. When the guards had disappeared, Nesbit resumed his burden and staggered off across the moonlit landscape. A mile later we stopped to let Nesbit tip his burden to the ground and drop down beside him. O'Hara watched the younger man wheeze and rub his legs, a sympathetic look on his face, the beads of his rosary slipping regularly through his fingers. Damn him anyway. "How many beads on your rosary?" I asked the monk. My voice revealed my great displeasure with the entire episode. He turned on me a beatific smile. 108. My days of counting paces are over. Now I count prayers. Stifling a groan, Nesbit stood again and prepared to take up his burden. "Wait," I said. "I'll take him another stretch, then you can try." "No." "We can't delay, we're too close to the forts." "It's only 5 miles to the border," I noted. "And three more to the British encampment, yes. But once we get to the border, couldn't we send Mr. O'Hara on under his own power?" I turned to our unhelpful burden, the monk sitting patiently and untroubled. "Wouldn't that be within the scope of your vow?" "Oh, yes," he replied happily. "Once outside the borders of Cawnpore, I will have already, however unwillingly, effected my escape. The vow would thus be broken, well and truly. I could come and go wherever I pleased." I felt another pulse of rage at the absurdity of this escapade. Arguing Jesuitical minutiae with an Irish Buddhist spy while Holmes performed conjuring tricks before a mad Maharaja. And then I pushed the emotion down. No time for it now. "I'd like to propose a change of plan," I said grimly. "I think it might be a very good idea if you and I, Nesbit, were inside the forts when the sun comes up." Nesbit was no longer too winded to argue, but I spoke over his automatic objections. "I know the original plan was for us 4 to make for the border and abandon Cawnpore, but thanks to Mr. O'Hara here, we are only 3. It's less than 5 miles to the border, and not yet 1 o'clock. 11 miles forced march there and back. You and I could be in our beds before daylight." Nesbit's quick brain considered my words, saw their truth, and picked out the glaring problem. "We can't manage the pace carrying him." "No," I agreed. So I pulled the fancy revolver out of my belt, cocked it and lowered it, until its gleaming barrel pointed directly between Kimball O'Hara's arched eyebrows. "He's going to walk." A great silence fell sharply. A pied dog barked in the distance. A peahen screamed, and I became aware that only one of us was breathing evenly. Then Nesbit gave an uncertain laugh. "I don't believe that's going to work." I allowed some of my anger to surface, which was not difficult. My husband chose to remain in the hands of a powerful and mentally unstable man in order to buy time to get Mr. O'Hara free. I, however, have no particular affection for your retired spy, and I have no intention of abandoning Holmes under those circumstances. Mr. O'Hara's unwillingness to carry his own weight delays me and puts my husband into even greater danger. You honestly think I won't pull this trigger? In any performance, the key is convincing oneself first, and at that moment, with my fury and frustration welling close to the surface, I could well imagine my finger tightening. My performance certainly convinced Nesbit, whose breath froze completely in his throat. In the end, Kimball O'Hara too allowed himself to believe I meant it. He stood, brushed down his clothing, turned his back and started walking, east, towards the border. I eased the hammer down and took a much-needed lungful of air of my own before pushing past the stunned-looking captain. I kept the gun on O'Hara's back all the way to the borders of Cawnpore, so it could not be argued that he was escaping of his own volition. And footsore, famished, and exhausted, we made it back to New Fort a good 40 minutes before dawn, to find our drugged Chuprasi still snoring gently in his corner. Before we parted, Nesbit caught my elbow and spoke into my ear. "Would you have shot O'Hara?" I looked at the man's features, haggard with fatigue, but beautiful still, and I saw only Holmes' face as the door locked him in. The false moustache shifted on my upper lip as I smiled. "If he'd refused?" "I honestly don't know." I fell exhausted into bed, half-dressed, my legs still twitching with the rhythm of the long miles of jog-trot. But as the first wave of sleep came to carry me away, it brought with it a troubling piece of flotsam. On first seeing O'Hara, I had been struck by the peculiarly open and unshuttered quality of his eyes. Now I recalled where I had seen eyes like those before. They had been in the face of a man Holmes had hunted down in the south of France, a man who preyed on gullible women, to whom he appeared an innocent, friendly, open, up to the moment his hands closed around their throats. Chapter 24. The horrendous clamour of a laden tea tray came through my door what seemed like minutes after I had shut my eyes. I squinted at the white-clad servant from my tumble of pillows, hating him with a deep passion. Him I would have shot, joyously. "His Highness says the horses will be ready in 1 hour, he informed me, and left before I could find my pretty revolver. I peeled my moustache from the pillows sourly and went to assemble Martin Russell from the dregs left behind by the night. After some thought, I thrust the revolver into an inner pocket, just in case. Afterwards, thinking back, I realized that I had gone 6 nights with little sleep, my last uninterrupted rest having been the night before Holmes was abducted. 3 nights on the road to Hijarkor, a night with Nesbit preparing to be Martin Russell, and 2 much broken nights in Cawnpore had left me far from sharp-witted. Thus it was that I went down the stairs in a fog, walked to the breakfast room, and automatically chose foodstuffs from the buffet, wanting only to lean up against a post and go to sleep. It wasn't until I saw Gay Cower's face that I woke up fast. "Good Lord, Miss Cower, what happened?" The brown face smiled crookedly beneath the swollen lip and the sticking plaster on her cheekbone. "You sound so like your sister," she said, and gingerly sipped from her cup of tea. I pulled myself together. "Martin, you're Martin," I recited fiercely, lowering my voice, resuming my formality, and surreptitiously straightening my spine for its absent uniform. "It's been the cause of more than one confusing telephone conversation," I told her. "Seriously, that looks rather nasty. How did you do that?" "I got in the way of an angry beast," she said. "Not the first time. I must learn to be more careful." The contusion showed no sign of claw, hoof, or tooth. I could not help speculating that the beast had 2 legs. She changed the subject. "I understand that you and Captain Nesbit are to be singularly honored today." "Yes? How is that?" "You didn't know? Jimmy's taken the 2 of you out with him. No one else." "I was only told that the horses were being brought out. Pig again?" I thought it slightly out of the ordinary for the Maharaja to repeat his sporting activities that soon. Perhaps Nesbit's presence and their shared passion made shooting or cheetah coursing less appealing. But Miss Cower shrugged nervously and said, "I really don't know. It sounded rather as if he'd got something special arranged." With that, I recalled the Maharaja's final words to us the previous evening, long hours before. What had it been? Something about the Kadir Cup, and how Britain's honour will demand that India lose. Yes, and it had been followed by the thrown gauntlet statement, "Let us see what you do with my entertainment tomorrow." If we were going ahead with the Maharaja's plans, then it would seem that he had not yet received news of a prisoner's escape. I ate my eggs without tasting them, trying to envision the details of the cells. Would breakfast have been handed the prisoner or simply shoved beneath the door? Yes, I decided. The door to Holmes' cell had certainly been far enough off the stones to allow for a tray to be slid beneath, in which case O'Hara's absence might well go undiscovered until the guard went to retrieve the breakfast utensils. It seemed likely that our day would end abruptly at noon, permitting us to creep silently off to our beds. Slightly cheered by the possibility, and marginally restored by food and coffee, I smoothed my freshly glued moustache and went to face the day's entertainment, my mind not so much forgetting Gay Cower's bruised face as putting it aside. I walked through the gardens and down the road to the stables, nodding at the guards, seeing no one else, which was slightly unusual. The animals in the zoo seemed restless. The monkeys' chatter on seeing a human pass louder than usual. Their leaps and swings on the high perches nearly frantic. The great African lion loosed its coughing roar every half-minute or so, although as I went by its cage, I could see nothing out of the ordinary through the trees. Then at the stables, I found 5 horses saddled. The white Arab stallion, 2 bays, and the 2 nearly matched chestnut geldings that Thomas Goodhart and I had been given the first day. I greeted the syce. He responded with a sickly grin and would neither answer nor meet my eyes. My skin began to prickle with uneasiness. Minutes passed, and the gabble of monkeys heralded the approach of Geoffrey Nesbit, his perfect features looking older in the morning sun. "Jimmy's not here yet?" he asked. "Not yet," I told him, keeping my voice cheerful in the proximity of servants. "I was just going to have a smoke and watch the birds." We strolled around the stables to the rise overlooking the great tank, and settled on a half-wall in view of the swans and exotic fowl. A snowy egret picked its way through the reeds, perusing the water, and my companion held a match to the end of my cigarette. I filled my lungs with as much appreciation as act. "If I'm not careful," I said, "I'm going to find myself liking these things." Nesbit was not interested in my bad habits. "Have you any idea what's going on?" "None. But the Maharaja's cousin has a badly bruised face, and the syce won't talk to me. Something's wrong. You think he's discovered O'Hara missing?" "I went to borrow a stamp from Trevor Wilson. He told me that Jimmy had a letter yesterday from Delhi. No one seems to know what was in it. If it came yesterday, it could explain his evil temper yesterday night. And if he then found O'Hara gone..." I was suddenly glad for the weight of the revolver against my leg. "How will that change things?" I asked him.
"Impossible to say. However, if he decides to make another all-nighter of it with me, I don't think we ought to wait. You play ill. An attack of malaria should do it. You can start looking flushed over dinner and excuse yourself. As soon as it's dark, make your way over to Old Fort and wait for them to bring Holmes out. The two of you should be able to overcome the guards. I can give you another vial of morphia, if you like, so they stay unconscious for a while, although I haven't another syringe." I stared out over the lake, the forgotten tobacco burning down towards my fingers as I pushed the various parts of the puzzle about in my mind. Would Holmes use the syringe and drug his guard as soon as darkness fell? Or would he wait until after the Maharaja's midnight matinee? He had no way of knowing that with the current turmoil the call might never come. In which case, how long after midnight would he wait, before having to risk the dawn? No, better if I ventured again into the prison fortress and brought him out. Nesbit would simply have to watch his own back. My tobacco had burnt itself out. Nesbit ground his out under his boot and said, "It's possible he's forgotten. Oop. Spoke too soon." The clamour from the monkey cage rose as they spotted someone coming down the path. We stood to see over the roofs of the stable. In a moment I could make out 3 men, the first bareheaded, the 2 taller figures behind him topped with red pugrees. The monkeys screamed and bounced around their trees wildly. The men came down the path, and then the 3 stopped, directly adjacent to the high, noisy cage. The Maharaja seemed to be speaking to his 2 guards, although at this distance I could not even make out the gestures, just that they had stopped and were facing each other. Then the smaller man flung his right arm out at the monkey cage, and one of the guards seemed to move slightly back, the sun briefly glinting off the barrel of the rifle he carried. I saw his free hand, too, raise up in a weak gesture, and then the Maharaja stepped forward, snatched the long gun, and brought it down butt first in the guard's face. The red puggree staggered back. The Maharaja brought the rifle to his shoulder and pivoted 90 degrees towards the cage. The barrel spat flame, and the sound of a shot rolled across the landscape, startling the lake birds into sudden flight. A dark shape dropped from its high perch, and the other monkeys went crazy. A second shot flashed and sounded. With the third, terror sent the creatures cowering into the corners, silent at last. The Maharaja flung the gun back at its owner and continued on down the hill. "Jesus Christ," Nesbit murmured into the shocked air. The 3 men disappeared behind some trees, and Nesbit set off for the stables at a run. The stable hands were furiously tightening girths and polishing saddles, their faces pale and taut, when their lord and master swept into the yard with the 2 armed guards on his heels, one with blood streaming from his smashed nose, the other gripping his gun with white knuckles. The Maharaja marched straight over to the white stallion. The syce ran for the mounting block, but he was too slow, and received a kick from the spurred boots for his delay. Up in the saddle, curbing the stallion with hard hands, our host glared down at us, his face terrible in scorn and rage. "My ancestors ruled this land when yours was squatting in grass huts picking for lice," he shouted. "My father and grandfather made treaties with the British Crown, and we have remained loyal to those treaties. And now your government thinks it can summon me, the King of Cawnpore, to stand before them like a schoolboy answering for his petty crimes. They threaten me. Threaten? With what? Next they will be sending men to spy upon me. I swear before that happens I will disembowel their stinking sodra of a viceroy and leave him for the vultures." I was more than prepared to dive for cover, but my companion was made of the stuff that had built an empire. Nesbit stood his ground as the horse jittered and turned under its enraged rider, and even took a step forward into range of those spurred boots, looking up at his friend. "Jimmy," he said, and, "Your Highness, what has happened? I don't understand. Tell me what has happened." "A letter. From London. telling me, not asking, telling, that I am to report to Delhi immediately to answer questions concerning some damnable woman. What woman, I ask? Who am I to care if my neighbour has lost one of his daughters?" It suddenly became a lot clearer. The complaint of the neighbouring Nawab had percolated upwards and hit the sensitive place of England's new regime. I cursed under my breath and knew Nesbit would curse too. The timing could not have been worse for a display of the socialist determination to treat all its citizens, near and far, with an equal hand. "Jimmy, it's the new government, you know," Nesbit said in soothing tones. "New boys. They mean well, but they haven't a clue as to how things are done, and are stumbling around, stepping on toes right and left. Look, I'll go back to Delhi immediately and straighten it out. Honestly, think no more about it. I'll talk to the C&C. He knows me. He knows you've been a loyal friend to Britain. He'll hear me out." The prince hauled himself back from the edge, but his now stifled rage sharpened into a look of calculation, even cruelty, and he interrupted Nesbit's ongoing explanation of the delicacies inherent in a change of governments. "This is an insult to my very blood. You have been my friend, Nesbit, but you are first and foremost one of them. And your friend here—" The look he gave me was enough to curl my toes. "I invite his sister to share at my table and my sport, and the woman gets it into her head that she must leave and walks away from my hospitality without even an 'as you please.' I long thought the English had some sense of honour, or at least manners. I find now you have neither. You people imagine that you rule here in Cawnpore. I tell you, Nesbit, you do not." He spat out the 3 words like bullets. "I rule Cawnpore. I and I alone. I invited you here. I am prepared to disinvite you. But before you go, you will take today with you, and by God it will give your English government something to think about. Mount and come, both of you." He whirled the stallion on its haunches and kicked it into a gallop, its hooves sliding dangerously over the stones of the yard. Nesbit and I climbed more reluctantly into our saddles and followed at a more sedate gait. As we left the yard, the 2 armed guards were shouting at the syces to bring up their 2 bays. "What do you suppose he has in mind?" I asked Nesbit as we trotted along the dusty road. "Panthers? His pet African lions? I suppose we should be glad he didn't just have his men tie us up between 2 elephants." He looked glum, but the thought of that sort of punishment made the breakfast go queasy in my stomach. "You don't think—" "That he's going to do us in? No, I don't think he's that mad. Besides which, he seems to have in mind more of a demonstration, or a contest. Yes, that may be it. Whatever it is, for God's sake, let him win. I'll do my best. But I shouldn't think that doing so openly would be a good idea. Having a rival deliberately throw a game could well be the match that lit the charge." I could see that, and I reflected, not for the first time, that those who had decreed that British boys grow up playing demanding games had a lot to answer for. "Perhaps it's time just to tell him who we are." Nesbit screwed up his face and shook his head, more in doubt than in disagreement. "We may have to, but I'd rather keep that as a last resort. That, too, might be the spark that drove him to violence, to think that a friend was now spying on him. You heard what he said about spies. The other princes would probably feel much the same. A lot of uncomfortable questions would be asked if they thought they might be the object of surreptitious surveillance. No, none of them would like it one bit." We rode for an hour into the open land where we had ridden after Pig on the first day. My exhaustion retreated with the exercise, the clean air clearing my head, the horse's eager energy proving contagious. I had no wish to pit myself against some deadly animal, while armed with nothing but a sharp stick. But if the Maharaja was determined to do so in order to prove Cawnpore's superiority over the effete Brits, so be it. I had a gun that would give pause to anything smaller than an elephant, and a horse under me that could outrun most predators. All in all, although I was not pleased with how the day was turning out, it could have been worse.
The Maharaja might, as Nesbit said, have thrown us into the cell next to Holmes, or had us executed outright. Or he could have come up with some kind of competition that would have proved instantly disastrous for Martin Russell, such as wrestling, or employing the more primitive skills of the Nautch girls. With any luck, he would merely rub our noses in our inferiority and throw us out of the kingdom, leaving us no worse off than we had been yesterday night. Yes, there remained the problem of retrieving Holmes, but as Holmes himself had said, he need only stand up and publicly declare himself an eccentric English magician, and the Maharaja would have no choice but to allow him to leave. With any luck. Again the shikaris waited beneath their tree, spears in their hands, but this time with apprehension in their straight spines and the sideways glances they cast at the man on the white horse. The dry grassland rustled beneath a light morning breeze. The fields of sugar-cane and barley glowed green and lush in the bright light. The stand of trees from which the herd of pigs had been driven stood on the rise, unchanged. The single new element in the drama was a solid-sided farm cart, roofed and with a door in the back, bolted securely shut. The thought passed through my mind that the bullock drawing it was a remarkably phlegmatic animal, considering that it stood dozing less than a dozen feet from whatever wild beast the cart contained. But I did not really think about it further. I was too busy feeling relieved that whatever our prey was to be, it could be no taller than a man, and light enough to be pulled by a single bullock. At a signal from their prince, one of the servants walked over to the cart. To my astonishment, he did not climb up to work the bolt from the safety of the roof, but simply reached out for it. His hands weren't even nervous. The fool! I lifted my spear and readied for the charge. What came out instead was a tall man, clothed in black from boots to turban, unfolding himself from the cart's dark interior to open ground, tugging his starched black puggree down to shade his eyes from the sudden glare, showing no iota of surprise at seeing two of us who should have been gone. Holmes. Chapter 25. "What the bloody hell kind of a joke is this?" Geoffrey Nesbit demanded, allowing his spearhead to drop. "Not a joke. This man is my prisoner. He was seen in front of any number of witnesses to slay his assistant 1 week ago. He has been condemned to death. We are his executioners." Suddenly breathing became difficult. "If he committed murder, where's the body?" Nesbit challenged him. "I assume the villagers disposed of it." I found my voice. "It was merely a trick." "No trick. It was murder." I had had as much of this charade as I was willing to take. "All right, this is ridiculous," I started, but Nesbit's hand on my sleeve stopped me. I turned to hiss at him. "Geoffrey, this has gone far enough. The border is less than 5 miles off. Thank the man for his kind hospitality and let's go." He didn't answer, just looked over my shoulder until I shifted in my saddle to follow his gaze. The shikaris under the tree had been joined by the 2 guards, both of whom had their rifles at the ready, aimed at us. "Yes," came the Maharaja's voice. "You see the problem. I am fully within my rights to execute my prisoner in whichever way I like. A pig spear is, I grant you, less usual than shooting or hanging, but can be as fast as either. And if my 2 English guests choose to interfere, my 2 guards may inadvertently, tragically, interpret my commands to mean the death of the meddlers, particularly if they refuse to lay down the revolvers both carry. Alas, how sad." "You would never get away with shooting us," Nesbit told him, outraged. "No, probably not. But can you see the Maharaja of Cawnpore condemned and hanged? I think not. The greatest punishment would be for me to abdicate in favor of my son and live out my days in Monte Carlo or Nairobi.
But, he said, his fanatic eyes lit from within, the English would never forget Cawnpore. Never.
My God, he was dead serious. I looked to Holmes, completely at a loss, but Nesbit distracted me, putting his head near mine that we might not be overheard.
We have little choice, he said.
You don't honestly think he'd go through with it?
Jimmy on his own would probably come to his senses before it was too late. But those guards had the determination of men under orders. They'd bring us down before he could speak up.
Nesbit was a captain in the Indian Army. One thing he knew was the habits of soldiers. So what do you suggest?
We can do nothing here, where we'd be a pair of ducks on the lake awaiting the gun. Out in the field, however, anything can happen.
Nesbit, you swore that man would set Holmes free if only we declare our citizenship. Let's do that and be done with this farce.
I said if we publicly declare his identity. What public have we here?
His green eyes drilled into mine. I tore my gaze away, looked at the two guards with their motionless rifles, looked at the Maharaja with his triumphant smile, then at Holmes standing with his hands tied together, saying nothing. His attitude brought home to me how very far from England we were. One grows accustomed to being the citizen of no mean country. To find oneself in the hands of a person to whom that signifies nothing is humbling and frightening. He's mad.
I fear so.
And your only suggestion is that we take to the field and improvise? We both heard my unvoiced scorn. This is the best an army captain can come up with. This is the flower of British intelligence, heir to Kimball O'Hara and Colonel Crichton. On the other hand, I was the student and partner of Sherlock Holmes, sister-in-law to the renowned Mycroft, and I had nothing in my repertoire either.
We could hope to get close enough to Jimmy to take him hostage. They'd not shoot if one of us had a spear to his throat. Barring that, we can attempt to maneuver ourselves beyond the range of the rifles and into the cover of those trees, then make a run for it.
We'd never make it, not without our guns.
I don't know that we have an abundance of choices, he said grimly,
and thinking it over I had to agree. He saw it in my face and turned to the prince.
That's not exactly fair play, Jimmy. You've got the guns, we've got sticks. And even when we've finished with this blighter, you can have your men shoot us down. I will not. Indeed, why would I? Once you have executed this condemned murderer for me, why need I bother further with the British?
Nesbit looked at me for confirmation, and I wavered in an agony of indecision. The Maharaja was beyond a doubt insane, but it appeared to be a more or less linear madness, with the goal of shaking the Englishman to his boots and re-establishing the autonomy and honour of Cawnpore's rulers. Monomania, rather than outright psychosis. If we did manage to thwart his plans and make our escape, God only knew what outlet his wrath would take. But once outside the borders, the army encampment was a matter of hours away, and the wholesale rescue of the Maharaja's remaining guests would be their concern. It was to be a game, then, with deadly results if we did not play it according to its inventor's rules. 3 of us, 3 of them, with 2 rifles on the opposing side. With deep foreboding, but not seeing much choice, I pulled the fancy revolver from my pocket and handed it to the shikari sent to us for the purpose. Nesbit gave over his gun as well. We were given pig spears in exchange, of a different design than the one I'd used before. This one was more than a foot shorter, with a smaller blade and weighted at the butt. Nesbit took his as if there was nothing unusual in the shape, but the Maharaja's was the long style. A servant carried another long spear with him when he cut Holmes' bonds. To my surprise, he handed the weapon to Holmes. Holmes hefted it, silently eyeing the man on the white horse, who showed him his teeth and said in Hindi, "Yes, you wish to use it, magician, I can see. And you will have your chance, if you succeed in killing these other 2 first. This is a fair game, you see. Your spear is long, theirs short,
They have horses. You have your feet, along with whatever magic you can find here on this hillside. You claim to read minds, so here is your opportunity. 1 man at a time. I give you to the count of 100 before the green-eyed man comes after you. If you live, next will come the man with the eyeglasses. And after that, me. Nesbit, here is your chance at first blood in the first ever Cawnpore Cup.
And he laughed. Nesbit and I looked at each other, but I had no idea how we might get out of this impossible dilemma, and clearly neither did Nesbit. I automatically turned to consult with Holmes, and found him making off rapidly in the direction of the first trees, his jaunty cocked turban waving sharply with every step. He was wearing the boots he'd brought with him, I noticed, not the soft shoes. The Maharaja must have decided that decent footwear was more sporting, which meant that Holmes had a small knife available to him as well as the long spear, along with a set of picklocks, although I couldn't see what difference either would make. I straightened my back and shrugged mentally, more as a means of ridding my mind of dread than an expression of confusion. Something would come up, I told myself. Holmes would see to it. He always did. The dark trotting figure surprised a flock of birds into flight, their sudden rise giving him not a moment's pause. He skirted a stand of waist-high shrubs, dipped into a hollow, then followed the line of the hill, closer now, but still terribly far from the trees where the pigs had sheltered that first day. A mixed stand of about an acre. The Maharaja's lips moved as he counted the seconds off under his breath, then said aloud, 50! As if he'd heard, Holmes speeded to a lope. Nesbit's hands tightened on the reins, causing his horse to champ and fret. I glanced over at the 2 armed guards. They had lowered their rifles to rest across their saddles, but they were watching closely. How good were they with those guns, I speculated. If Holmes made the trees, if Nesbit met him there, perhaps. I nudged my horse over until I was knee to knee with the survey man. Look, Nesbit, chivalry be damned, and uncomfortable questions can be dealt with. The Maharaja won't kill me once he sees I'm a woman. You two make for the border, and I'll strip to my undershirt, take off the moustache, simply tell him I'm Mary Russell and not her brother. He'll be angry, but he's a Kshatriya. He might slap a woman, but anything more than that would go against his warrior's ethic. If he doesn't have me dumped immediately over the border, you can have the Viceroy send a delegation to fetch me. The only thing we lose that way is my pride and a few days. His set jaw told me what he thought of that idea. For God's sake, man, I urged, use your head. If I go, the guards— 90, the Maharaja interrupted. Ready, Nesbit. In answer, the blond man kneed his horse away from my side and loosed the reins. His horse, somewhat puzzled at the lack of any pigs in this pig hunt, obediently pricked its ears, and I cursed. Nesbit, you fool, I hissed, but then, 100! And the man was off, straight as a loosed arrow, his posture sure, every inch of him an officer on the hunt, his game. I froze, ice beginning to flood my veins, and then caught myself. Don't be ridiculous, Russell, of course Nesbit knows that's Holmes. He said as much when— But as I went over our exchange in my mind, I could not lay my hands on any scrap of conversation that proved Nesbit had connected the Maharaja's pet magician with the Holmes he had seen in jail. I gave myself a smart mental slap. Don't be a vaporous female, Russell. How could Nesbit not know? For heaven's sake, the man wasn't blind, and he wasn't stupid enough to be fooled by the turban. The black turban that shaded Holmes' face as he got down from the cart. The turban he hadn't worn before in Nesbit's sight, or by the boots or the renewed dye on the prisoner's skin. Nesbit was a professional. Certainly he'd known who the magician was the night we arrived, hadn't he? We didn't speak Holmes' name, of course, for fear of listening ears, but still. But dear God, the man looked determined on that horse, galloping full tilt towards the running figure, looking for all the world a man making the best of an unpleasant but necessary task. I gathered my reins to take off after them, but the Maharaja's voice stopped me. "Captain Russell, I am gratified by your eagerness, but you will please wait until one or the other of them is down." With the reminder, I could feel the guards behind me, knew they had raised their guns in preparation. I loosed my grip on the spear I had unconsciously lifted, and stared across the Terai at the fast-closing figures, burning with fear and with the painful irony of the entire situation. If the man on the white Arab had known who his magician was, known he had Sherlock Holmes in his collection, he would have been more eager to hide him than to hunt him. I nearly whooped when I saw Holmes leap into the trees, bare yards in front of the rider, who reined back hard before his mount pelted headlong into trunk and branch. The horse half reared at the harsh hand on its reins, and Nesbit began to circle, looking for a more congenial way in. He might have followed on foot, but it looked as if he wished to preserve the advantage of height in the face of his prey's longer spear. He trotted south 30 or 40 yards, then turned back, and cantered past the place where Holmes had disappeared. Thick, dark forest began in earnest 2 miles away, rising up to the endless snow-capped mountains that sheltered Kashmir, and beyond it, Tibet. Unfortunately, this stand before us was in no way connected with the greater forest. Had it been, the prisoner would never have been allowed anywhere near it. Still, Holmes could use it as the pigs had, as shelter and weapon against the hunter. "It's the hidden tusks that kill," the Maharaja himself had said. Abruptly, a herd of pigs launched itself out of the stand 50 feet or so from Nesbit. My horse jerked in response, eager to get on with the business of the day, but I kept him in line, murmuring for him to wait, that he'd get his turn to run in just a while. The sudden flushing of game loosed a chatter among the men behind me, but it quickly died away as realization of the nature of the prey returned to them. None of them would risk speaking out against their master, I thought, but I noted their fear, and beneath it their disapproval, as something that might be used. Nesbit had reached the northern end of the trees and slowed to circle around. We could still see him, his light coat and the colour of the horse flitting behind the trees. The guards did not care for his vanishing from their sights. One of them said something in the local tongue, but the Maharaja's sharp reply evidently told them not to move. And indeed, while I was there, they did not need to. I knew better than they did that Captain Geoffrey Nesbit would not ride away and leave me. Now, however, Nesbit was not visible. 2 minutes went by. 3, and the same guard spoke again. To no reply. 4 minutes, and the Arab stallion arched his neck in reaction to the hand of its rider. But before the prince could send his guard to see what was happening amongst the trees, Nesbit burst from the thickest section of growth on foot and racing in our direction. He took perhaps 10 steps out from the tree line, then flung his hands up in the air and collapsed forward onto the ground. Even without the Maharaja's binoculars, I could see the short, weighted spear sticking out from between his shoulder blades. See, too, the brilliant red stain that spread across the back of his coat. He lay still. Immediately, the Maharaja shouted a string of commands that had his guards hastening into action, although they did not go anywhere near Nesbit. Rather, they were after his horse. They reappeared a few minutes later, the gelding trotting behind them. The Maharaja relaxed and mused aloud. "So, it appears that our magician throws the javelin as well as conjuring coins and mice, and he still has his own weapon. I suggest you watch yourself, Captain Russell." His manner said the opposite, that he would like nothing better than to see me sprawled on top of Nesbit, leaving the field free for him. Still, he was not about to trust to the magician's skills. He shouted at the other guard to go to the southern end of the copse, where his weapon would ensure that I remained in play until either I or the magician was out of the game. I gripped the shaft of my short spear and kicked my gelding forward towards the trees. My path took me 20 feet from where Nesbit lay. I glanced involuntarily at the spear haft that protruded from the back of his blood-soaked jacket. But I did not stop, There seemed little point. Instead, I continued south towards the guard, sitting with his rifle across his saddle. From where he waited, he could watch both sides of what I now saw was an overgrown nullah or stream bed, a long rock-strewn dip in the earth that resulted in a trickle of water at its southern end. His horse leapt at some green shoots that followed the watercourse. I passed between guard and trees, ignoring both. Halfway up the eastern side, Holmes' face peered out at me from between two trees. I said nothing, did nothing to let the guard know what I had seen, but Holmes grinned at me before slipping back into the undergrowth. As I rounded the northern end of the trees, he used the momentary distraction of my reappearance to make his move. His black figure darted out from the trees to where Geoffrey Nesbit lay. The guard immediately raised his rifle and fired a shot, which missed his target wildly but ricocheted alarmingly 10 feet from my horse's nose. I shouted in fury, hauling back on the reins to force my gelding into a rear, but only when the Maharaja added his voice to the protest did the guard lower his gun and kick his own horse into a run instead. He was too late. Holmes had grabbed Nesbit's ankles and dragged the limp body face first at high speed across 15 feet of ground and up the rocks into the shelter of the trees. Nesbit's arms stretched out after him, muscles slack, head bouncing back and forth wincingly across the rough ground. A dozen steps and they were gone. The guard galloped up, pressing his bay close to the wall of green. "I say," I shouted at him, "unless you want a spear through you, I'd suggest you move back." His English was quite good, and he moved away briskly. After a minute, seeing that there was nothing he could do now to keep the magician from retrieving the spear that had killed the English captain, he looked to his master for instructions, then rode back to his position at the southern end. I made a great show of peering this way and that into the growth before circling back north and turning down the far side of the copse. The guard shifted a few yards to the east so he could keep track of me, but came no further, wanting to remain within sight of his Maharaja. I rode to the spot where Holmes had shown himself to me, then dismounted, looping the reins over a dead branch and patting the damp chestnut neck. The horse bent to lip at the grass. I hefted my spear up to shoulder level for effect, then stepped into the trees and the dappled half-light. In a clearing near the creek, I found Nesbit sitting hale and hearty, bathing the blood from a scraped cheek, while Holmes unthreaded the doctored spear from the resurrected man's coat. I saw that its blade had been thrust through a flat piece of wood, then bent sideways to lock it down, after which the spear's butt end had been threaded through a slit in the garment and bound up against the victim's spine with a length of black turban fabric. The blood was explained by the carcass of a young pig that lay on the rocks, the spearing of which no doubt explained the sudden exodus of the rest of the herd. "A masterly bit of illusion, Holmes," I said. He nodded his acknowledgement, gave my cropped scalp and blonde moustache a pained glance, then concentrated again on the work in hand. "Now, if you can just conjure up one of our host's aeroplanes, we'll be well out of here." "I couldn't even manage to hang on to Nesbit's horse," he said apologetically. "You did well to lay hands on me," Nesbit objected. "Don't worry," I told him. "Self-criticism is my husband's way of patting himself in the back." "Nonetheless," Holmes went on, deigning to take a note of my psychological insight, "we're 3 riders with 1 horse and a border at least 6 miles away." "Have to do something about that, won't we?" I said. The situation ought to have filled me with alarm, but instead I felt irrationally cheerful. "What's our arsenal?" "1 long spear, 1 short, another short one with a ruined head. You have your knife, Russell?" he asked with a glance at the borrowed riding boots. "Of course. Nesbit?" "No, well, a penknife, that's all." "Still, there are plenty of rocks. You take my spear," I told him. "You're better with it than I am. Shall we go?" The puzzled army captain put on his ruined coat and followed us through the green to the eastern border. My absence had brought the guard, who was stirring his horse into a trot. In a minute he would be behind the trees, invisible to the Maharaja and the other guard. I scooped up a pocketful of round rocks and yanked down several branches of fresh new leaves. When the guard was 50 feet away, I stepped unconcernedly out from the trees, my arms full of greenery, and carried it over to drop at the chestnut's feet. As he lowered his head to explore it, I took out Martin Russell's cigarette case and picked one out, setting it between my lips. "Why do you stop?" the guard demanded. His rifle was in his hands, but pointing still at the ground between us. I flicked my lighter and got the tobacco going before telling him, "Go and see." I slid the lighter back into my pocket, and as he turned to peer into the trees, I pulled out a pair of rocks and let fly. The damnable puggree he wore gave little chance of knocking him cleanly out, but my rocks were heavy and fast, and at the third blow between his shoulders the startled bay shied and dumped him. I went after the horse as Holmes and Nesbit swarmed out to overcome the guard. I couldn't have caught the animal if he'd run, if the guard had got off a shot and truly frightened him. As it was, he slowed to a halt 40 feet away and watched me walking more or less in his direction, but at a safe angle away from him. I strolled, dreading the sudden appearance of the second guard, murmuring idly at the creature until the ears twitched forward. Gently, doing nothing to alarm his equine sensibilities, I drifted closer, tempting him with greenery, until I had my hand on his bridle. The moment my hands touched the reins, Holmes kicked the other horse into a run, Nesbit behind him on the wide haunches with the fallen guard's rifle. I threw myself into the saddle, drove my heels hard into the horses' sides, and flew on their heels across the grassland in the direction of the Cawnpore border. But the guards were superbly trained, or the Maharaja cautious. Less than 20 strides into our gallop, the first shot came. I felt as much as heard the bullet cut through the air, saw a puff of dirt rise up on the other side of Holmes and Nesbit, and looked back over my right shoulder to see the second guard as he rounded the southern tree line. The crack of the gun reached us, and Nesbit, ahead and to my left, twisted around, trying to bring his stolen rifle up as he clung to the bare horse with his legs. Unfortunately, I was directly between the two weapons. I wrenched the reins to the left, so I was heading back towards the trees, desperate to clear Nesbit's line of fire. After a quarter of a mile, I twitched them back to the right, and was in a line with the other horse when out of the corner of my eye I saw a white flash beating its way flat out around the northern end of the trees. 4 horses, 5 riders, their trajectories coming together at a point where an arm of forest stretched out into the grassland of the Terai. The Maharaja's Arab was ideally suited for this race, deft on its feet over the rough ground and filled with stamina, whereas stamina was just what the doubly laden gelding in front of me was running short of. My stolen bay might possibly have outrun the smaller Arab, but the chestnut under Holmes and Nesbit was already showing the first signs of foundering. From the south, the guard's sturdy bay would reach the point last of all, but it would all be over before then. Nesbit was the first to move in the sacrificial stakes. He and Holmes seemed to be shouting at each other, but before the magician could act, his tow-headed passenger flung himself off the horse, hitting the ground hard and rolling. He came up on one knee and turned his rifle at the guard, magnificently, if suicidally, oblivious of the bullets spitting dirt around him. One shot slapped at his leg the instant his rifle fired, jerking his aim to a miss. The guard continued roaring down on him from the south, the Maharaja from the north, and I in the middle. Nesbit's trouser leg reddened, and then he rose to a stand, took careful aim, and fired again. I saw the guard's bay stagger. The man himself kicked free of the stirrups and rolled clear before the animal went down. Kneeling now, half concealed by the wounded beast, the guard aimed at the still-standing Nesbit, and then something odd happened. Before he could fire, the man seemed to flinch, then duck. He raised his hand as if to shade his face, and seemed to glow briefly in the bright midday sun. Then Nesbit's gun went off, and the guard fell backwards. There was no time to consider the meaning of the man's peculiar gesture. The Maharaja was fast closing in on Nesbit, his long spear in deadly position, the Arab's ears forward. Only one thing to do. I hammered my heels down, pulling the thin knife from the top of my boot. The broken, blooded spear on Nesbit's wall in Delhi flashed through my mind. Nearly the end of my career. The prince saw me shift direction and responded instantaneously. His spear swung up to the place where I would be when my horse collided with the Arab, 8 feet of steel-tipped bamboo against my own 5 inches of blade. There would be no throwing the knife, underhanded and behind me. All I could do was try to avoid his blade, shoving it forward and crashing into the shaft or jumping at him the instant before it impaled me. I slipped my boots free from the stirrups and braced for the impact, cringing from the approaching razor. And then the world flared in a soundless explosion, blinding me for precious moments before moving on. Frantically I blinked, but in that instant the 2 horses came together, the Maharaja's spear sliding between my body and the bay's mane as my knee smashed into the prince's. Without thought, I clamped my right hand onto the bamboo shaft and stabbed out with my left before the horses leapt apart. I heard the man gasp. The 2 horses veered away from each other the moment the pressure on their reins permitted, but I couldn't understand what had happened. My dazzled vision confirmed that I had the spear in my right hand and a blood-smeared knife in my left. But where had the silent explosion come from? A flash like the sudden burst of a looking-glass. I'd suffered that blinding flash before. Bindra! The white stallion was pounding off north nearly as fast as it had come, its rider's left hand clapped over a bleeding right biceps. Holmes was circling back at a gallop, Nesbit was bending to examine his leg, and I brought the bay to a halt and stood in the stirrups to search every bump and shrub. But not until the boy repeated the mirror trick did I find him. Bindra saw me and rose from his hiding place half a mile away, the lady's compact in his hand, grinning hugely. But that was not the end of the surprises. A few 100 yards beyond the boy, a light-skinned man in monastic robes stepped out of the beginnings of the forest, carrying in his hand some dark shape that could have been a short spear, but which I thought was a rifle. After a minute, he swung it up to rest across his shoulder, which I took as confirmation, and soon he was close enough to recognize. Kimball O'Hara. All our chicks come home to roost. Nesbit finished strapping his belt around his thigh and accepted Holmes' arm to pull himself onto the gelding. But Bindra paid us no mind. Instead, he turned and flew across the ground towards the man with the rifle, leaping into O'Hara's arms so that the monks staggered back. The sound of their laughter reached us through the still hot air, and I kicked my mount into a canter until I was even with Nesbit. "Who the hell is that boy anyway?" I demanded, but the handsome, somewhat battered face just grinned at me. "Did you arrange for him to be at the horse sellers? Is the brat one of yours?" "Oh, no, not mine. I didn't even know for certain that he existed, although I had my suspicions. No, I'd say the boy belongs to what one might term an earlier regime of intelligence." As we approached, O'Hara's free hand rested on the boy's shoulder, our close-mouthed donkey boy grinning and chattering in a manner I'd not have imagined of him. We came closer, until I saw the same exact grin displayed on the man's face. With a flash, like that of the brat's mirror, I knew what I was seeing, wondered only that I hadn't seen it before. The urchin donkey boy could only be Kimball O'Hara's son. Chapter 26. We had no time to spend on explanations or even greetings, not with the Maharaja's stallions skimming across the ground in pursuit of reinforcements. O'Hara paused only long enough to look at Nesbit's leg, then whirled and set off at a fast trot, his robes dancing around him and the rifle over his shoulder, the boy on his heels. "Wait," I called. "We can double up on the horses." But O'Hara never looked back. So Holmes and I rode my fresher horse, putting Nesbit up on the chestnut. Once we had the wounded man in safety, I could always come back with both horses to fetch O'Hara and the child. We left them far behind across the Tarai. Once among the trees, however, we began to climb, dismounting every half-mile or so to lead the horses around some precipice or across the slick stones of a quick-running stream. when we felt quite certain not only that we were well free of the Cawnpore border, but that we would see the Maharaja's men should they pursue us onto government land. We brought Nesbit down from his horse to see to his bleeding. Holmes loosed the belt tourniquet and ripped open the fabric to explore the bloody wound with delicate fingers. Nesbit, white-faced but in control, said, "The bullet will need to be cut out, but it's doing no harm for the present. It'll keep." Holmes nodded, but replaced the too-snug belt tourniquet with lengths torn from the remains of his puggree. I was about to suggest that I take the two animals back for the others while Nesbit rested, when Bindra's chatter floated up the hill. We put Nesbit on one horse and the boy on the other, and hiked over hill and ice-girt stream until we were above the snow line. Soon we came to a path much trampled by booted men and heavy bullock-drawn carts. The encampment lay to the north, but Nesbit said, "There's a dak bungalow 1.5 miles to the south." "I think we should go on to the encampment," I said. "That leg needs a surgeon."
"All it needs is to have the bullet dug out. Even the boy could manage that."
"It is right under the skin," Holmes agreed.
"Going to the encampment would necessarily bring the army into our actions," O'Hara pointed out in a mild voice. "Have we decided to do that?"
I looked at the others and sighed. "All right, but just overnight, and if there's any sign of fever, I'm going for a doctor myself." We turned south and soon came to the promised dak bungalow, one of the network of travellers' rests scattered across India for the use of European officials. It was a low stone building with two more ramshackle structures behind it, one for horses, the other for resident and visiting servants. Bindra led the horses away towards the one, while from the other scurried a startled pair of men, astonished at our unheralded approach, and unaccustomed anyway to parties on the road at this time of year. The inside of the bungalow would have benefited from a broom and scrub brush, but the plaster had been whitewashed within the last year, and the place was too cold to smell of anything but damp. The men were even more taken aback by our scant baggage, which consisted of 2 rifles and a cloth bag belonging to Bindra, and that contained nothing but a blanket, some very old chapatis, a handful of dried apricots, and his mirror. With ceremony, the older of the 2 servants carried the grubby object before us into the bungalow, laid it onto a rough-hewn table, and turned to the business of making a fire, shaving slivers of dry cedar from a log with the heavy knife that had been left on the hearth for the purpose. Camp chairs were quickly brought, sheets for the 2 iron beds promised, and bedrolls for those condemned to the floor. But the first things Holmes demanded were a honed razor and a pot of well-boiled water. I sat before the fire and pointedly turned my back to the operation behind me. Clothing rustled. Holmes and O'Hara consulted briefly, and then the patient was wheezing a forced breath from his lungs as the razor bit in. In no more than 30 seconds came the dull tink of a metal slug sinking to the bottom of an enamelled dishpan. Tea was brought and drunk with gratitude, and the consummate brought a hastily killed and curried chicken to our table. We 5 ate enough for a dozen civilized persons and sprawled afterwards before the fire with tobacco in various forms, all but myself, and I noticed with private amusement Bindra, whose eyes followed the cigarette given by Nesbit to O'Hara, but who did not then pull out one of the foul little beedies I felt sure he had about his person. Instead, the boy took out the 5 coloured balls, and with the supreme nonchalance that does nothing to conceal great pride, he juggled. His father watched, making noises of appreciation and awe, his chest swelling along with that of his son. Holmes scraped out a disreputable pipe that one of the servants had found for him, and filled it with blackleaf. A contented silence fell on our unlikely little band. When Nesbit reached the end of his cigarette, he tossed it into the flames and glanced at where O'Hara sat, comfortably cross-legged on the floor. Bindra pocketed the balls and curled before his long-lost father, small head cradled by the man's robes, the young face gazing at the low flames, eyes slowly closing in the warmth. O'Hara's left hand rested on the tousled hair. His right played unceasingly with the beads of his rosary. He looked as content as the child. Nesbit broke the silence, keeping his voice low. "Why did you not tell me about the boy?" O'Hara smiled. "Because you would have wanted him. I was given over to Crichton's hands when I was 13. Plenty soon enough. But the child has been living unsheltered for 3 years. Surely having him come to us would have been better than wherever he's been." 2 years and 3 months since we were separated. He has been among friends. O'Hara's fingers told the rosary over and over, while the wood fire crackled and the boy's breathing deepened. "But how on earth did he find us?" I wanted to know. The monk smiled down at his sleeping son. "Until 12 weeks ago, he was with his mother's brother in the mountains. When I succeeded in getting the amulet out, it passed through the hands of a man who knew where to find the boy. He told the lad I was safe, and then my son got it into his mind to watch Nesbit, that he might participate in his father's rescue. You two came. He followed Holmes as he came and went, talking to Nesbit, purchasing many interesting things, and finally going to the horse sellers. When you arrived there to take possession of the donkey and the cart, Ram Bahadur himself lay sleeping, thanks to some drugged pilaf he had eaten." "Who was the man that helped you?" Nesbit demanded. The calm eyes looked back. "A friend. He was one of us, wasn't he? Within the survey?" "That is possible. What he's done could be called treason, or brotherhood. There is some man performing treason from within the walls of the survey. Men have died because of him. Men who were our brothers. Forbes, Mohammed Talibi, and a new boy, Bartholomew." O'Hara's fingers paused on his rosary. His head dipped as the names registered with him, but when he spoke again, his voice left no room for doubt. "I grieve for their deaths, Nesbit. But it was not he who put the knife to their throats." Nesbit scowled at the man on the floor. Still, he had little choice at the moment but to put aside the question of the traitor in the survey ranks and go on. "But how did you end up in that prison in the first place?" "Pride," O'Hara answered promptly. "Pride is a sweetmeat, to be savoured in small pieces. It makes for a poor feast. I know that you received my letter telling of the fakir's ill treatment and the order of cotton. My friend Holmes here told me as much during one of our long Morse code conversations through the stones. But the means of my uncovering the thread, of picking it free from the surrounding design and following it to the source, I did not tell of that. I was clever," he said, making it sound like a character flaw. "When I was good at the game, there was none better. This time, 2 years and more ago, it happened I had my son with me, a son any man might be happy to claim, and I wanted him to witness his father's cleverness and skill. The wheel of life turns hard and fast, and my pride rode its top but for a moment, before it spun down to crush me underneath." He saw Nesbit's impatience with the metaphor and relented. "I went more deeply into suspect territory than I ought, and asked questions more pointed and became more visible than any player of the game dare do. I became, in short, a rank amateur, showing off for my son. His mother had died of the cholera when he was 6, and he lived with his Tibetan grandparents for the 3 years after that. I thought the time had come to take him by my side, and as this was to be my last such expedition, I saw no harm in showing him some of the rules of our game." He sighed and shook his head. "My Holy One spent long hours expounding on the wheel that is life, trying to reform me from the imp I was. In the wheel that holds the essence of Tibetan Buddhism, the hub is formed of the conjoined animals whose individual natures are ignorance, anger, and lust. Taken together, the hub of illusion
is pride. Yes, Nesbit, I see you wish fact and not philosophy. Very well. The boy and I went into Cawnpore itself, selling copper pots, which might have been innocent enough, but why then should a seller of pots take himself north out of the town for 6 or 7 miles to a place where there is no village, only a fort? Why should a seller of copperware be so interested in the Maharaja's airfield? He ventures into the very buildings where the airplanes are stored. In my eagerness to come up with a prize for my last round in the game, I chose to forget the danger of my opponent. I would have been executed forthwith, I think, but for the presence of the boy, which puzzled the men who took me and puzzled their master when we were brought before him. Had they let him go, I would have gone to my death with a degree of equanimity. After all, when one has cheated the great illusion as many times as I have, it is hardly sporting to complain when it catches one up. But they held the boy, and they were preparing to use him to open me up. So I offered to give them what they wanted, without having to go to the effort and delay of torture, if only they would let him go free. And moreover, I told the Maharaja I would offer him a great prize, one he would never get from me by the brand or the rack, as soon as I had seen the child cross the Cawnpore border. I promised him that it would be worth it, and he looked into my eyes, and he decided to gamble that I was giving him the truth. I sent the boy to my friends, extracting from him first the promise that he must never enter Cawnpore again without my word, and watched him go down the road and through the guard's post. As soon as he had passed, I turned to my captor and told him who I was. That I was not only an agent of the British Intelligence Service, but that I was also the boy known to the world through the writings of Rudyard Kipling. And you gave him your word that you wouldn't try to escape under your own power, Nesbit concluded, thus condemning me to a case of severe back strain. I did make a considerable effort not to grow fat inside the prison, O'Hara countered, since I thought it possible that such a scenario might come about. Possible, my foot, his superior officer said with a grin. You planned for it. That's why you worded your vow the way you did. You knew someone would come after you sooner or later and had to trust that they would be able to haul you off. Or drive me at gunpoint, O'Hara said, shooting a grin of his own in my direction. Yes, I admit it. Another titbit of pride to sweeten the tongue. The sweetness of the plan must have faded considerably after 2 years in a cell. Not at all. I knew my son was safe, and I knew he would arrange things as needed with the assistance of my friends. Once I had the amulet away, I knew it was literally only a matter of time. By way of response, Holmes reached forward to knock out his pipe against the stones of the fireplace, then pulled the heavy knife out of the cedar kindling block and drove its point into the side of his boot heel. Reluctantly, the heel parted, and Holmes picked from the base of it the small oilskin-wrapped amulet that had set us on our play of the game long weeks before. He tossed it over to O'Hara, who dropped the rosary in order to catch it. He cupped the object in his right palm, his face going soft with affection. One of the guards had a small son he loved who fell ill, O'Hara told us. I cured the boy where the physician could not, and in gratitude the man passed my amulet on to a friend in Hijarkor, who would give it to a relative in a camel caravan, and so on. I was glad to hear that it survived. He slipped it into his robes, and his hand resumed the beads. His left hand had not moved from the boy's dark head. "And now, Mr. O'Hara," Nesbit said, his voice taking on the edge of a superior officer, "do you have a report to give me?" With that demand, tension took hold of the dank stone room. It all came down to this: a report demanded and given. From the beginning,
His friends had sworn to O'Hara's loyalty, but his being locked in the Maharaja's jail did nothing to obviate the doubts. He could as easily have been working for India as for Britain. But the imp Kim looked out of the middle-aged eyes, as if he knew what we were thinking. "Oh, of course I have a report," he said. "I have ears. The guards have tongues. Their master enjoys teasing his prisoners, and the hours are long for purposes of analysis. Do you wish my report now?" "The gist of it will do." "The Maharaja of Kanpur plots rebellion, but of a twisted and most secretive kind. He is using the Russian bear to supply himself with guns and ammunition, which he will pass on to the most radical of firebrands he can find, the makings of tons of explosives, guns fresh from Germany. When he is ready, he will then secretly open his borders to the Bolshevik troops, but he has no intention of handing them India. Instead, he plans to allow them in just so far, and then raise the alarm. When the British respond in force after the Russians are extended into his land, he will shut the door behind the bear's back. The Bolsheviks will be trapped between Kanpur and the Indian army, where they will be crushed entirely. For the second time, a Maharaja of Kanpur will become an heroic defender of the crown, and his reward this time for saving British India from the bear will be vast. His reward, in fact, will be India itself. The Lenin of the subcontinent, I interjected softly. You might say that, O'Hara agreed, or a native viceroy. Native prince, hereditary ruler, Holmes mused. The blood of the Moguls in his veins, 1,000 years of experience in his hands. A compromise between Congress and the Muslim League, certainly, but a shining opportunity as well for India and England. Gandhi and Jinnah wouldn't have a chance. The English would seize upon Kanpur's Maharaja with vast relief, that with a man of his stature in charge, they could now withdraw with honour, leaving the country in the hands of a murderer and a madman, I pointed out. Which is why we cannot allow his plot to ripen even 1 week further. It was O'Hara who spoke, which surprised me. Wouldn't continuing to involving yourself in survey business be furthering the actions of the Wheel of Life? I asked him. One attains merit through action as well as by refraining from action, he answered piously. The innocent must be given the opportunity to attain self-knowledge, which the unfettered actions of the wicked would prevent. To say nothing of the fact, he added, that it should be jolly fun. Our startled laughter woke Bindra for a moment. He kneaded his eyes with his fists, located his father, and settled again, nuzzling into the robed lap with a sigh of contentment. If I understand you aright, Nesbit said, ignoring my digression, you would suggest that action be taken that does not bring the army into this. Since, he noted, his green eyes beginning to dance, it was you who suggested that we might not wish to approach the encampment at this time. Oh, Nesbit, truly you are a man after my own heart. What do you propose? Well, the Irish Buddhist said, you were willing to carry me on your shoulders from the forts to the borders of Kanpur until Miss Russell drew her gun. Holmes stirred, and I realized belatedly that he knew nothing of the events of the previous midnight. But as that demand was not made upon your back and sinews, perhaps, given a few days for your leg to heal, you would not mind carrying the considerably lesser weight of the Maharaja. Kidnap him? The quirking of Nesbit's mouth showed his love of the idea, although the hesitation in his eyes said he was thinking too of the reports he would have to make to his superiors, particularly if the plan went awry. Invite him outside to Delhi for conversations, O'Hara suggested. Holmes took his pipe out of his mouth to point out gently, He is in a heavily guarded fortress. There is at least one concealed entrance,
O'Hara said. When he came to the old fort in the night, he did not always come smelling of the outside world, but of stones and dampness.
Holmes nodded. I thought as much the first time he came to my cell. But if a passageway links the old fort with the new, that would still require passing a number of guards, unless it also has an opening to the outside. I sat up as if brushed by a raw wire. The zoo. The three men looked at me. When the Maharaja showed us the zoo, I noticed a small pathway going around the back of the lion pen, past the entrance used by the zookeepers. The big path was marked heavily by bits of spilt food and the drag of equipment, but beyond it was the sort of footpath worn by a single set of feet, walking it with regularity. His dogs knew it as well. When they would have gone down it, he called them back, sharply. That could be anything, Nesbit objected. I think not. The lion pen itself is built right up against the hill of the fort, firmly into its westernmost side, and just before going to the zoo, I was in a room in New Fort located on the heights of that same side. The toy room, he calls it. Have you seen it? I asked Nesbit.
Years ago and briefly. But you're right, it is on the western spur of the new fort.
It has a hidden door. I noticed the wear on the floor there, where the marble is grey with soil and scattered particles of gravel. The servants do not clean in the toy room very often. And in fact, I said as another piece of the puzzle came to me, the Maharaja has the reputation of sorcery, of being able to appear and disappear unexpectedly. No doubt this is partly explained by the number of purdah screens throughout the fort, which would conceal a small elephant. But there may be a network of hidden passages as well, and you'd expect one to the outside, such as down to the zoo. Two, I said, before they could object, there may be a similar hidden passage in that horrid fur-lined gun-room of his. A room which is near the gates on the east side, a location which would be very convenient for crossing under the road to the old fort in the night. A passageway smelling of stones and dampness. Silence again fell in the room, but it was an electric silence of intense speculation rather than repose. Even the boy was awake, or had given up the pretence of sleep, and had drawn himself up at his father's side. "Provocative," Holmes said at last, and proceeded to repack his borrowed pipe with the Indian blackleaf. "You're certain?" Nesbit demanded. "Of soil and wear on the floor near two blank walls, yes. That those doors lead to the zoo and the old fort, of course I cannot be sure." "Even if we find a door out of the zoo, we could wander underneath the fort for hours," he fretted. "Oh, Nesbit," O'Hara said gently, "you English are so unhappy with uncertainty. And you Indians are so deucedly eager to embrace it." The two men grinned at each other in easy understanding. "However," Nesbit said, struggling to get to his feet, "tomorrow I ride to the encampment to arrange a proper show of support once we get the gentleman across his border." We spread ourselves around the main room, Nesbit and myself on the narrow iron-framed beds, the others on the floor. Bindra turned down the paraffin lamp and padded back to his sleeping roll in front of the low-burning fire. We lay, silent with our thoughts, Nesbit's bed creaking and complaining as he sought to find a comfortable position for his leg, but at last even he fell still. But it was O'Hara who had the last word, voicing a thought that was going through my own mind and I think Holmes as well. "In the morning, when we are fresh, I should like to propose that the expedition into Cawnpore be done post-haste." Nesbit's bed squealed in preface to his reaction, but the Irishman on the floor cut him off by saying, "I do not propose this tonight, but in the morning. We need to talk about it." Nesbit subsided, positively radiating distrust and suspicion. One by one, we slept. All but O'Hara. Whenever I woke during the night, I could see him sitting before the dying embers, breathing the words to the prayer, Om Mani Padme Om, over and over again, his long rosary beads clicking softly as outside light snowflakes whispered against the window glass. Chapter 27. In the morning, Nesbit's green eyes glittered with fever, although he swore that it was nothing, that he was capable of riding, that he would carry the Maharaja on his back if it came to that. Holmes and O'Hara glanced at each other over the wounded man's head and said nothing, not then. But after we had eaten the eggs and bacon the servants cooked for us, both men drifted away outside where they stood, Holmes trying to get his pipe alight, O'Hara again fingering his rosary, their breaths swirling into clouds in the heatless morning sun. I gave them 5 minutes, then walked out onto the fresh snow after them, my unprotected scalp tightening with the cold. I saw no reason not to come to the point. "I'll not be left behind to play nursemaid." O'Hara's hands stopped their motion as he gave me a look of surprise, but Holmes merely smiled into his troublesome pipe. "You want to go today," I continued. "I agree. If the Maharaja was angry enough to shoot his pet monkeys yesterday, then today, after having all of us escape him at one time, he'll be insane with rage. I'm glad Sonny is out of things, but the others are too vulnerable. We can't wait until Nesbit is fit, but I refuse to stay with him. Leave Bindra here." "Unfortunately, I have given my word that the boy will not be left behind again," O'Hara told me. "As you wish, although I don't believe I'd take a son of mine into that hornet's nest. When do we go?" "It is better that you stay here," O'Hara said. Holmes took an involuntary step back. "And why is that?" I began, then stopped. "No, don't bother. I don't need to ask. What do women need to do in order to be taken as equals? Become Prime Minister? For heaven's sake, just pretend I'm Martin if it makes you any happier. But let's have no more words about leaving Miss Russell out of anything. Besides, you need me. I'm the only one who's been to the toy room." "You can draw us a map." "Inaccurate. And you'd need to use a torch or matches, either of which would be seen from the room's high window. I can walk it in the dark." O'Hara's dark eyes travelled to consult Holmes, who nodded and said, "She has a certain skill at the jewel game." O'Hara studied me, as if such a talent would show on the surface, then said abruptly, "You went into the stables yesterday night." "Yes," I replied, wondering if he was accusing me of something. I wanted to see that the horses had been looked after. O'Hara had something else in mind. "We will cover your eyes, and you will walk through the stables by way of demonstration." It seemed to me a rather silly exercise, but we were, after all, embarked on a game here, and perhaps my accepting the challenge would move things ahead more rapidly. And so it proved. From the moment O'Hara snugged the linen dishcloth round my head to the time we slipped across the Cawnpore border was a matter of half a day. We left with a rucksack Bindra had found somewhere, provisioned with food, water and candles, 2 knives and an ancient revolver Holmes had got from the consommé, the rope and morphia which Holmes had hidden about his person ever since the night in the jail, and several small but vital pieces of inside information possessed by Nesbit. Only when we had extracted the facts did we reveal to the man that we were leaving him behind. He was not pleased. We had to chain his wrist to the iron bed to keep him from joining us. His curses, however, followed us far down the snowy road. Nor was Bindra happy to be left outside of the Cawnpore border with the horses, but the boy had to admit, when pressed by a father employing all the logic of Socrates, that bearing the weight of an abducted Maharaja would be beyond his abilities, and that someone needed to watch the beasts. We built a makeshift shelter for them below the snow line, in an area of deep brush and woods far from the track, where Bindra could keep the animals quiet. The weightiness of that responsibility calmed him. At least we hadn't left him back at the Dork bungalow, making sure that Nesbit did not get free. Just before dark, we reached the end of the forest, east and slightly to the south of the forts, more or less where Nesbit and I had left O'Hara after the jailbreak. The moon rose with the darkness. When it was well clear of the mountains behind us, we slipped from the trees into the cultivated edges of the rough Terai. At 10 o'clock, with an enormous bright moon full in the sky, we crossed the main road without having disturbed anything more than pied dogs and a few night birds. On the other side, the land was more heavily used, but in India even farmers tend to live inside village walls. We gave those wide berth, keeping to fields and paths and moving cautiously. We saw no person. Well before midnight, the smells of the zoo came to us across the frigid air. A rooster crew. Some big animal, one of the lions perhaps, coughed irritably, nocturnal habits lying uneasy beneath the daylight regime of its keepers. Another half-mile, and we were at the walls surrounding the village of dwarfs. There we paused for whispered consultation. "The fence here seems to be nothing but thorn brush," I noted. "Too noisy to move," Holmes countered. "We go around." The tangle of dry thorn eventually gave way to high, strong wire fencing that kept the Maharaja's giraffes from straying into the sugar-cane. We had brought rudimentary burglary tools with us, but it proved unnecessary here, as the fence was not topped by barbed wire. We climbed up and dropped into the pen, keeping near the fence as it pushed deeper into the zoo, then at the far side climbed out again. The white gravel paths glimmered in the light from over our heads, giving us direction, although we did not walk on the gravel for fear of the betraying crunch. The lion's pen would have been easy for a blind person to locate, stinking of carnivore, the faint splash of water from the hillside spring the only noise in the great stillness. Our boots made no sound on the winter soft grass. Our clothing gave less rustle than the breeze in the leaves. We drew near the high gleaming bars, the trees and rock wall behind them a dapple of light and dark. Then a lion roared from what seemed 10 feet away, and I nearly screamed in response. We froze, and my heart coursed and leapt in my chest, making me dizzy. The night seemed to pulse and fade. There came the sound of a large body shifting, the pad of enormous feet, and a second roar. We remained motionless. Would a night watchman come to investigate? Did the roar of lions mean the same as the bark of a dog? Or was the animal merely calling into the night in hopes that his voice might be heard by another? After an interminable time, which was probably only 6 or 8 minutes, the animal grunted to itself and padded across the ground. Then it dropped with a breathy grunt and quieted. I began to breathe again. After a minute, one of the men touched my arm, and we crept forward, cautious as mice in a cattery. At the end of the lion cage, the greenery closed in so it became impossible to avoid the gravel. But when I gingerly set my foot onto its pale surface, I found that here it had not been refreshed as recently as in the centre of the zoo, and the stones in this damp place had sunk into the ground. We passed the door to the keeper's building behind the cage where the food and cleaning equipment was stored and where the white gravel came to an end. But, as I had remembered, there was an unnatural space between the bushes and the building where the Salukis had bounded, as at a familiar way, and the ground under our feet bore the unmistakable imprint of traffic. Working by feel alone, unable to see anything but the glow of the sky above, I patted my way along the walls until I came to the place where a baked mud wall merged with the naked rock of the hillside. There we found the door, unevenly shaped to suit the rough wall, too low for even a short man to pass while standing, and narrow enough to require slipping through sideways. And locked. Holmes eased past me to deal with that little problem, and when his picklocks had done their work, we all breathed a sigh of relief to find the door unbarred. A battering ram would not have suited our purposes at all. We slipped inside, into a tight space that smelt of must and stone and the dampness of ages. Holmes closed the door behind him, and I lit the candle. We stood in a hollow perhaps 5 feet square and 7 feet tall, rough-hewn from the rock. I had expected one passage, but we found two, both just wide enough for a man's shoulders and tall enough for Holmes to walk without being forced to duck. We took the one to the left, which began by heading north, but soon doubled back south, then north again. We were, I decided, corkscrewing upwards in the hill below New Fort, the floor of the passageway ever rising beneath our feet. Twice we came to junctions, and after debate, we took care to mark our choice with small pebbles. After the second junction, we went for 5 minutes or so before Holmes and I stopped almost simultaneously, sensing the way diverging from where we wanted to be. Returning to the junction, we shifted the pebbles and went on, ever climbing, until the passage came to an end at a door as broad as the outside one had been narrow. This door, however, had no lock, merely an expanse of uneven, time-darkened wood. I pushed against it, then dug my fingernails into one of the crosspieces and pulled, but the heavy thing did not budge. Without a word, I stepped back far enough to allow Holmes to pass and handed him the candle. He ran the light back and forth over the surface, looking more for signs of wear than for a trigger, but found nothing. Not until he began to search the surrounding rock did he give a grunt of triumph. Shifting the low-burning stub to his left hand, he reached up with his right forefinger to press something hidden by a rough place in the stone. There was a faint click, and the flame danced wildly and snuffed out in the sudden current of air from around the concealed door. Holmes pressed back against the rock to allow me passage. I laid my hand against the wooden surface, which, despite its weight, gave way with the silent ease of oiled hinges, and felt forward with the toe of my boot for the high marble trim that had run around the toy-room floor. It was there, and moreover, the air smelt of dust and machine oil. I stepped inside, listening for motion or the sound of stifled breathing, until I was satisfied that we were alone. I turned back to the invisible door and breathed, "It's clear. Could you do something to the lock so—" "It's done," Holmes whispered back. The last thing we needed, should this mad mission actually succeed, would be hunting for another trick switch with an abducted Maharaja on our hands. The two men slipped into the toy room beside me, and I pushed the door shut, more or less. As I turned into the room, two hands came to rest on my shoulders. Holmes' familiar long fingers gripping my left, O'Hara's on my right. Now was the time to make good on my foolish assertion to Kimball O'Hara that I could find my way through a black room I had visited only once. I bent my head and allowed my mind's eye to summon a view of the room as it had been. The door, the high shelves of mechanical dolls and animals to its left, the scattered arrangement of glass-enclosed mechanisms across the floor, not in a haphazard pattern, not once one knew that there was a doorway hidden behind them. The Englishman-eating tiger was over there, the erotic toys back there, which means that we need only circle the piggy's tea party and dodge the pair of fortune-telling gypsies, and we would be at the room's entrance. I led the way forward, slowly, and with my hands stretched out to be sure, since I was not all that supremely confident. But we reached the door without noise or mishap, and I felt a surge of pride as I laid my hand upon the doorknob. The corridor stretched out in both directions, lit by oil lamps every 30 feet or so. The nearest one was smoking and guttering, a black stain on the ceiling showing that it had not been properly trimmed. We closed the door quietly and turned south, away from the Durbar Hall and the billiards room, where late guests and their attendant servants might still be up. The southernmost quarter of the new fort, hidden from view behind a thick stand of timber bamboo, had not yet known the hand of the Maharaja's renovators. Behind the greenery, the plaster was chipped, the paint long peeled away, the stone floor of the arcade worn and gritty underfoot. But not uninhabited. These were the servants' quarters, with faint cooking odours wafting in from the open corridors. We slipped from one darkness to the next, freezing into imitations of the stone pillars around us when two tired-looking chaprassis scurried from the fort's central courtyard and slipped between two columns into the south wing. I stood pressed up against the greasy stones and looked through the bamboo at the guest centre above the Durbar hall and dining rooms. It had to be nearly 1 o'clock, but all the lights were still burning, the band played, the sounds of merriment spilled over the lotus pond and trimmed bushes. I thought the merriment sounded more than a little forced, but perhaps that was imagination. Certainly the sound was drunken. What state could the Maharaja be in? Thwarted at every turn, his captives escaped, first Mary, and then Martin, tweaking their Russellian noses at his compulsory hospitality. No wonder the servants looked edgy. For the first time it occurred to me that the man might be too overwrought to enter his rooms at all. Our loose plan called for abducting the Maharaja as soon as we found him alone, and either taking him away immediately or, if it was too near dawn, finding an abandoned corner of this vast place and keeping him drugged until night fell. It was, frankly, a terrible plan. It was no plan at all. But it was marginally preferable to watching a regiment march across the borders and force a madman into open battle, and the three of us were all old hands at making do with whatever opportunities that presented themselves. And in the event we did not succeed, the servants at the dock bungalow had been given a letter for the commander at the encampment. It would be taken to him if we did not return by dawn Wednesday, some 30 hours hence. The two chaprassis came back out of the crumbling corridor, carrying what appeared to be a canvas stretcher. The object seemed weighty with implications, and my eyes followed it all the way across the gardens and up the steps into the hall. Holmes had to tug my sleeve to get me moving again. The Maharaja's private quarters lay adjacent to the main gates at New Fort's easternmost limits. The so-called gun-room, with its fir walls, was to the north of the gates, and according to Nesbit, the prince's bedroom and private suites were immediately to the south of the gates, reached by a corridor that linked both halves of the wing on the top level. We planned to reach his quarters from the rear, by means of a little-used servants' stairway at New Fort's most south-eastern corner, which Nesbit had seen but never tried to enter. He thought it might be possible. It was, but only just. I think, looking back, it was probably the thought of that stairway that kept Nesbit from fighting harder about being tied to the bed. His wounded leg would never have got him up it. But it did mean that once we had shinned up the abandoned stones and pulled ourselves over the gaps, we were in a place no one would have expected to find us. I had gone first as the lightest and most agile, and now I folded the rope the others had used to traverse the final gap while we discussed what came next. It sounds to me as if the Maharaja is having a pretty determined party, I said in little more than a murmur. Which merely means that the fort will sleep late in the morning, Holmes replied, his voice deliberately soothing. Are you ready, O'Hara? Oh, yes, he said. May the compassionate one be watching over us all. We stole north along the corridor towards the lighted section, there to reconnoitre. On the other side of a bend in the corridor, restoration had taken place. The carving around the doors gleamed. Intricate carpets lay on the polished marble. Brightly coloured frescoes graced the fresh plaster walls. There were even electrical lights in this section, as if a line had been drawn between the 20th century and the 17th. O'Hara walked down the hallway, opened a door, and disappeared from sight. We settled ourselves for a long wait. This portion of the evening sortie had caused us the most vigorous argument. The Maharaja was rarely alone for more than a few minutes while he was awake. Therefore, our best opportunity for laying hands on the man, short of a pitched battle with his guards, was to take him asleep, or at least alone in his rooms. And if he was not alone, at least the numbers would be few, and presumably any woman he took to his bed would not be armed. But we couldn't all three hide in a wardrobe or under his bed. And in the end, O'Hara's talents and the fact that he was smaller than either of us gave him the job. He had the morphia. He could move as silently as a ghost, and heaven knew he had as much patience as might be required. So Holmes and I watched him go, and adjusted the revolvers in our belts, before settling ourselves to wait beyond the reach of the lights. As we waited, my hand kept creeping to my near-naked scalp, exploring the loss and the freedom. It is always at least mildly astonishing when plans actually work out, and I was indeed mildly astonished when, an hour later, the Maharaja actually appeared, accompanied by 2 stony-faced guards and a giggling German girl. The guards took up positions on either side of the door. After a few minutes, however, they looked at each other, and in unspoken accord retreated to the head of the main stairway, standing with their backs to the lit corridor. I tried not to grin at the picture of O'Hara, silently reciting his rosary and trying to close his ears to the noisy events that had forced the guards' retreat. It seemed forever before the shrieks of the girls' laughter faded, and longer before the thuds and sense of movement died away. But in truth, less than an hour after we had come up the derelict stairway, the door nearest us eased open, and the girls slipped out. 5 minutes later, it opened again, and Kimball O'Hara looked out at us. We were on our feet in an instant. Holmes held up 2 fingers to warn him of the guards, then put 1 finger to his lips before gesturing that he should come. O'Hara stepped back inside for a few seconds, then reappeared, with a weight slung across his shoulders, pausing to glance down the corridor at the 2 distant backs. He emerged fully, pulled the door shut, and in a few silent steps was with us. The Maharaja, wrapped in a dark red dressing gown, stank of alcohol, but his sleep was that of drugs as well. He stayed limp as we slung him down the pit of the stairs. He remained lifeless across O'Hara's shoulders through the shadows of the ground-floor arcade. The festivities on the other side of the gardens seemed to have died rapidly away once the Maharaja was gone. Half the lights had been extinguished, and the only voices I could hear were the querulous calls of the overworked servants. Still, we kept to the deepest shadows, and made the western wing without raising an alarm. We shifted our unconscious burden from O'Hara's back to that of Holmes, and I led the way through mostly unlit passages to that off which the toy room opened. Nearly half the oil lamps had burnt out, including the one nearest the blue door itself. In near darkness, I reached for the doorknob, when the smoothly working mechanism of abduction suddenly hit a rough patch that sent it through the roof. "Hey," said a familiar voice. "What's going on here?" O'Hara stepped in front of Holmes, as if he might conceal a 6-foot-tall man with an insensible Maharaja on his shoulders, and I reached for my gun, only to freeze when the figure down the hallway stepped under a lamp, a large Colt revolver in his hand. Thomas Goodhart. Chapter 28. The tableau held for 6 long breaths. 7. And then all hell broke loose. Another figure appeared beside Goodhart, dressed in the uniform of a Chaprasi with a scarlet turban and an outraged voice. "What is this thing?" the newcomer demanded in the lilting accents of the Indian, looking from us to him. "You have found dacoits stealing the master's treasures, or, sir?" But to my utter confusion, Goodhart raised his revolver and pointed it not at us, but at the Red Puggery. The servant choked off his words in confusion and stared at Goodhart as flabbergasted as I. Tommy started to gesture with his gun, saying, "You'll have to come," when the man broke, turning on his heel to sprint for the outside door. Without a moment's hesitation, the American shot him. Instantly he turned and said urgently, "You two come fetch him. Then stay in that room until I join you." And without a word of explanation, he fled up the passageway and burst outside into the courtyard gardens. O'Hara and I looked at each other. Then he kicked open the toy-room door for Holmes, and we ran to gather up the chaprassi. The servant had died instantly, shot through the heart. We took him, shoulders and feet, and scurried back to dump him inside the blue door. "What the hell was that about?" I demanded of Holmes, but he could not enlighten me. I looked down at the dead man, but he too could tell me nothing apart from the obvious. The Goodhart had shot him, and not us. "I think you two should get into the tunnel," I said. "I will wait here," O'Hara said, but I was already shaking my head. "You're stronger than I am," I told him. "Easier for you and Holmes to carry the Maharaja 5 miles than Holmes and I." I did not wait for the men to agree, merely ripped the red turban from the dead man's head and hurried back to where he had fallen, thinking that I might remove the worst of the stains from floor and wall, thus delay a full-scale search of the specific area. I shook out the tightly wrapped fabric and was just kneeling down to scrub at the stains when more gunfire cracked the stillness, followed by shouting voices, or rather a shouting voice. I pinched out the oil lamp over my head, then ventured down the corridor to the nearest window onto the courtyard gardens. There I saw a puzzling sight. Thomas Goodhart, swaying like a foundering sailboat, seemed to be arguing with a pair of chaprassis. "These goddamn bats," he roared. "They drive a man insane with their infernal chatter. All night, in and out, get in the rooms and try and roost in your hair. I'm going to shoot every one of the accursed monsters." Quieter voices could be heard, apparently pleading for reason. The servants continually glanced over their shoulders at the dark rooms above. "I won't give it to you, damn you both," the American raged. "I tell you, the bats are... What's that?" More rapid conversation, much patting of hands in an attempt to reassure, and Goodhart swayed again, then suddenly relinquished his gun. The relief of the two servants was palpable and immediate, and the one with the gun took a step away from this obstreperous guest. The hand of the other hovered near Goodhart's elbow, urging him back in the direction of the guest quarters, and he succeeded for a time. But when they reached the shadowy edges of the gardens, Goodhart shook the hand off. I heard him shouting again, something about leaving a man alone to have a quiet smoke. Both servants immediately retreated. Goodhart slumped into a bench, his legs alone visible by the light of a lamp on the nearby terrace. Then came the flare of a lighter, followed by the unsteady waver of a cigarette. His voice said something else, quieter now but still threatening, and both of the servants went away across the terrace into the hall. I was not particularly surprised when, before I had reached the end of my muslin turban and the bloodstain was faded and nearly colourless, the man appeared at the far end of the passageway, moving without the slightest sign of drink and without a cigarette. I stood up, bundling the last end of the sticky fabric into itself. "Captain Russell?" he asked, dubiously, peering into my face. "And his sister as well," I said. After all, I was armed, he was no longer. I could afford to experiment with honesty. "Thought that might be the case. Where are the others?" "In the toy room." "Where's that? And once you're there, how do you think you're going to get out of here? That was the Maharaja you had, wasn't it?" But I was not about to give him the secret passageway, not yet. "Look, who are you?" I demanded. "You know who I am. Shouldn't we get out of this hallway?" He did have a point. I led him to the toy room, pulled a candle from my pocket and lit it, sheltering it with my hand while I bent to feel the chaprassi's pulse. Yes, dead. Goodhart knelt beside me at the man's side, tentatively pushing on one shoulder to reveal the face in the bloody chest. After a minute he stood up, unnecessarily wiping his hands on his evening jacket.
He's dead.
Yes.
I didn't intend to kill him, but he had to be stopped.
Why? That distracted him from staring at his victim. He stared at me instead. I hoped Holmes and O'Hara could hear all this.
Oh, God. Don't tell me you're kidnapping Jimmy for ransom.
What other reason might you imagine? He heard in my voice not an answer but a test question. He nodded slowly and looked around him into the darkness, clearly searching for my accomplices.
I think it's very possible we're both working toward the same goal.
And what might that be?
Jimmy's clearly unbalanced. But I wouldn't guess it's easy to arrest a native prince openly on his own ground.
I let the words stand and waited, cocking my head at the darkness. Goodhart waited too, although he could not know for what. In seconds I had my partner's answer.
"Bring him,"
said Holmes' voice. Once inside the hidden passage, we let the door click shut. I made cursory introductions. Thomas Goodhart, Mr. O'Hara, and you know my husband. Hands were shaken and Goodhart said,
"Mr. Holmes, not Mr. Russell. The purser told me the day after the fancy dress ball."
"So the costume was an accident?" Holmes asked.
Not entirely. I'd heard one of the passengers, a lady from Savannah, talking about Sherlock Holmes. At the time, I just thought she meant that you looked like Sherlock Holmes, not that you were him. I hadn't meant any disrespect."
"I shouldn't worry, young man. A lady from Savannah, you say? I don't remember meeting her."
"Yes. Odd, that. She must have left the ship at Aden. I didn't see her again."
"Holmes, can we leave this for later?" I suggested.
"Indeed," he said, although the puzzle remained in his voice.
It proved impossible to shoulder our still limp burden down the narrow passageway, but with one each at his head and feet and the spare two lighting the way with candles, we transported him through the belly of the hill, sweating and cursing, and no doubt bruising him all over. But the Maharaja didn't complain, not in his condition, and the necessarily slow rate of progress made it possible for me to repeat my question to Goodhart at the fore of the procession. This time I received an answer. "So, who are you?"
"Tommy Goodhart, travelling through India with his somewhat dotty mother."
"But something else as well."
"Yes. You see, when I was at Harvard, one of my friends had an uncle who was high in the War Department, military intelligence. He told me that I had such a superb poker face I mustn't waste it. And so I played along with him, went to a couple of Red meetings, even got myself arrested once. What a lark. Then when I graduated and he found out I was going to be traveling in Europe, he called me in and gave me a serious talk. Our government believes that the Soviet Union is a spent force militarily. We've been helping them rebuild their factories, giving them food in the hopes that they might stay where they are. I mean to say, one only has to look at a map to be a bit nervous about the Reds, don't you think? There's a considerable acreage there. So he sort of suggested that if I went in that direction, I might just keep my eyes open. Nothing formal, you know. The US of A as a whole doesn't have much of an interest in intelligence. We seem to think it's what the Brits would call unsporting. But when I got to Russia, I found the factories looked just fine, and there are an awful lot of healthy-looking soldiers. And then I've been told that the Soviets are buying guns and planes from the Germans. A whole lot of planes. I guess this uncle of my friend's feels even more jittery after the last few months, what with your new government and all. Too many comrades make an outsider feel a mite uncomfortable. Although, truth to tell, I haven't been in touch with him since I left Europe, so I'm sort of playing it all by ear here." A one-man intelligence operation, Holmes commented from his position at the Maharaja's shoulders. He did not, however, sound disbelieving, and I had to agree with him. It made a certain amount of sense that the young man was independent rather than under the control of some organized group. "Did you arrange for that balcony to fall on us in Aden?" I asked Goodhart. "Balcony? Is that what happened to you? Good Lord, no." I listened carefully and could not hear a lie, but as I was at the rear, I could not see his face. His poker face. "What about the hotel fire in Delhi?" "Ah, well, there wasn't really a fire. That is, there was, but it sort of got out of hand." "And my missing trunk off the boat?" "Well, yes, I am terribly sorry about that. I tried to work some way to have it returned to you, but then you disappeared from the hotel. I only arranged to have it mislaid for a while. It seemed to me that searching your luggage would be one way of finding out if you were Russian spies." At that, all three of us stopped dead to stare at his back. At our sudden silence, he turned and saw our expressions. "Really?" he protested. "I've been told that the most dangerous Bolsheviks were those that didn't look like the enemy. And I couldn't see the two of you traveling to India for any of the usual reasons. You just didn't fit in. So I thought maybe—" His voice died away in the tunnel. Then O'Hara began to laugh. It started with a snort, then merged into giggles, and in a minute he had dropped his half of our prisoner and collapsed into uncontrolled merriment. Holmes, too, was grinning widely, and despite the vast inconvenience this man's amateur sleuthing had caused me, even I had to grin. O'Hara giggled, repeating to himself, "Bolshevik spies. Sherlock Holmes, a Russian spy." Goodhart looked vastly embarrassed. I know, it was stupid of me, and I better give up this spy business before I do something really dangerous. So anyway, when I saw you with Jimmy, I figured you must know what you were doing, and I better throw my lot in with you. Can I ask, where are you taking him?" The simple question triggered another paroxysm of mirth in O'Hara, and he began to choke, tears seeping from his eyes. I finally took pity on the American. "As you said, we're arresting him, taking him to Delhi to answer for his crimes. If the army has to come in after him, a lot of people will die unnecessarily." The original summons to Delhi, of course, the letter that had set off the Maharaja's final madness, had concerned the disappearance of the neighbouring Nawab's daughter, a sin which seemed less and less likely to be laid to his account. But that summons had been sent before the contents of the godowns came to light. Once Nesbitt's report reached his superiors, a stern letter would not be deemed sufficient. I was hit by a brief vision. Serried ranks of Tommies marching up the road to Cawnpore, while just over a rise lay a phalanx of those machine guns I had seen draped and oiled and waiting. "Is this kind of arrest legal here?" Goodhart asked, then hurried to explain. "Not that I mind if it's not, I'd just like to know." "Probably not," Holmes said. "Oh. Well, all right. How can I help?" "You can take his legs for a while, since O'Hara seems to have lost his strength." Goodhart and I took a turn lugging our royal prisoner, and conversation lapsed. When we switched over again 20 minutes later, he caught his breath and then asked, "How do you plan on getting him out of Cawnpore?" "Carrying him." Holmes said it sharply. "You could take some horses from the stables." "There are a dozen or more syces living at the stables," I explained. "The way we came, cross-country. We may not be noticed until the first farmers rise." "I see. And that goes against borrowing a car as well?" "Doubly so, considering the terrain between here and the border." "Of course." We went on for a while in silence, and then he said diffidently, "And I guess the airplanes are guarded too." "Probably. Plus there'd be the small problem of flying it." "Why would that be a problem?" We stopped again to stare at him,
but none of us were laughing this time. "Are you saying you could fly one of the Maharaja's aeroplanes?" Holmes demanded. "Pretty much any of them, I'd guess. If there was fuel," he added. We looked at one another, then picked up the Maharaja and continued. We made the lower door shortly after 3 a.m., arms stretched and shoulders aching. Goodhart's head bleeding from 2 or 3 encounters with the low roof, our bellies empty and our throats parched. I distributed leathery chapatis, and we shared out a bottle of water, chewing and swallowing, and feeling the cold seeping its way into our tired muscles. As we sat on our haunches, the man at our feet stirred, and Holmes bent to feel his pulse and look under his eyelids. Wordlessly, O'Hara handed him the needle and morphia bottle, and Holmes slid another injection into our captive's arm. As the prince dropped more deeply into his sleep, I took a final swallow of water and asked, "What is our decision? 5 miles to the border, or 2 to the airfield?" "With 4 backs to carry it, the load is eased," O'Hara said. "I would choose the silent way." "I agree," I said, getting my vote in so as not to be the last voice. "There are too many variables the other way. Are the aeroplanes fueled up? Are they unguarded? Can we get past the stables without waking the Syces?" I also wondered, but did not ask aloud, does this wealthy American dilettante actually know how to pilot the things? And more to the point, will he? Or is he waiting for an opportunity to stab us in the back? Yes, he distracted the guards back in the fort, but... Holmes nodded, albeit hesitantly. "The way we came is slower, but would appear to involve less risk." The Buddhist member of our conspiracy summed up the decision, making it sound like a philosophical dictum. "The simple path is best." I did not know how simple it was going to be, staggering across the countryside with a royal personage across our backs, and the sun fast coming up to the horizon, but I had no wish to spend the day in this dark, cramped, and poorly provisioned place. I folded the last of the chapatis back into my rucksack, and we were ready. The cold air that washed through the narrow doorway smelt of lions and greenery, alive and reassuring after our long passage through inert stone. We threaded our burden out, not bothering to lock the door, and when our eyes had adjusted from candlelight to moonlight, O'Hara squatted down and slung the Maharaja easily over his shoulders. He followed me, with Goodhart behind him, and Holmes bringing up the rear as I picked my way forward, one hand brushing the wall of the lion house until I saw the white gravel path. 3 more steps and I halted, sharply putting out one hand to keep O'Hara from treading on my heels. There seemed to be someone at the main junction of the paths, some 50 feet ahead of us, just after the lion cage. I couldn't see in detail, but my heart sank at the figure's size. One of the zoo-keeping dwarfs, and that was the only way past the cage. He couldn't miss seeing us. I turned to whisper to my companions that we would have to retreat, when the short, sharp whistle of a night bird rang out from behind my shoulder. In a panic, I slapped my hand over the Maharaja's mouth, but it was slack. Goodhart? But then I looked back at the junction and saw the small figure running in our direction, oddly silent, but for the quick patter of feet on the gravel. A voice in my ear murmured, "My son." Bindra it was, his black eyes sparkling even in the moonlight, his entire body wriggling like a puppy with his own cleverness. "What did you do with the horses?" I hissed at him. "Nesbit Saab loosed himself and came, and said he would watch them. Oh, he's so very angry at the 3 of you. He says to tell you that he will have you locked into the Umballa cantonment. My father, who is this man?" "His name is Goodhart," O'Hara told him in English, then added in Hindi. "It remains to be seen if he lives up to his name." "If he does not, I will beat him," the child declared. "But, my father, I do think we need to be gone from this place. A little time ago, 4 angry soldiers came running down the road, and 3 of them went back. Then I heard some others on the big road that goes between the 2 hills. I think maybe they have found that you have carried away their master." "Hell," I said. "That was quick. What now?"
Which way did the others go on the road?
Holmes asked the boy. Down towards the valley, not the hills. South, then, towards Cawnpore city.
It'll have to be the aeroplanes,
Holmes said decisively. But we cannot go between the stables and the lake. The ground is open, and there are birds nesting all along the waterfront, just waiting to raise an alarm.
Only one guard at the stables.
Plus the syces.
Russell, we waste time. Goodhart, take the Maharaja, and if he makes a sound, you have my permission to bash his royal head in.
Chapter 29. The white gravel guided us from the zoo to the steps leading up to the path encircling the hill. The soldiers Binder had heard pass were nowhere to be seen, although he expected with every step to come across the one left behind at the stables. Tom Goodhart, accomplished as he might be in amateur dramatics, failed miserably at surreptitious passage, his boots finding every twig and patch of gravel. Well short of the entrance to the compound, O'Hara stopped us. Goodhart needs to remain here with the prince. My son and I will go ahead through the stables and locate the guard. Miss Russell ought to come with us, as she best knows the terrain. Mr. Holmes, you perhaps should assist Goodhart, watching for the approach of trouble. Trouble being either the royal guard or treachery from Goodhart, but no need to state it aloud. I caught the flash of O'Hara's white grin. Perhaps you can make the call of a bird if it comes. He did not wait for any of us to disagree, and indeed there was little reason. Holmes did not know the stables, and I did. Someone had to stay with the loud-footed Goodhart until the way was declared clear. I touched Holmes' sleeve in passing for the reassuring solidity of the arm beneath, then led the two O'Hara men down the steps. The domestic odours of hay and horse dung scrubbed the last reek of big cats from my nostrils as we descended towards the buildings. Before I had followed the track through the grand archway and into the central yard, but I had also noticed a footway that wound around the back of the first block in the direction of the road. This is how we went, picking our way by the blue reflected light, pausing to look closely into each shadow that might hide a clever sentinel, lingering long before stepping across the narrow gap between two buildings. We found the path both clear and well illuminated by the huge moon moving down in the western sky, and walked its length all the way to the main road without seeing anyone. Back at the stables, O'Hara leant towards us and whispered, I shall remain here. My son, you stop at the break between the buildings to watch. Miss Russell, you bring the others. And perhaps the American would make less of a hubbub were he to remove his boots. Binder and I turned back, moving more quickly now that we'd been over the path once. He scurried in front, clearing the gap between the buildings with scarcely a glance. It was a mistake. I, 2 steps behind him, paid the price the instant I came even with the dark hole between the walls. Tharo! Cawn hen! Split the night, followed closely by the terrifying sound of a round being chambered. One did not need to speak the language to know the command to freeze. I froze. And Binder saved me. Saved us all. Before I could do more than raise my hands in surrender, the child was at my side, mindless of the watchman's gun, brisk and sure and heaven-sent. "Tum cawn hen?" he demanded in return, his voice a fraction lower than its usual youthful tones. Who is that? I thought he'd gone mad, and made to grab at his shoulders and dive for shelter, but he moved too swiftly for me, striding openly down the narrow alleyway, talking all the while as my brain slowly squeezed out a translation. "Are you the guard here?" he was asking. "Why was there only one left behind? Where are the others?" His assumption of authority gave the other pause, and I belatedly realized that a resident of the forts would be more apt to believe in an officious dwarf than someone in the outer world. I couldn't see if the man's finger loosed on his trigger, but I could feel it, could hear the loud tension in his voice give way to argument, and, in less than a minute. Irritation. No, he was here alone, and no, he'd had no such order to wake the Syces and send them to the old fort. Binder took another step in his direction, hands on hips now and voice taking on an edge of incredulity. And then there came a dull crack, and the guard's tirade was cut short in the sound of a falling body. "My son, that was done well," came the low voice. "Go now." We went fast, just not fast enough. The rumour of approaching turmoil reached me at the same instant a bird call floated down from the road. Binder whistled sharply in reply, and we met the others on the steps. Goodhart in his stocking feet and Holmes with the prisoners slung across his shoulders. Binder led them down the path at a run. I brought up the rear, my shoulder blades crawling with the sounds of half a dozen heavy men trotting rapidly down the road. They would be upon us in minutes. At the stable's entrance, O'Hara waved Holmes and Goodhart towards the main road, but made no sign of joining us. "What are you doing?" I demanded in a whisper. "My son and I will make a distraction with the horses. You take your gun to make certain Goodhart does not forget the controls of the aeroplane." "You can't stay here. They'll kill you." "If they catch us, they may try, but they will not catch us." "I can't leave you here. What would Nesbit say?" "Nesbit would say you are wasting what little time you have been given," he answered, his voice calm. He was right. Damn it, he was right. I glanced down the road at the two tall and rapidly disappearing figures, then back at my companions, and stepped forward to seize Kimball O'Hara's shoulders, kissing him on the cheek. To his son I offered my hand, and while shaking it told him, "Binder, it has been an experience, and just now, with the guard, that was phenomenal. Very fine work," I added by way of translation. "Thank you." Then I left them and ran. When I reached the main road, I halted, listening to the loud neighs of horses and the slamming of stable doors, followed by more whinnying and snorting and the clatter of escaping hooves coming towards me, quickly drowning out the shouts of running men. I knew without thinking that these horses would be riderless, that the O'Haras would have taken others and ridden west, leading at least some of the guards away from the airfield. Somewhere out there, God willing, they would slip down from the animals and hunker into hiding for an hour or a day. Sometime, God willing, they would make for the hills and leave Cawnpore at last. I waited just long enough to meet the stampeding horses. As they neared, I jumped from the northern edge of their path, waving my hands to frighten them into a mad gallop south, before I spun around to beat my own hasty retreat north. The 2 miles to the airfield seemed 20, but at last my feet hit the smooth runway, and faint sounds led me to our intended escape vehicle. The corrugation of its sides suggested that it was a Junkers, not, thank God, the 3-engined monstrosity I'd seen parked to one side. Rather, it seemed to be the same F-13 we'd arrived here in, and indeed a glance inside confirmed it. I helped Holmes bind our now mumbling prisoner into a seat. Goodhart was seated at the controls, muttering and cursing under his breath. "I hope to Hannah this crate's got enough gas to get us out of here," he said grimly. "No time to check. Where the hell's the starter, anyway? Hey, I need somebody to undo the ties and take the blocks out from the wheels, and for God's sake, stay clear of the propeller." I jumped down to loose the ropes and kick away the chocks, then climbed back onto the wing to await further instructions. Clearly Goodhart knew what he was doing, and as far as I could see, he was not in any need of an encouraging revolver at the back of his neck. Holmes and I made sure that we were never both out of the aeroplane at the same time, but Goodhart seemed oblivious as he checked the instruments by the light of the aeroplane's torch, tapped their glass faces and swore at them and threw switches. As I crouched near the door, my mind's eye visualized the panicked horses slowing and being rounded up, the guards finding that we were not on their backs, the guards returning to the stables, where some would follow the lakeshore west in the footsteps of the O'Haras, while others came north to find... My brain snagged on some unrelated imagery, spitting up an alarm composed of horses running loose, cows wandering loose, cows being chased from the road in Hijarkor. "How do we know the runway is clear of animals?" I asked. "Oh, God!" Goodhart groaned and pounded a dial with his fist, I took that as his answer. "Holmes," I said into the dim interior, "if we are discovered, get the Maharaja away. I'll make my way to Hijarkor." I slid down the wing to the macadamized ground before he could object. The moon was brushing the western mountains, but I could see well enough to follow the smooth river of airstrip that cut between the rough grassland on either side. I didn't know just how much distance the airplane needed before it took to the air, but with 4 people on board, I decided to be conservative and checked for sleeping bullocks all the way to the end. I found no bullocks, no living thing at all, but halfway back, there appeared to be some dark, tall shape near the machine's left wing. I held up a hand to block the faint light from Goodhart's cockpit torch, and it was still there, not moving, and just the one, but it was the shape of a man. I pulled the revolver from my pocket and crept forward, wishing there was something I might hide behind. If the moonlight was sufficient to illuminate him, it would betray me as well. The man did nothing until I was perhaps 50 feet away, and then he spoke. "I say, is there something on?" "Who is it?" I demanded. "Jack Merriam, the pilot." I straightened. "Ex-RAF. Righto. Is the Maharaja on one of his stunts?" "You might say that." "You need me to turn on the runway lights?" "That would be most excellent." "Happy to. I do wish he'd tell me when he's planning one of these night jaunts of his. I wouldn't have to turn out when I heard noises." This was somewhat spur of the moment, but I'll mention it to him. I don't mean to complain. I'll get the lights, won't be a tick. When I tumbled back through the open door, I found Goodhart's torch off. "Who the hell was that?" he hissed. "The pilot. He's turning on the runway lights for us. Would that be helpful?" "Helpful? I thought I'd be doing this by torchlight. Thank God for the Brits. Hope the fellow doesn't get into trouble." Too late to worry about that. True to his word, the pilot illuminated our abduction of his employer. The bank of lights flared on, one block at a time, glaring onto the clean, smooth surface. Our engine caught, the propeller began to turn, and Goodhart pointed its nose between the twin rows of spotlights and revved the engine. We began to move, then to bounce, and on one of the bounces we hesitated briefly, then rose. But our escape did not go unrecognized by the men we left behind. The guards must have been near the airfield even before the lights attracted their attention, because we'd only been airborne a few moments, and were about to bank around the high trees at the end of the runway, when the roar of noise within the machine changed in some indefinable way, and the air blew into our faces in a manner it had not before. I suddenly could see light from the runway spilling in 3 clear circles punched through the floor. "The fools, they're shooting!" Holmes cried. My body tried to crawl into itself, although there could be no escape either from being hit directly or from going down in a ball of flame. But Goodhart banked hard then, and the change in our outline, or the increased distance from their guns, or even their belated realization that they might also be shooting at their prince, meant the end of it. No more holes appeared in the thin metal skin. When the plane's wings had levelled out and we were aimed south, I uncurled to pat our waking prisoner from head to toe. It was a huge relief to find him unwounded. Explaining an abducted Maharaja was going to be hard enough. A dead one might present real problems. The man himself appreciated neither concern. He glared at me over his gag, drugged and drunk still, but angry. I checked his bindings and went back to Holmes. "He's all right. Where are we heading?" "I don't suppose you know if the British encampment has a parade grounds?" "I should very much doubt it in these mountains." "Then it's Hijarkor." I sighed, foreseeing the hell that would break loose the minute we sat down with our kidnapped Maharaja and no authority, no legal stance, no Geoffrey Nesbitt to explain. I leant forward to yell into Holmes' ear. "Mycroft is going to be absolutely mortified when he finds out that his sources misled him regarding Goodhart." "These amateurs," Holmes bellowed back, wagging his head in mock disapproval. "They present a continuous obstacle to the smooth running of the world." Holmes shifted, intending to head forward and help Goodhart navigate his strange aeroplane across an impossible route between a place where men were shooting at us and a place where we would be unable to set down, over 70 miles of invisible and terrifying mountainside by nothing but the fading moonlight. As he stood, I caught at his elbow and pulled him back so he could hear me. "The next time Mycroft asks us to do something," I shouted to my husband, "we really must tell him no." Chapter 30. It took 3 days to fetch Nesbit out of his hiding place near the border of Cawnpore. Days we spent holed up in the nondescript villa amidst the corn while messages of outrage and command heated the telegraph cables between Delhi and London. More than once I thought we should have to make good our threat to use the variety of guns we had found in the house. More than once the Maharaja came near to escape. If nothing else, the period proved to our satisfaction that Thomas Goodhart was on the side of the angels, or at any rate, on the same side as Sherlock Holmes and his wife. But on the 3rd day, a tired-looking Geoffrey Nesbit rode into the front garden on an even tireder horse, and the machinery of government began to mesh again. That evening, the Maharaja of Cawnpore was quietly taken into custody to await His Majesty's pleasure in the contemplation of crimes against the Crown and the people of Cawnpore, and for the first time we slept the night through, no patrols set, no rifles at our sides. We did not, I am sorry to say, see Kimball O'Hara or his son again, but the following afternoon, as we prepared to leave Nesbit's villa, my eye was caught by a flash out of the hills to the east. I stood and watched, and it came again and again. Holmes had noticed it as well and stood at my side, reading the flares long and short. 1 long, 3 shorts, the letter B. Short, long, 2 shorts, L. Short, E. 3 shorts, S. "Blessings of the Compassionate One," said the message. And with that, Kimball O'Hara went home to his high mountains with his son and his rosary and his secrets.
The end. You've been listening to The Game by Laurie R. King, narrated by Jenny Sterlin. Want to find out more about Whole Story audiobooks? Visit us at wholestoryaudiobook.co.uk. Here you'll find hundreds of best-selling titles together with sound clips, narrator profiles, author interviews, and much more. Alternatively, contact us using the details on the cover to receive updates on new releases. Whole Story Audiobooks. The whole story, as the author intended.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed